Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Oh, sorry. Just having a bit of a dance then. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Sunday's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. Now, you might well have been expecting Vic's Carroll to be saying hi to you at this juncture. She is on her way in. I'm going to be doing the first hour, and then I'm reverting to a guest for the rest of the morning. But it's lovely to have your company, and thanks for joining us. Let's start, as we always do, with not one, but 2 early birds. We know how to treat ya. Why have 1 early bird when you can have 2? Now, I'm not talking about 2, this is 1. So let's start with our first early bird. It's a set of storage boxes. Now, these are 1/3 of a litre each, and they are a great size for keeping things organised and stored in your craft room or in your sewing space. Now, I've got some open ones here. The colours vary. So you can see here I've grabbed this one, and this has got a little bit of pink in there. So you'll get a set of 6 in total, 2 sets of 3. Absolutely brilliant. Things like buttons, hooks and eyes. It could be your sewing machine feet. Could go. Organised, little label, especially if you've got more than 1 sewing machine, and it could be bobbins. These are my brother bobbins, and these are my Elna bobbins. You know, don't mix the 2. You could use them for skeins of embroidery floss. It could be packs of machine needles. I mean, goodness me, the lists are almost endless. And of course, if you do something like jewellery crafting, beading, if you do things like that, of jewellery findings, absolutely brilliant for that too. Now, you should be paying $19.98 for these boxes, which is a brilliant price for 6. Storage is notoriously expensive, but this is why it's an early bird, because we're doing you a lovely deal on it. Let's do it, Laura. Producer Laura today, by the way. Oh, now that is a nice price. That is a £10 saving. That is better than half price. And I think that matches our manager's special price, doesn't it, Laura? It does. Well, anyway, £10 off is not to be sniffed at. Everyone who's already checked out their baskets, you will get that saving. You will pay $9.98. Don't worry if you've already checked out. You're going to pay $9.98. Now, it is National Wine Day, and I'm not talking about moaning. I'm talking about dancing juice. It's National Wine Day today. What a lovely day to celebrate. Morning to Vian, who says, morning, Stuart. How are you? I am very well, thank you. How are you? Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Deirdre says, and I want this on a T-shirt, my favourite presenter. Morning. Morning. Jan says, good morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you. You've just missed off again. I've been here incessantly, haven't I? But this is my last day for May. I'm going home today, so yeah, no, this is my last day today. I can't believe it's nearly June. I can't believe it's not nearly Christmas. Keep going through for your early bird. My goodness me, look at this, such great value. You get 6 boxes in total, and they all have these fabulous clips. They're almost like little chests, aren't they? Very good quality, very solid, and also stackable. So if you've got these on a shelf, you can stack them up, clear all the way around so you can see what's inside. Very, very useful. I think lots of you are multi-buying. So that's brilliant. Why not get more than one set? If you buy 2, of course, you're getting 6. You're saving £20 by buying 2 lots. Very, very good value. Yeah, Vian says, oh, good, thank you. Your favourite day then, National Wine Day. Do you know, I do love a little glass of wine, but literally that much in the bottom of a glass, I'm done. I'm done. It takes Charlie and I a good week to finish a bottle of wine. I love a Malbec. An Argentinian Malbec is my favourite. But at the moment, I'm quite enjoying the odd glass of Pinot Grigio. Nice crisp white. Depends what I'm eating. Absolutely gorgeous. Keep going through for your storage boxes. Over 20% of the stock has now gone. Lots and lots in baskets. Remember, you're not getting one lot, you're getting both. So you're getting 6 boxes, 0.3 litres per box. You are making a £10 saving overall. Ooh, lots of you multi-buying 4s and 2s. I mean, the thing is, 6 is useful, but I could easily fill at least 12 of these. At least 12. Remember, once you've opened your sewing basket and paid your postage, you've paid your postage for the day. £4.95 flat rate all day long. Doesn't matter how many times you check out. So, great time to open your basket and start shopping with us on Sewing Street. Brilliant. All right, those are cool. Love those. Keep getting your messages in. Oh yeah, let's do our second early bird now. We've got a second early bird. This is so cool. I love this. Now, we love our William Morris. We love our Willie Mo. But look at this. I've got, now this is for everything. These are William Morris Willow Bough planters. Now, I don't know about you, but my windowsill has always got a couple of lovely planters with parsley, basil, or maybe a few little primulas, or in the spring, it might be tete-a-tete. And I buy the little pots from the supermarket, or I plant my own up, and I will just have them in here, maybe with a little bit of moss around the top, and then I can change them out regularly. You could also use this as storage for fabrics. It could be notions, tools. Very useful. So you get the 2 long ones, but then you also get these. You could, what about in your guest room? Okay, it could be a little flannel, some soaps, a little bottle of shower gel, something like that. If you've got guests coming over, and leave that in the bathroom. This could be storage for your hair products. I could probably fit my hair products into the smaller one, but you might use more hair products than I do. Sandra says, morning, lovely Stuart. Nice surprise to see you early. I'm playing fetch with the cat whilst I'm watching. I love that. I love that. Mrs. Mills used to sit on command. Charlie always told me I was deluding myself, but she did. She did. This is fab. I love this. These are metal, aren't they? They're made of metal. I couldn't tell earlier on. They are. Yes, they are. They're made of metal. So really sturdy. Now, do you want to know the price? They should be $27.96, but they're not. Lots of you have already checked out, and you're about to get a nice surprise. Your price today is $19.96, so under £20, which means each individual pot is less than £5. Now these were one of the manager's specials. We have a little stock left. This is great. I didn't see these. I think they're wonderful. Absolutely gorgeous. Loads of you in for these. So you're getting all 4. I was just looking for a tape measure. I was going to measure these, but I can't see a tape measure. If we've got one, that would be amazing. Oh, yeah, I just looked on the... Oh, I see it now. I can see it now. Wasn't where... Ah, yes, it's Craftopia this weekend. Hope you're all having a good time. So this large pot is 7 inches across the top. That's a really good size. My aloe vera would go in there. Very nice. Oh, I love my aloe vera. Anything that thrives on neglect, I'm telling you, it does really well in my house. This one is just shy of 5 inches across. So that could be a lovely basil plant, couldn't it? And that would be so lovely as a gift, you know. You get a supermarket basil plant, what, £1.60. Pop it in there, bit of cellophane, gorgeous little gift. And then these, you've got your small planter. This could be hand wash and hand lotion in the bathroom, couldn't it? Don't have to be used for plants. And there isn't drainage holes in the bottom, so if you are going to put plants in, pop them in your pots or drill some holes. 9 inches in length, that one, by 3.5 inches wide. So again, absolutely super and very useful. And then the large one, which does almost look like a little bathtub to me. Oh, could you imagine having a William Morris bath? Gorgeous. 9.5 inches in length and 5 inches wide. So again, really good size. I think these are absolutely splendid. Gorgeous, gorgeous selection there of metal planters with the willow bough. Incredibly popular. So many in baskets and loads of you already checked out. I think keep some, gift some, or gift them all. Actually, also, I'm always on the lookout for receptacles that I can put gifts in and then wrap in cellophane, because I am so bad at gift wrapping. So if I see a nice container that I could put, and it could be a bag of ground coffee and some, you know, spoons or something, you know, a little gift like that or something, I don't know. Spoons. I bought you spoons. Coffee syrups, yeah. Oh, revolting. But do you know what I mean? And you could gift them. It could be bath bombs and a little hand towel and some smellies. Just easier gift wrapping. Love it. Anyway, that's our second early bird. Very nice. We are spoiling you, but why not? You deserve it. You deserve to be spoiled. 2 early birds, can't say fairer than that. Don't forget, we've also got the storage boxes, making a £10 saving on those. Absolutely fantastic. Right, let's do how to shop. It's easy. We've got a call centre. It's UK based. It's a free phone telephone number. They're brilliant and they are in the building with us here. That's 0800 001 4433. You can also go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. And once you're there, if you click on Watch Live at the top, then you can watch live, you can shop as we go, you can leave us a message if you want, send a message to the studio. If you scroll down, you will see what's on today's show and what's coming up. So today's show deals is everything that's already been on air. And then coming up on today's shows is everything yet to come. So if you want to shop ahead, get yourself Susan Wheeler's fabulous Farmyard collection or a Dogs Life collection. They are selling like hotcakes. They are absolutely flying out. If you want to get any of those, solid bundles to go with too. And look at the prices. Absolutely amazing value, and they are beautiful quality cotton fabrics for quilting. We've also got the brand new Eclectic Elements palette collection, Green. Green has now launched, so we've got those 10 fabrics on the 9 o'clock hour. We've also got the V&A Morris's Muses collection. We've got my brand new pattern. In love, we love scrap quilting, not 1, but 3 scrap quilt patterns, all in one pattern, but also pages and pages of useful help and advice about how to scrap quilt, how to organize your scraps, how to work with color. even how to use your scraps of batting to turn them into a whole new batting that you can use to make a quilt. And then you've got 3 beautiful quilt patterns to a beginner, intermediate, and an intermediate level quilt to use up some of your scraps. That is launching today as well. Right, let's do the menu and let's see what's coming up today. Right, starting this hour, Susan Wheeler is here with me, fabulous surface pattern designer, incredibly talented. You love her stuff. I love her stuff too. That's at 8 a.m. Now, at 9 o'clock, we love scrap quilting. Yes, we do. With me and Vix. That's at 9 o'clock. Order early. At 10 o'clock, Janie Burnett Bleach is in with Janie's Originals for an hour of fabulous fun. At 11 o'clock, I am back with a roundup of some of my absolute favourite quilt designs and bag designs. So if you want to stock up on your Stuart Hillard quilt patterns, make sure you're tuned in at 11 o'clock. And if you've made any of my patterns, do send your pictures in to studio@sewingstreet.com. Last of all, at 12 o'clock, Janie is back with more Janie's Originals. That is how you do Sunday. That is how you do Sunday. Now, I'm joined by the fabulous Susan Wheeler.
Hello,
Susan,
hi, nice
welcome
to be here.
Sewing Street. It's
Thank
great to have you back.
Thank you.
And you brought not one but 2 new collections for us.
That's right.
These are fabulous and they are absolutely flying out. We're going to start with the dogs. It's called A Dog's Life. And we're starting, first product is a fat quarter bundle. This is 5 fat quarters. Now, Susan, tell me about what you do. Tell me about A Dog's Life.
Right, well, I've always done lots of dogs designs, especially on mugs, virtually ever since I started designing. And I only really started designing craft fabric about 7 years ago.
Right.
Which I absolutely love. So I've done dogs on craft fabric, but they're more of a sort of a cartoony style. And I thought, well, why not do them in a lovely sort of watercolour? So they're not really detailed, but it's a nice feel with the watercolour.
Yeah. They're sort of recognisable,
Yes.
true to life.
Yes.
Love the colours too, and the background texture
Yeah, it's
is
lovely
gorgeous.
with the linen effect. It is nice.
Look at the price as well. This is 5 fat quarters. That's 1.25 meters of fabric for £12.47, which means your per metre price is less than £10 a metre for these fabrics. These are cute.
Yeah.
They're clearly best friends.
Yes.
Clearly best friends. Absolutely gorgeous. Dogs need bones,
Absolutely.
of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we've
Then
also got little honeybees.
Yeah. On a nice sprig background. It's a lovely blue, that.
Yeah, it is gorgeous. We've also got little ducklings.
Yeah, again with a nice background. All these are pulled out of the main design, which is that one. That's the first one.
Oh, I'm going to show you this one. This is the kind of, if you like, the hero print.
Yes.
And this is super cute.
So this is what I would have done first. So this is the main design. And have artwork if you wanted to have a quick look.
Definitely, yeah. There's so many beautiful images there. And they're so beautifully rendered as well, aren't they?
Well, it's nice that everyone sort of tells a little story. So from a distance, you may think it's just dogs, but when you actually go in, there's a little mole here, and you've got the bees and the sprigs and the little ducks,
little duckling
ducklings
as well.
Yeah.
I love how these two are sort of peeping over the top of their basket, not quite believing what they're seeing. Super cute. And well, actually though, that is real life. You know, I remember when like my cats saw things like ducklings or you know, goat kids for the first time, and they are literally just eyes like saucers.
That's right. Working out what they are.
Yeah, and you've just captured that so beautifully.
Yes.
Can we see some of the original artwork?
You can, yes. Now it will look slightly different because this is watercolour, and then it's scanned into the computer, and then all the detail is added on, so it brings them to life.
So you work in watercolour
or gouache?
Okay, lovely.
But it gives that lovely soft look, and then, as I say, at the moment they look a bit odd. But once they're on screen, and then I add all the little bits of detail, and some things are drawn on the computer, but most of it is done by hand.
And the printing, is that digital printing?
Yes.
That must have been an absolute boon for
Oh my
translating.
goodness, I can't tell you. Yes, absolutely.
Because of course in the past,
You're
every
limited with
single
colour.
colour would have been a different
Yeah,
screen.
I mean, I've worked on designs that were originally done in 40 colours, and we've had to get them down to 8.
Yes. Which is almost impossible. It is
it
impossible to render it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
I love this one here
With the mould.
with the
I
mould.
do, I like that one.
How cute
But
is
look
that?
out, you can see all the little bits of black outline in the whiskers and the eyes.
Just
Can
move
you
that
see
over.
that?
So you can see here's the original.
Yeah.
Here's the original painting, and then here. Do get your questions in for Susan, won't you? Oh, Delia's got a lovely day ahead. She says, "Morning, Stuart. I'm off to an embroidery workshop today with Victoria Mernez, Little House of Victoria, or Mearns, but just have enough time to catch a few bargains from you." Oh, you do right, Delia. Make sure you get your pattern. Determined to get you quilting, come on. I think you do quilt, don't you? This is absolutely smashing. Really, really lovely. And it's so good to see the original artwork.
Yeah, so there's obviously things that you can't see as artwork have been done on screen.
Yes, just moving that down so you can see
Yeah.
here and here. Look, here's the, yeah, lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, even the white lines on the ball are not put on, they're put on screen because they're nice and defined.
Yep, yep. Yeah, it's smashing. It's really lovely. So this is the first of our fat quarter packs. This is a Dog's Life. And I'll just show you those designs one more time. So you've got the hero print, which is this lovely sort of soft buttery
it's
cream
lovely.
background. And then you've got the dogs with their friends, the mole and the duckling
And the bees.
and bees.
Yes, always put a bee in.
But not friends with any cats.
No.
No.
People seem to like a dog design and a cat design,
Yes.
not both combined.
No.
It's one or the other.
Exactly. We just can't compute. Dogs and cats don't get
No.
along. They do so often. You've got your little ducklings.
Yes.
That's a really cute print,
Yeah,
isn't it?
and then you've brought the flower in to give it a bit of colour.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Fat quarters, by the way, are approximately 18 inches by 21 inches. It's half of half a metre and a really useful size and shape for a quilter in particular. Here are the dogs on green.
Yeah.
That's a gorgeous
It
green
is nice
background.
green. It's lovely.
Yeah. Yeah, Penny's messaged in to say, "Good morning, Stuart and Co. I adore my dogs. I have 10 golden retrievers. Beautiful artwork."
Thank you.
That sounds like a full-time job. 10 golden retrievers. Gorgeous, though. Ah, I love dogs. This is beautiful.
Yes.
I love this print. This is such a useful print too.
So it's non-directional as well.
Yeah.
Turn the pattern any way.
Yeah, gorgeous. And then last of all, you've got your dogs on blue,
Yeah,
and
another
again, gorgeous
non-directional, that
background.
one, so that's very handy.
Yeah, so whichever way up you have
Yeah,
it,
you can use it any way.
you've always got someone sitting upright. And dogs roll about in all directions anyway, Susan, don't they? Now, let's do those fabrics by the half metre. These are proving very, very popular. So, should we just... Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we'll start off with the dogs on blue. Now, this is for half a metre. Can you believe that price? $4.99. Half a metre. And this is going to be cut to order for you. So, if you order 3 units, you'll get 1.5 metres in one piece. Now, this would make the most gorgeous shirt.
Oh, absolutely.
Fabulous
Absolutely.
shirt. You want 2.5 metres for a shirt. That's 5 units. For a large man's shirt, 2.5 metres. But that is going to cost you less than £25.
Yeah, very good.
Incredible value. Incredible value. Morning, Donna. She says, "Morning, Stuart and team. Morning, my lovely." Really gorgeous fabric, that. And it's 42, 43
Yes.
inches wide. So standard craft weight cotton. Sorry, Susan, just
It's
to reach
okay,
in front
no,
of you,
don't-
but just want
don't
to show
mind
the
me.
whole width. That's your half a metre. And as I say, it's cut to order. 100% cotton, quilt weight cotton. And is this on the under the Make and Believe label or
No, Craft
under
Cotton.
the standard under the Craft
Yeah.
Cotton? Got
Yeah.
you, yeah. But it is from Craft Cotton Company.
Yeah, it's lovely quality.
Great quality
Yeah.
fabrics. Yeah.
Colours are always bang on as
Yeah,
well.
gorgeous. And that must be very important
Yes.
to you.
It is. Up to a point. I'm not going to be, you know, that blue's not quite right with that, you know. They're
Yeah,
very
not like Disney.
No, oh gosh, no. No.
Yeah, I get that. Right, next up we've got the bees. Now I could quite easily use a whole bolt of this. Very, very fast moving this one.
Yeah.
It's
It's
such
very
a good
versatile,
one.
isn't it? It's a versatile pattern.
Now, 4 metres. One of our viewers has bought 4 metres. What do you think? I'm thinking some pretty little curtains.
Yes. Yes.
Or blinds would
Yes.
be beautiful in this. You could use it to back a quilt.
Oh yeah, that would be lovely.
Now remember, those 4 metres are costing $39.96. Well, that's phenomenal. No, not even that, $39.92. That's phenomenal. Phenomenal value and really gorgeous quality. That's the little bees. Next up, we've got the dogs on green. Do you have dogs?
No.
Are you a dog person?
Yes.
Yes.
My son's just got a dog.
Oh.
But she needed rehoming because
Yeah.
the owner was poorly.
Oh.
And she's beautiful. I think she's nearly 3. It's a Cavapoo. She's absolutely gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
She's settled in really, really well as well.
That's
Yeah.
lovely.
She's lovely.
Yeah. They take a lot of time, don't they? And I travel a lot. I'd love dogs, but I travel a lot, so it's difficult.
It is, yes. So you've got cats.
Well, no, I had, but
Oh.
Mrs. Mills was 21 when we lost her. Yes, she was almost immortal.
wow.
We thought she was, almost. Yeah, oh no, amazing.
That's some age, isn't
Yeah,
it? That's
yeah,
fantastic.
Yeah, and she was hale and hearty, fit and well.
Yes.
Till the very last day.
Yes.
Yeah, and then she just did a big sneeze. Just a big sneeze. But we've got lots of animals. We've got a herd of goats,
Oh,
a flock
right.
of sheep,
Well,
and
that's great.
ducks and chickens and all of that jazz. It's all good fun. This is gorgeous. Now, loads and loads of different ways you could use these fabrics. Quilt making,
Children's
of course.
clothes.
Children's clothes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
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 So cute. Little hats, sun hats. What about making something like a gorgeous a bed for your dog or cat?
Yes.
Yeah,
Definitely.
That would be lovely.
Or a scarf.
Yeah, yeah, little bandana.
Yeah, bandana, that's it.
Yeah. Beautiful. Very popular. Lots of you multi-buying these. In fact, I think most customers are multi-buying. And then next up, we've got the hero print.
It's so nice to see a large piece of fabric because I'm always seeing small pieces.
I guess so,
Yeah, to actually have a big piece of fabric, it's lovely.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you're working, I mean, obviously the artwork that you've brought in is pretty much the finished size
Yes.
when it's on the fabric.
Sometimes certain artwork tend to work with everything bigger, then you can get more detail in it. So when you reduce it to put it on the fabric, you still retain the detail. It's no good working on tiny images because you don't get you can't get the detail in.
True. Yes.
So,
what's your favourite thing to paint?
gosh, well, I quite like dogs.
Do you?
Yes. I like the watercolour images because I just think they bring things to life and movement rather than flat colour. But certainly the animals need to be, I think they look nicer in the watercolour.
And is there an animal that you find an absolute so-and-so to try and...
Horses.
Really?
Yes.
You don't do horses. No, really.
Not if I can help it, no. And
Interesting.
cows is another one. Because I think they take over a pattern. If I'm like the farmyard one, there's no cows on it. And I've got a few of the farmyard and there's no cows on them. If I want black and white, I'll do a dog,
Yep.
a collie or a puppy.
Yep.
Because I think a cow, nothing against cows personally.
No, absolutely.
But they take over a design, basically.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting.
The big, the bold.
They are. They're hard to ignore.
Yeah, they've got, a designer's got to balance, and you don't want one thing that jumps
Because
out
they
at
are
you.
so much bigger than all the other
Exactly.
animals.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get that. Although Highland cows, we're all a little bit obsessed
but
with
they're
Highland
on their
cows.
own though, aren't
They
they?
are, they're a special thing.
They're on their own.
Yeah.
You know, when you see them in a design, they've just got trees or thistles or something like that with them, so they can get away with it.
True enough. That's an interesting one, that.
Yeah.
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 I've got a friend whose sister is an illustrator, and she specialises in horses, and they are anatomical illustrations for vets.
Oh gosh,
So
they must
she's
be
done
good.
loads of books over the years, and they're all kind of musculature
Yes.
and nervous system, that kind of thing for vets.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I suppose you have to specialise.
Yes, they must be amazing.
This is lovely. It's been very, very popular. Just be aware, we haven't got infinite stocks by any means. Last up from the Dogs Life is the gorgeous little ducklings.
That's non-directional as well. So
Very, very cute. Very cute. And you've rendered the colours beautifully.
yeah, just introduced the pink for them from the flower, which is obviously on the main design. It's
Yes.
behind the dogs.
Yeah, really cute. Really cute. We one of our female ducks just took herself off,
Oh yes.
and we thought that she'd been savaged by
Yeah.
something, you know, and then she reappeared after about 3.5 weeks with
Really?
9 ducklings.
Oh gosh.
And she'd just taken herself off.
Yes,
Found herself a
absolutely,
little
why
private
not?
spot, and that was that. And we didn't
Yeah.
see her for about 3
Gosh.
weeks, and then she came back with 9 ducklings.
Gosh.
So cute. So cute. And they are so sort of fat and fluffy and waddly.
Yes.
And just the way you've captured them in the fabric
Yeah.
is just spot on. And those big feet.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see the movement for sure. You really can. They're lovely. So what got you into surface pattern design?
Well, I always liked drawing as a child, and I went to college to study it. And then when I left college, I was my first design job was at Wedgwood in the potteries.
Oh, lovely.
Well,
So that was working on things like porcelain.
Well, I was in the earthenware department, so I didn't do bone china.
Right.
But I really enjoyed it. And once I'd been there for probably about 6 or 7 years, I left and started up my own company. So I designed for all sorts then, bedding, kitchen textiles, still doing mugs and ceramics, done
Yeah.
tons of mug designs. And melamine, all sorts,
So
placemats, coasters,
Yeah.
but not craft fabrics. That's what I would call a bit new.
So when did you get into doing...
About 7 years ago.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love it. I absolutely love it because it's so diverse. You could really do a design with anything on.
Yes.
I just love it. I really do.
Does it change the way you design moving forward? Do you now design specifically to go on fabric?
Probably yes, but I always have in the back of my mind, what else could it go on? A lot of these look fabulous on mugs, for instance, and they'd work because everything's done in repeat initially. It's just I automatically do it all in repeat, so it's brilliant for putting on things like table runners, tablecloths, on melamine, on the trays, on chopping boards and things like that. So yeah, so I try and be commercial, but still doing things that are hopefully a little bit different and interesting, creative, yeah.
It's interesting, it's interesting. Because then when we get the fabric, we use them in so many different ways.
And I like to know what you've used them for. I love to know that.
Yes.
What they've made. I like to see what they've made.
Absolutely.
I like feedback.
Love that. Fat quarters, £12.47. I've got low double figures left. Lots in baskets. Do check out, won't you? Don't miss out on these lovely new fabrics. They are brand new today. Now, the other range that we've got to share with you is the Farmyard themed range. These are absolutely gorgeous, very close to my heart. And look at the lovely pastel shades that you've got in there as well. They are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? We're going to start with the Fat Quarter bundle, which is a pre-cut bundle. Now, my husband's favourite animal is the pig.
Yes.
love pigs.
Yes.
We don't have pigs though, because for the same reason why we can't really have dogs, because pigs are really, really creatures of habit.
Right.
And Charlie always says it's like they can tell the time, because you have to feed them at the same time
Right.
twice a day, every day, or they get really upset.
Really?
Kind of any variance
gosh.
at all. So this is gorgeous. Is this the hero?
Yes, that's the main one.
This is lovely. Look.
So you've got your piggies, ducks, and I thought it'd be nice to add a bit of floral elements more than the Dogs Life.
Definitely.
Just to give it a bit of colour.
Yeah, and love foxgloves.
I do.
Little daisies.
Yes.
It's gorgeous. Yeah. Yeah, and also now ducks
Always-
or geese. They're ducks, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Or I like to add a bit of white because I think it makes a really nice contrast to the rest of the fabric.
I
It makes
agree.
everything very clean.
Yeah, they are really fresh. Yeah, Laura was thinking, our producer was thinking that they were ducks, but the geese rather. But
No, it's
neck's
duck.
too short.
Yeah.
Neck's too short. They're not loud enough. They're not attacking
no,
you.
absolutely.
So they can't be geese.
Oh gosh.
They are brilliant as guard dogs, though.
Yeah.
Right, next one. Let's celebrate the duck. Here we go. Absolutely quackers. Look at that. Really lovely. The colour's nice.
Yeah, it's a nice sort of buttermilk, isn't it?
And you've got your little babies
Yes.
there as well, snuggled
Bit
down.
of greenery here as well, and a nice white spot in the background.
Yeah, that little polka dot's lovely.
I like to put backgrounds in as well. There's a nice one in this one here. It's like
Well,
a
it's so
little-
important,
it
isn't
gives
it?
movement again. We're back to movement, isn't it? It makes it interesting again. From a distance, it might look plain, but when you look at it, you go in and you can see all the nice detail.
Yeah, yeah, lovely. These would be really nice for like kitchen accessories,
Yeah,
wouldn't
they would. Apron.
Apron, oven gloves.
Yeah. Yes,
Like kitchen food mixer cover.
that's a good idea.
I like to freshen
Yes,
mine up, keep it
that's a good
dust-free. Placemats, table runners, but also things like kitchen chair pads.
Oh, yes.
If you've got like sort of
Yes.
hard kitchen chairs, and don't feel like they've all got to match. They would
No,
match if you made them all in these fabrics.
Yeah, that's a brilliant idea.
They're different but matching.
Yeah, absolutely.
So next
it.
up, we've got Daddy Duck.
In a row.
Get your ducks in a row.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. That's really cool. Ducks in a row.
Yeah, and a nice moss green, again with a little texture in the background of that one.
Yeah, that's cute. And then we've got another all-over print with... Now, I absolutely love the background of this.
The colour.
I love the colour and I love the spots.
Yeah, I do.
It's
yeah,
brilliant.
It is.
It's brilliant.
Yes.
I love it. Because it makes me think of farmyard and
Puddles.
patches of mud, puddles.
Yes.
But it also reminds me of the something like a spotted pig as well. You know, it's like,
Yes.
yeah, it's really
Yes.
clever. So when you come to do a design, are you doing everything from your memory of pig, or do you do research? Do you sit on a
Research.
farm and do it?
Research. I go, well, it's normally work from photographs and then add my own little, I like a photograph of, say, a pig, and then I'll do it in my style, but I think you need a photograph as a guide.
Yes.
You know, just especially with, not necessarily the pigs, but perhaps the birds. I do a lot of birds.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that you've got it right,
Yeah.
and that's where the blue goes and that's where the yellow goes, sort of thing.
Well, that's right, because the thing is, you recognise it when you see it, and I think, oh yeah, of course, you know, mallards have that little bit of blue on their
do.
wing, but I
Yes.
wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Exactly, yeah, or where exactly it was.
Yeah.
So I think it's important to have a reference,
Yeah.
and then you do your own version.
Because if you get it wrong, Susan...
Oh, you'll get comments. You will.
It's true, it's true. And
I
this
love
is
this.
gorgeous.
This is my sister's favourite design.
That is gorgeous.
Ever.
Is it?
Yes,
Is it?
Yes, she absolutely loves it. I
It
make
is
a lovely
fun.
a girl's dress.
It would. I was thinking baby's aprons,
Yes.
little piggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, children's aprons. I did a pattern years ago which was for a child's apron, and you can do it with a fat quarter. It depends, because if they're directional, ideally you want it that way. So if you've got a but I mean, it really is, if I show you, as simple as, you know, folding in the corner.
Oh, right.
Folding in the corner to create your basic apron shape, yeah, and stitching or binding. I mean, it's better if you layer them
You've
up.
nearly made it already.
Yeah, and then add your tapes and your loops and maybe a little pocket on the front. But it's very, very easy to do.
Yes, that'd be lovely.
I used to make them when we were children out of tea towels.
Oh.
Make a little apron out of a tea towel. I'm sure lots of your designs have gone on tea towels, haven't they?
They have. But that's a nice colour ground. That's a nice pink.
It is
not
lovely.
too bright. I'm not very keen on really bright pinks, but I think that's a lovely pink.
What's lovely is you've got that sort of variation in
Yes.
colour throughout.
Yes.
I mean, this would make the most gorgeous baby quilt, wouldn't it?
It would.
5 fat quarters and maybe some coordinating solids. Very popular. You need to check out your baskets, though. There's a danger that people are going to start missing out. How many of these in baskets, Laura? Oh, wow. Okay, almost my entire stock that I have is in baskets. And also lots of you are multi-buying today. So we don't know if you're multi-buying until you've checked out. So the stock could diminish very rapidly. All right, next up, don't miss out. Let's do these fabrics by the ½ metre. Steph, good morning. Yes, I've got the iPad. We're fine. We can communicate, my love. Right, let's do that gorgeous sort of aqua background. And do you have the artwork
I
there?
do.
Oh,
I do.
We'll pop this out
Yes.
first. We'll put details. This is by the ½ metre, £4.99. This would make an absolutely gorgeous little dress.
It would.
Absolutely beautiful. Right, let's have a look at some.
Right, again, just watercolour.
Oh, gorgeous. I'm going to pop them
Yes. Sorry.
side by side. It's all right.
Yes.
It's so beautiful.
So, yeah,
So much
watercolour
detail.
images. Yeah, and these, as you can see, are a lot larger
Yes.
than the, you know, to get all the detail in there.
Yes.
Scanned in, and then we add the black.
Yes, sort of like outlining
Very
little
fine
speckles
black.
and
Very
details.
yes. Just gives them. To me, it gives them life. It brings in all the, you know, the feathers and the eyes, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then here we've got the little pigs and the foxgloves.
Yes.
Probably in real life they'd just be chewing and biting
Yes.
all of those, wouldn't they? Pigs, I think, will literally eat anything.
Yes. I'm sure.
But they are lovely and they're so intelligent.
Yes, they are. Yes.
So
yes.
intelligent. Lots of you multi-buying. I know there was a study done years ago and they found that pigs learned faster than chimpanzees.
And they're
So
pretty
certainly
good, aren't
on
they?
that level,
Yes.
they said that pigs were more intelligent than chimpanzees.
Right.
Which is quite a thought.
It is, isn't it? It's interesting.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. We love Gloucester Old Spots.
Yes.
Charlie and I would love them. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Can you do a whole pig range, please?
Yeah. Well, good idea. Yes.
I bet you get so many requests.
I know.
don't
Well,
you?
I think the pig is probably the most popular one in the range.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, really gorgeous. Definitely, I'm thinking kitchen accessories, homewares, baby wares as well, because as well, you know, you've instantly got me right here, Susan, because there's baby animals and baby birds, and instantly that makes me think of nursery makes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah.
Let's do the next
Right.
one. I'll give
Okay,
you that back. Fiona says, good morning to the best presenter ever. Can we record this, please? Thank you, lovely. That's really kind. I'm on a sewing retreat with CL. Is that Claire Louise? This weekend. But I can always find time to see beautiful fabric on Sewing Street. Yeah, it's about prioritising, isn't it? I agree. Let's do ducklings next. Really popular. Again, would be gorgeous for clothing.
Yes.
Love the polka dot.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I love the background colour. It really makes everything zing out. Nice contrast.
Yeah. Yeah, nice little sprigs in the background
Yes.
too.
Yeah.
So you brought a couple of plates
I
that
have.
are your designs too.
I
Can
have,
we
yes,
a look at
yes, you
those?
certainly can. From my time at Wedgwood, well, one of them is.
Now I'm sure I recognise
You probably do.
that.
Of a certain age, yes.
Yes. All right, steady on. Yes. No, I think I
Mid-80s.
do. Mid-80s.
Yeah, when you were only that big.
I would only have been, well, I would have been mid-80s, a very young teenager. Yes.
Maybe
12,
your mum had
13.
it.
I think so. And this was mugs as well, wasn't
Everything.
it? I'm sure we had mugs
Everything.
in this
Because this
design.
is one of the first patterns that everything was coordinated. So not
Yes.
only did we have a massive range of ceramics, we had cutlery, we had tablecloths, not
Clocks.
done by us, but licensed to other
Yep.
companies, glasses, tablecloths, placemats, coasters, you name it, we had it.
Yeah. It was definitely a time of coordinating
It
everything.
was,
I
but everything was
remember-
the same.
Yes.
They wouldn't have done a side plate with an all over
No,
like
no.
I would have done. I would have done that now. That was on the side plate but reduced.
Yes.
So that's how it went, and that's how everybody liked it.
Eternal bow,
Well, that came from Johnson. That was in the same factory
Was
I worked
it?
at. Now that was done.
the octagonal.
Yeah,
plates, do you
that-
remember?
gosh,
and it was
that
like,
sold
oh
so
my goodness,
well.
have you been round to Jean's? She's got octagonal plates.
Yes.
And everyone was like rushing round
I know
to see
that
this new
was
marvel.
massive because when I joined Johnson Brothers, which was the earthenware department of Wedgwood, that had just been launched, and the design came from overseas. It wasn't
Oh,
done.
did it?
Yeah.
But it was a time when it was kind of everything was themed and everything, you know, you got the whole set. You got the bread bin.
That's right.
And
yes.
you got the clock.
Yes. So you couldn't
the
find your way out
kitchen.
of the kitchen. Could
No,
you?
you couldn't because everything looked the same. But it was rather
But it,
wonderful.
yeah, it was, and that's what people liked, and that
Yeah.
sold loads. That was a really, really
Brilliant.
big seller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. It's amazing to be
Yeah,
part
yeah,
of that.
I know.
Of
That's,
that time
that's
and
all I've got
legacy.
left, just one plate.
Oh, I'm sure I've probably
Don't
got
throw
some.
it, don't
I've
drop
probably
it.
got some in the loft, don't you worry.
I'd
I'll
get
have
them off
some.
eBay.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're always turning up in the charity shops.
Are they?
Yeah.
I think that's really special.
Yeah.
And the other one?
And this one is 10 years later, so you'd be a bit older.
Mm-hmm.
And this was from a factory called Grindley's that no longer exists, but that was in Stoke-on-Trent.
Oh, that's lovely.
Covent Garden, that's called. That sold very well as well. But I don't think they coordinated anything with that.
No.
Maybe just glasses, I think.
But this sort of style, this paved the way for a lot that we do still have and enjoy. You know, there's a lot of this sort of like very painterly sort of, you know, rendered, or is this
This is a decal.
stenciled? Oh, a
This is
decal.
decal, but it's a reactive, so you can see the band on the edge is not
Fuzzy.
Yeah, it's fuzzy. And if you run your hand, the brown is the reactive.
Okay.
So it reacts with the glaze
Got you.
and forms a sort of a texture, really.
It's cool stuff. Love it. The other thing we were all obsessed with, do you remember the Country Diary of an
Oh,
Edwardian
yes.
Lady?
Yes. I
mean,
think
that
we
was
did that as well.
Because that was the other thing, wasn't it? It was like, I've got the diary, but I've also got the bread bin and the kitchen
Yes.
clock.
Yes.
And the
Yeah, that was
duvet.
massive. Massive.
Right, let's move on. Absolutely brilliant. It's so I could chat to you all day. Chat to you all day. Deirdre says, I had those plates.
There you go.
Did too. We did too. Phil says, yes, Claire Louise, no matter what. Oh, say hello to them both. Sandra says, duckling fabric will make a beautiful baby quilt. I had to get some for my stash.
Yes.
You do right. Right, little piggies. And this is on the pink. There's another
Yes.
piggy one which is on a sort of more of a taupey brown, but this is pigs on pink.
Pigs on pink.
gorgeous.
They called it Poppy the pig.
Poppy. Cute. Cute. Daisy the pig. Daisy the pig.
Yeah, I don't know, craft cotton, I think each coordinate has a number, but
Got
they like
you.
to give it a name as
Fair
well.
enough, yes.
And I think this is Poppy the pig.
Really lovely. Yeah. Placemats, napkins, bibs.
Bibs, yes.
Lots of fun. Lots of fun. £4.99. Remember, it's cut to order. So if you order 3 units, you'll get 1.5 meters in one continuous piece. Very, very economical way to back a baby quilt or a small quilt. Because remember, you've got about 42, 43 inches in width. And if you bought, say, 1.5 meters, then you've got roughly getting on for 60 inches in length. So about 40 by 60, that's your baby quilt in one piece. for under £15. Very good value and beautiful. This could be the top of the quilt, put a border around the edge, absolutely lovely. We must get you quilting,
I
Susan.
know. Some of the quilts are fantastic.
We have our quilting here.
Yes.
Do you so?
Not really.
Little bit?
Little bit, yes. I used to make a lot of clothes, fancy dress clothes for my children when they were younger.
Yeah.
So,
We'll take that.
yeah.
You're one of us, that's fine. If you've ever threaded a needle, you're part of our tribe.
Yes.
It's fine. Ducks in a row. Get your ducks in a row.
I love this colour and I love the little texture on that.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
It is, it's really nice, really lovely green.
Yeah, we are. Steph says a little girl's dress in the pink pig fabric would be gorgeous.
Definitely.
I totally agree.
Yeah, definitely.
It would be fabulous. Perhaps with a little white collar.
Oh, yes. See, white again, it
Yeah.
gives it pops.
Just gives it a bit of freshness,
does.
doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely lovely. That is the Mallard family. The Mallard family. Gorgeous with little daisies.
Yes.
And then the last fabric in the collection, I think this one is my favourite now. I like this. I love the colour.
Yes.
I love the background. I love the all-over print. Is
Yes, and that's
Down on the
non-directional.
Farm. Great, great. Yes, pigs are just as likely to be upside down, lying on their backs,
Absolutely,
rolling
yes.
around,
Yes.
as anything else. The other thing with them is you literally can't contain them. They are constantly snuffling and breaking
Really?
things down.
Yes.
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 So whatever fencing you has to be bomb-proof. Otherwise, they'll just be through it. But they do love it. It's what
Yes.
they do naturally.
They do, absolutely, yeah.
Actually, Patrick Grant, you know Patrick Grant? from-
Yes.
So he's currently using pigs to clear his front garden.
Right, oh, that, so
Because get
rather
all the
than a
roots
lawnmower.
out. Well, no, to get all the
No, yeah,
roots
it's a good
out and
idea.
all the, because they will literally turn the ground over like a what is it called?
Rotary?
Rotavator.
Rotavator,
Yeah.
That's it.
They're the natural
they
version
are.
of it.
They are.
Of course, they're having a great time. Gorgeous. Now, we've also got a couple of fabrics on their own and some complementary solids. So let's grab these. Now, are all three yours?
Yes, they
yes,
are part of
lovely.
a collection.
Let's start with this floral. These are gorgeous.
Yeah, nice and zingy.
Beautiful.
Again,
Beautiful.
lovely fabric quality.
Springfields.
Yes.
Again, craft weight cotton, quilt weight cotton, 100% cotton as well. Beautiful. Lovely handle as well. So many gorgeous colours
Yes.
there. Oh, I'm really limited. I've only got 5 metres of this one left. If you want this, be quick. Yeah, this is really lovely.
Yeah, so you've got butterflies as well in there, just to...
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
not
yes,
just
yes.
flowers. And then obviously they've got the brighter flowers than paler ones.
This is a design I imagine the original was much larger scale than this.
Yes.
Because they're very
Yes,
detailed.
they are. The flowers are about that sort of size.
Oh, amazing.
Yes.
That's that one. I've got a second floral, same range,
Yes.
but larger scale, a little bit larger scale.
Bit of white in the background as well, I think,
Of
on
course.
this one. Yeah.
Love that bit of white. But also as well, I love the outlines.
Yes,
it's a
I love
different-
doing that, and the fact that one overlays another flower, you can really pick it up. I do love linear work on a design.
Me too.
I think it adds something to it,
Yeah,
rather than
it's
just
gorgeous.
this sort of, leaf. It's
Yeah.
nice. You've got a different type of
And
leaf
for me also
there.
as well, a fabric that has a spot element or like a polka dot element is exciting in things like quilt making. So I would look at that as well as being a medium scale floral. It also has a spot element.
Yes.
So it ticks a number
Yeah,
of boxes
it's on a
for
grid.
me.
It's like grid, isn't
Exactly.
it? Yeah.
Exactly. Anything that stripes or a stripe element, fabulous. Anything with a dot, fabulous. Large scale, medium scale, small scale.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
We're done.
You're done.
Fab. Again, grab that while you can. $6.99 per half metre. And then the last one, super
Yeah, I like
useful,
this one.
green tonal.
Yes. Lovely little blender. It's lovely. I like that one. just a little sprig, just repeating sprig. Again, multi-directional.
Just really good to have these coordinating fabrics, isn't it? That can just like tone on tone, blender, kind of pull everything together.
Absolutely, yeah.
And also as well, look, although it's not from the same range, would go beautifully with either the Farmyard or Dogs Life. Because they're all those sort of lovely, soft, natural greens. So grab some coordinates while you can. Fabulous. Right, that's that one. So those are our coordinates. Now we've also got some coordinating solid fabrics from our solids, which I'm going to grab. There we go. So here you've got 4.5 meters. And Laura, if you can tell me the colours that we've got in here, please. So you get 1/2 metre of each fabric. And these are our Rose and Hubble cotton solids. So beautiful quality, 100% cotton, amazing price, £13.96. That does have a £2 saving. You've got more details. So we've got ice green, tan, powder blue, and vanilla. I mean, I'm just going to grab, for example, this fabric here. That's really nice together. That's even nicer
it is
together.
nice. It's contrast, nice contrast.
Do you approve?
Yes.
That's all right then. But a great way to make your fat quarters or your 1/2 meters go further, add in some solids. So ice green, powder blue, vanilla and tan. Thank you. I just want to call that biscuit or biscotti.
Yes, I like that. Yeah.
I think I'm ready for a snack soon. Yeah. So I think that's what it is. In fairness, I just start seeing food. Now, the next bundle, we think the web image is wrong because the green isn't on the picture, but we're pretty sure that the green will be in the bundle. It is in the bundle. Apple green, 1/2 metre. You get 1/2 metre of duck egg. That's a gorgeous colour. 1/2 metre of, close your ears, nude. Nude. And then 1/2 metre of pink. Just pink.
Just pink.
Just pink.
Yes.
Oh, I could never just call a fabric pink, could you?
No. Covers too many options.
Blossom. Blancmange.
Quite a bright one, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, blancmange.
That's blancmange.
It is, isn't it? Yes.
We used to have blancmange all the time when we were kids. We never have it
now.
No,
I've never had it.
I feel like I can reminisce with you because we're of a certain age together. We remember the 80s.
We had jelly, milk jelly.
Milk jelly. Gorgeous.
Carnation with jelly.
Yeah. Junket. Should do that, yeah. Yeah, we used to have that all the time. Oh, lovely. Yeah. And jelly with fruit set in it.
Yes.
Tin of fruit cocktail.
Oh, gosh.
Yep.
Yeah. Do they still make those?
Fruit cocktail?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do they?
Yeah. And my mum was so fair that, like, there would only ever be, like, half a cherry in the tin. So she would cut it into 4 little tiny pieces and make sure there was a little bit in each bowl, you know. No. Lovely. And grapes.
Yes.
It was grapes.
Yes.
Gorgeous. Love a bit of fruit cocktail. Great in a trifle. £13.96. You do save £2 on that as well. Very nice indeed. Very nice. Gorgeous. Oh, Susan, it's been so lovely to meet
thank
you.
Yeah, it has. It's been lovely to meet you.
And thank you for bringing these 2 gorgeous ranges. Remember, if you want a Dog's Life or on the farmyard?
On the farm.
On the farm.
No, Farmyard Friends.
Farmyard Friends.
Yeah.
Farmyard Friends. They are absolutely gorgeous. They're brand new to us here at Sewing Street. You can get fat quarter bundles. You can get them by the 1/2 metre as well. Do remember to check out your baskets. Now, Vix Carroll is in the house. She's going to be here holding the fort in just a few minutes, and I'm going to be back where I belong, behind a sewing machine. Behind a sewing machine. That's it. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Susan.
you're welcome. Thank
See
you.
you again soon.
Yes, thank you.
All right, lovely. Goats next time, please.
Yes.
Right, we'll see you after the break.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. Although, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways. And they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Oh, I'm back. Thank you so much to lovely Stuart for, as always, being just a dreamboat. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. It's a pleasure.
I really wanted, I know Stuart said to me, look, Vic, if you need Sunday off, I'm happy to do it, but I could not miss Volume 1.
No.
This is such an exciting launch today, such an exciting launch. Is it National Wine Day
It
today?
is National Wine Day, actually.
Okay. Laura's like, yeah, and you could have mentioned National... Have we got wine then? We should have a... Yes. Yeah, maybe later on this afternoon. Okay, so this hour is a very, very exciting hour. Lots of you have already found these on pre-order. It's always an exciting day when Stuart launches a new pattern, but this is not a new pattern. This is virtually a book, Stuart. I have no idea how you have the time to be designing and designing. You must be designing in your sleep, quite literally.
Well, sometimes I'm asleep when I'm doing it, aren't I? But no, I'm joking. I just love what I do.
It comes through in all your patterns.
Thank you.
Love
I've been working on this for the last few months, though, because this is sort of volume 1 of a series. So I'm going to be bringing out regular sort of super patterns now called We Love Quilting. And this is the first one, and this is We Love Scrap Quilting. Okay. And I started with scraps. Well, let me explain the concept. So in every We Love Quilting, if you like, mini magazine, you're going to get 3 completely unique quilt patterns, or it might be bag patterns or something like that. But more than that, you're actually going to start by getting pages and pages of tips, tricks, hacks, know-how, knowledge, background around that subject.
I mean, it's brilliant, isn't it? Look at this. You have got here all of your top tips at the start about different kinds of ways of using your scraps. Now, this is a little bit of a strange question, but what is scrap quilting? Because as soon as you hear the word scrap, you think, oh, well, this is obviously things that aren't useful.
Right, exactly, yes. Yes, there's all sorts of different definitions of what a scrap quilt is. I mean, in some juried quilt shows, to be a scrap quilt, it has to have over a certain number of fabrics in quilt, it might be 75 or 100 different fabrics within the quilt. And if there are 99, it's rejected. Well, I think that's daft.
Yeah, yeah.
But I suppose rules is rules. But, you know.
What are your rules for being a scrap quilt?
So my rules are whatever works for you, works for you.
Yeah.
So what's the scrap, first of all? Well, it might be fabric that's left over from another quilt project or a dressmaking project if it's the right sort of fabric. However, it might be a jelly roll, it might be a charm pack, it might be yardage that you bought or a fat quarter bundle that you then might add some other fabrics to, or might not. At its heart, for me, a modern scrap quilt, which can still look traditional, is one of controlled scraps.
Right.
So it's about having, you know, picking fabrics which are harmonious together and work beautifully together. So, for example, it might be a jelly roll that coordinates beautifully together that you can then maybe pull some other fabrics from your stash. Like, for example, this one, Radiant Circles. Now, I used lots of Tilda Summer Blues from their Creating Memories collection because it's available year round. If you want to get some extras, you can. But then I went into my scraps and I'd got Japanese indigo fabrics. I'd got some lovely Janet Clare fabrics. I'd got some bits and bobs of my blue fabrics. I'd got all sorts of creams from
I love
years
that
ago.
as well. It isn't just one neutral there.
No.
You've actually, you know, gone to town on finding all of your background scraps, and it's
Totally.
just smaller neutral pieces you've got
Exactly.
left over.
And there are fabrics in there that
Love
have got bits of pink and green, bits of red in them, bits of deep burgundy and chocolatey brown. So I'm not even sticking to one colour, Vic.
Now, Stuart, I want this pattern. This is available in the volume 1, isn't it? This pattern that you're
Yes.
seeing behind you.
This is the
quilt.
third of 3 patterns.
Woo! So not only are you getting all the tips and techniques of how to select out the right fabrics for your scrap quilting, you've then got, not one, I've got this one here, Radiant Circles.
Yep.
There's also 2 more different, completely different
Yeah,
quilts.
so the first quilt pattern in the booklet is called Sticks and Stones.
Here it is.
And I wanted to do a pattern which was super beginner friendly, easy, fun, really effective. Now I've done this in gorgeous reds, creams and tans.
Yes.
So kind of taking just one colour and adding in a neutral, strawberries and cream, kind of summery. But could be Christmassy, could be all sorts of everything. You could chuck anything at that. You could be bright batik, solids, a black background instead.
And I love that through the series, you're building these skills as well.
Yes.
So starting with a more beginner-friendly quilt,
Yeah.
it's another good size, 50 square inches.
That's
here it
right.
is, but actually really manageable and achievable. So for anybody who's looking for their first ever pattern from Stuart, you've got 3 patterns and so much knowledge in here as well.
And also as well, Vix, thank you. And also, you know, with a quilt like this,
that, Stuart.
so easy to resize. And so for all of the patterns, I've also said you could resize them like this. You could do this with them instead. This is an alternative colorway because I don't want you to just, you might look and say, oh, I want to make exactly that. Well, you can make almost exactly that if you want to. I've used lots of lovely French general fabrics. I actually made this whole thing using jelly roll strips.
Nice.
So 2.5-inch strips.
Yeah.
So when we talk about a scrap quilt, having a jelly roll in your stash that you don't know what to do with, that's a scrap.
Yeah.
That's something you don't know what to do with. That's fine. You know, I mean, there might be some people saying, well, that's not a scrap, Stuart. It's supposed to be, you know, odd cuts of, well, maybe. But I think probably an awful lot of what we think of as scrap quilts from the past were very carefully selected fabrics.
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely.
I think the mistake some people make is thinking that a scrap quilt is, oh, you just chuck everything at it and expect it to work. And then when it doesn't, you think, oh, there's something wrong with me. I'm not very good at putting fabrics together. And instead, it's that attitude that actually, no, you don't throw anything at it. You still have to think about colours that are harmonious. That's why in We Love Scrap Quilting, there is a whole section on how to use colour, how to use complementary colours or split complementary or a monochromatic colour scheme.
It's daunting in itself learning about, you know, the different fabrics to pick out. So I think with these additions, like, you are giving us a bit more confidence to have a route into our stash. Because we all have a stash. We all have a stash, don't we? And then, oh, by the way, are any of these quilts already available in any of the books that we've seen?
These are all different new quilts.
New quilts. I love that. So this one is called Bold Braids. I have not seen anything quite like this before. I think everybody would have been happy paying £11.99 just for one of these patterns. I mean, look at this one.
Yeah, so this is called Bold Braids. Bold Braids. And I've done this in... Now, this has a scrappy look. And it is scrappy, but I used lots and lots of different fabrics by Tim Holtz. So if you have particular favourite designers and you've got lots of fabrics by them, that's your starting point. So you might have lots of Tim Holtz, or you might have lots of K Facet. So what you do is, first of all, you gather together all your scraps of your K Facet, and they're already harmonious because they're by the same designer and they have a look and a feel. Then what you do is you go to your scrap bins, baskets, bags, whatever. Now, I do talk quite a bit in the advice pages about how you can organise your scraps to make them much more appealing and much more usable, so that you will fall in love with them instead of seeing them as a weight around your neck. Because so often we say, I can't buy any more fabric because I've got bagfuls of fabric, and you don't know what you've got, and you're not really in love with it anymore, and it just sits there. And actually, the first step is not to say I need new fabric. It's to say, let's turn my scraps and my old fabric into the state that I fell in love with them in the first place. And that means getting them out of the carrier bags and out from under the bed, pre-washing them if necessary, if they've been there a long time, giving them a spritz with Best Press, ironing them, trimming off raw rough edges and folding them nicely. Because when you were at that show or watching Sewing Street, and you saw that beautiful fan of lovely fabrics and said, oh, I love them, I've got to have them. And I'm talking about me here. That's exactly how I approach buying fabric. If you return them to that state, you'll look at them and go, oh, I know why I bought these now. I can't wait to use them. So this pattern is all about empowering you to use what you've already got.
I love it. And I love the fact that you could then use this technique as a border, as table runners.
Oh, the bold braids would be so cool like that. Yeah, and it's a really fun technique. I'll show you a little bit of this, but it's really cool and it's easy to do. I mean, I've classed this as a sort of intermediate beginner, so a confident beginner. Sticks and stones, total beginner. Bold braids, you're ready to move on to something else. And then radiant circles as an intermediate, but only just.
That's what I love, is that you are building the confidence, but also learning different techniques and new skills as well as you go through the series in your one booklet at £11.99. It's brilliant. And when you read through Stuart's instructions, it's like you're there with us. Do you know what I mean?
Thank
it's
you.
Very colloquial, but it's also really, really straightforward and easy to read. And every single pattern has full step-by-step instructions. Even space for notes that you want to make. You've got a tick chart here as well. Templates, if needed, are in here. So here you've actually got a little bit of foundation paper piecing.
Or not.
Okay.
Or not, because if you flick to the back page, you've also got the templates.
Brilliant.
So if you don't want to do FPP to create these little triangle in a square units, this is the only bit of this whole quilt which is outside the norm. Otherwise, it's 4 patches, half square triangles and flying geese. So all of that is total beginner level.
What about the circles? How are you doing these curves?
There's no curves.
What?
That
is such a cool illusion.
This is an illusion.
I love that.
Circle is a total illusion.
Wow.
It is where different piecing joins up to give the illusion.
That is so clever, isn't it?
Fun?
That is so cool. I love it.
And what's key to that, Vix, is that triangle in a square unit. This is the same unit that you would use in a pattern called Storm at Sea, which also has the illusion of waves or curves. It's a very clever unit. Now, you do have to use either templates or foundation piece. I've included both because I know that one of them will tick the box for everybody,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
But it's ever so easy. I've got my pieces cut out here.
There's so many of you got this, by the way. Hundreds of you have already checked out. It's another very, very popular. And this is, you say, volume 1. We're going to try and do over the next few months a bit of a series of.
Well, this is going to be going over, you know, until I retire, basically, because I've already planned out about 12 releases.
Fantastic.
And we're going to cover everything from children's quilts and baby stuff to Japanese style fabrics, large scale prints, circles and curves, you name it.
I do like the idea of scrap quilting, you know, thinking about fabrics, like you said, that you love, but also fabrics that are very meaningful. A lot of people make memory quilts. I think this is another great
Yes, it is. Now, I've actually said in the pattern that memory quilts and using clothes is a sort of separate genre, and we will do that as part of the series.
Yes.
For scrap quilt, the most common thing that non-quilters usually say about quilts is, oh yeah, they used to be made out of old clothes, didn't they? And that's often what people say. Old quilts, old scrap quilts were made out of old clothes. And whilst some would have been, there's no doubt about it, we've probably never seen one of those, because worn fabric already as clothes, worn out fabric in old clothes is not going to make a quilt that's going to stick around for another 100 years for us to see. So they're all gone. So the ones that we see, yes, they were made out of dressmaking fabrics, but they would have been the scraps left once the dress had been cut out. They were brand new when they went into that quilt.
Are you going to do a memory quilt?
Yeah, I will definitely do memory quilt, t-shirt quilting, because that's something that people enjoy. It's a bit different skill. And like I say, every We Love Quilting mini magazine is going to have pages of useful help, tips, tricks, advice.
Just before we jump into demo, because we've got lots that we want to show you, let me just remind you. So with volume 1 at $11.99, I said to Stuart, I thought this was going to be £20. When I saw this printed out, it's a thick, like you said, mini magazine. You've got here so many top tips explaining a bit more about scrap quilting, what types of fabrics I can use, can I use pre-cuts as well, sorting your scraps through as well. And you talk about, look, you don't need to go out necessarily and buy lots of new fabric. Have a look at what you've got. But then also, if to enable you to use those scraps, it might mean that you get yourself a few more solids.
Totally. And I say that in the advice. Don't ever beat yourself up over buying new fabric for a scrap quilt. No one's there telling you it's all got to come out of your scraps or it's not a scrap. Well, I'm certainly not telling you that. Because actually buying a couple of meters of a background fabric that unifies utter chaos. Your scraps can be totally chaotic, and you can throw a bit of everything at a quilt so long as you follow 2 rules. And one of them is use a consistent background fabric or colour, and that will unify. And the other thing you can do is to use a single shape. So if you've got completely chaotic scraps, but you only piece them hexagons, all hexagons together, the hexagon is the unifying thing, the calmness, the thing that makes sense. Now all the chaotic fabrics are fine because I've got one thing which is simple.
You also talk through sorting your colour scheme. So if you love the quilt behind you, but you're thinking, actually, this room's more purples and pinks or whatever you've got in your stash, sorting through your lights and darks, your monochromatic, complementary fabrics. What about batting or wadding as well?
Yes, so here's the thing.
I don't want to give it all away because this is all in the book, isn't it?
It is all in there, but this quilt and the other 2, Sticks and Stones and Bold Braids, all of them are made with Frankenbatting.
What's that, sorry?
Frankenbatting. You're thinking, is this a brand name I haven't heard of? Do we have this on Sewing Street? Right, so Frankenbatting is when you get your offcuts of batting. So, for example, like this, if I'd used, say, like a double quilt wadding, there would have been probably a 10 or 15-inch strip that I would have cut off the edge. Now, I can't bring myself to throw those away because and per inch, they cost exactly the same as don't they? So I keep them. But then what do you do with them? So I tell you how, in the pattern, how you can splice and piece your oddments of wadding together. So even the wadding is patchwork
Brilliant.
as well for all 3 quilts.
And talks about that, a whole page of that dedicated in the mini magazine. Now, your quilt patterns, I remind you, there are 3 quilt patterns. You're getting Sticks and Stones, which is a great beginner quilt. Lovely in those strawberry and cream colourways. But as I said, that first half of the book is all about the, is all in the front. By the way, I must just stress for anybody who's waiting for the digital download option, there isn't a digital download option today.
Physical
the only
only.
way of getting it is in the physical copy, which will be sent to you over the next few days, printed out with your templates, with your FPP and your normal templates as well at the back.
Yep.
So you've got them all there. Plus, don't forget, you haven't just got that one pattern. You've got 3 different quilt patterns, which, as always with Stuart's patterns, easy to make bigger, make smaller if you don't quite have as many scraps. It's brilliant and versatile. Love bold braids. That's another
I had
one.
so much fun making bold braids. I loved it. And I had to rein myself in because I could easily have... I mean, this is like a lap quilt, sofa quilt, which actually is really useful for me at home. And but I really wanted to make a massive quilt. But I was like, I've got to make 3 quilts for this pattern, so I can't get so into this.
But could I keep going?
It's really easy to resize. I tell you in the pattern how you can make it bigger. I also say, hey, wouldn't it be lovely to do a short run of braid like this, top and bottom, fabric top and bottom. There's a lovely cushion.
Lovely.
Imagine those cushions.
Bag front.
With that braid. Bag front, absolutely beautiful.
Brilliant.
Yeah. So I also say in the pattern, look, don't feel like, because you've got scraps, that it has to be a quilt. Because actually, believe it or not, you might not have enough scraps. People are laughing at home now, thinking that's in my sewing room. But you might not have enough scraps of a particular kind to make a whole quilt, and you don't want to buy any more. So in that case, make a table runner, make a bag, make cushions, you know, make other, you can make patchwork fabric and then turn it into a beautiful bag.
Oh, I must say, I think that you are going to come back to this edition so many times. I'm seeing that at Christmas time in your Christmas fabric, running as a table runner, as placemats and all sorts. I love
100%.
bold braids.
Oh, bold braids. You imagine if
Gorgeous
you did
quilt.
like braids in all of your golds and creams, but braids in all of your different greens, and then braids in all your different reds, and then you piece those together. Are so lovely.
Stunning. And then the one that is behind Stuart as well, this is Radiant Circles quilt. That is also included in your pattern for $11.99. Templates, as I said, there is optional FPP in there. And I mean, look, it isn't just, oh, here's some inspiration, this is how you could use it, and here's some pictures of what you could do. No. As always with Stuart, if you just see, every single pattern is broken down thoroughly with photographs, with step-by-step instructions, with also your templates and your FPP template if you want. Deirdre said, wow, these quilts are amazing. Stuart is so talented and so inspiring. Agreed.
You. I'm just an encourager. That's what I am.
Enabler.
I'm an enabler. But that's the thing for me. I just want everyone to enjoy their sewing and their making, because and that's why I like to design projects which are achievable. Thank you. That are achievable, that are fun, that use your fabric up. I mean, I wrote a column for Popular Patchwork magazine for years and years called Scrap Attack.
Oh, cool.
It's time to stop hoarding and start using your scraps. And that, I love scrap quilting. And we've always got stuff that we need to use. And like I said, there's nothing wrong in buying a bit extra to make it all make sense. Because if you can chip away at half the scraps that you would like to use, if half of them make sense for a project, or a quarter of them, and you get a few extra bits and pieces to fill it out, well, that's a quarter of your scraps down. Do you know what I mean? But actually, bottom line is, I don't think any of us should, or really deep down want to use up our scraps, because they are our colouring pencils, they are our art materials. If you use them up, you haven't got them anymore. You know. I also give advice on what to do if you've got really horrible fabric.
Okay.
Really ugly fabric that you really don't like.
Okay.
Because Laura, our producer, say, why would you ever buy that? And that, well, because tastes change. Have a look in your wardrobe when you get home, Laura. We've all bought stuff and thought, oh, that's
Okay.
gorgeous. And then later that day or 2 years later think, that is awful. What was I thinking? But you can still use that in your quilts.
Right.
And I give advice on how you can do that too.
Brilliant, brilliant. Now, what are you able to
Should we do a
show
bit of
us
sewing?
today? Let's do it.
All right, let me just show you this really quickly. So I'll show you this bit first. So in radiant circles, the only bit that takes it from a beginner level to intermediate is this unit, which is the triangle in a square. Now you're going to cut out a kind of pyramid shape. If you're doing regular template piecing, you've got your templates here. So you're going to cut out in your coloured fabric.
So do you copy those onto like a cereal box or template plastic or something?
Yeah, any of those. Freezer paper
Freezer
is a
paper,
favourite
even.
of mine because
Okay.
you can iron it to the fabric and it doesn't move. You could iron it
that's a good
to
idea.
template plastic, cereal box, any of those things. Also, I've also said in the pattern, if you've got the companion angles set 6-inch version from Aki Quilt, you can die cut them.
Brilliant.
Okay, and then you're going to cut out your side triangles from background fabric. Just be aware there's a right and a left. Okay, you can't just so if you stack your fabric right side to right side and cut, then you'll get a right and a left. If you stack your fabric with all the right sides facing up, you'll only get one or the other. Do you know what I mean? Whereas if you have got your fabrics right sides together and cut out a triangle, when you open that out, you'll actually find you've got a right and a left.
With you.
So that's quite a good way of doing it.
Now you're missing the point off your triangle.
Yeah, I've included that on the template.
Great.
So that removes the dog ears. Less belt, you haven't got to trim later. But if you don't want to cut those bits off, you don't have to. And literally all you're going to do is lay them out. Now, lay them out like that, and I'll tell you why, because
That's a different shape.
you can also lay them out like that.
Yeah.
And they kind of look like they're going to
Yeah.
fit, but you wouldn't get the right shape. So don't do that. And then right sides together. And because I've clipped off the dog ears, everything lines up where it should.
Over 500 of these patterns have now checked out, and there's still loads of you. Over 100 of you have got it in your
Thank you,
basket.
everybody.
Honestly, seeing Chantal, seeing the amount of enthusiasm on your face, Stuart, just shows how proud you are of it. I love it.
Ah, thank you. Well, and
It's always an exciting day when you launch a new pattern, isn't it? But this seems really special.
Yes, scrap quilts are really my thing, but also I do take liberties with what I class as a scrap quilt, as you all well know. For me, it's about having a scrappy look. It's about having, it looks eclectic, it's a collection, it's the more the merrier for me. And there are some really practical reasons why taking that approach is healthy and a good idea too. You'll never get hung up about running out of a fabric if you've used 20 or 30 different creams.
That's so true.
Whereas if you've used one really distinct pattern for your background and you run out and you need 2.5 square inches for a... Do you know what I mean? That's when you end up on the internet at 2 a.m. trying to find a fabric you bought 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And I just think it's not necessary. I always advise that when you're piecing your units and your blocks, that you don't sew them together into blocks if you can help it. I've just finger pressed that unit back now, okay? So you can see it matches top and bottom, just creasing it back. So now once that's pressed back, I'm going to put my next one on top, and again, pop a pin in. What was I saying then?
So have you put quite a dent in your stash now of scraps, or are you still...
Yeah, I have actually. I have. I don't have a massive stash because I like to use my fabric, you know. And for me, as I say, the more the merrier. I can always add extra fabrics in. Oh, I know what I was saying. Yeah, don't sew your units and your blocks together if you can help it. Try and do that when you've made a lot.
Oh, okay, with these ones. So just make lots of these smaller blocks.
Yeah, if every block's the same fabric and the same placement, then fine. Once you've made a few, sew your row together.
Oh, I'm with you, yeah.
But if you're doing a scrappy approach, try not to sew your units together, because if you run out of certain fabrics, or we typically keep reaching for the same fabric because we like that one more, and then it can become rather overrepresented in one area.
Right, so once you've made all your blocks, you can lay them out and make sure it's nice and balanced. Where is the block within here? How is it constructed? I can't see the blocks.
Exactly. There's 2 different blocks in this quilt.
Right.
It's a classic 2-block quilt.
Yeah.
Okay, so one of the blocks is here.
Yeah, okay.
And one of the blocks is here. But I've also added some pieced units into the first pieced border to extend the pattern out.
That, yeah.
Yeah. And I've also then done a scrappy border, because the other thing is that sometimes a border treatment is what pulls a scrap quilt together. Now in this one, I've done 2 scrappy borders, a scrappy cream followed by a scrappy blue, and then I've done a single fabric border for the outside. Now if you haven't got a single fabric for the outside border, but you want to add a border, pieced border is brilliant because you can turn little scraps into big usable pieces of fabric. But sometimes having the kind of perfect border fabric can really make the finished quilt come together. So I'm always on the lookout for interesting multicoloured
border print. Is it a larger scale print?
It really, really depends. I like a bold stripe for a border. That can be really exciting. Either goes that way or that way. It looks different. I also really, really like a large scale all over print. That's the classic for a border. But sometimes like this one, and with scrap quilts as well, sometimes the best thing to do is just a nice, calm, one colour fabric, you know, that just helps to say, and it's over.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're finished. Here's all the madness and the crazy and the chaos, and now we're done.
Yeah, yeah.
You know? But it's really, the thing to do is make the centre of your quilt and then audition fabrics.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you're going out fabric shopping or going to a show, take the quilt top with you.
Oh, good idea.
Lay the fabrics next to it and take some pictures, and whichever one makes your heart sing, that's the one to go for.
Love it.
But also be prepared that there may not be, or you may not think it's the perfect fabric, but use it with confidence, it will work. So that's that unit finish. And the last thing to do, as always, is to measure it and make sure that it's come out the right size.
And this one goes all the way around into that scrappy quilt as well, into the scrappy border, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Scrappy border. I love that.
I've just made some extra units and they just go in to the pieced border and they just finish that motif. Whereas if it just ended there, it would look a bit 3/4. It's a bit unfinished then, you know. I mean, you could, if you wanted to, extend these 4 patches out into here, but there comes a point when you've got to stop because these are almost like those endless vector patterns on computers that can go on forever. You've got to stop.
No, that's perfect where you stopped. Now, is there any other bits that you want to show through the other quilts as well? Fantastic.
I'll show you a bit of bold braid.
Because I've got also, do you know the bold braid quilt kit? Was that Tim Holtz fabric that you used for your sample?
I have. I'll just grab it back for a second.
Because I've got a brand new Tim Holtz collection. It's different to what you've got there, but just in case you're thinking, actually, do you know what? I don't really have too much of a stash, and I love this, and I want to make the most of it. And Laura, who works normally over my sister channel, Hobby Maker, she rang me last night and we were talking through the show, and she said, do you know what's happened with Tim Holtz at the minute? He's stopped designing. He's stopped designing. Yeah, he's not designing anymore. So obviously, they design quite far in advance. So there's still collections that are being released, like this one, but he's now still doing inspiration.
Or is he just...
No, he's stopping designing.
Completely?
Yeah.
Forever?
Well, as far as we're aware, he's basically done an announcement earlier on in the year saying he's focusing more on the tuition, and he's still going to be doing like his Instagrams and lives and things that he does, but he's now stepping away from the designing, which I know. So we were saying every single time we have a collection, we haven't really even heard about this over on Sewing Street. No. Obviously, he's very big in the paper crafting world as well, but we equally love all of his collections here on fabric, and this is really cool, isn't it? I love it. And the fact that, once again, when we're thinking about scrap quilting, like you said, it doesn't need to be loads of different collections. It actually really helps if it is all part of one designer. But here, you have got lots of different scale of prints, smaller prints as well, which is great for your smaller patchwork.
That's right.
I think this would be amazing in radiant circles.
It would.
This would be beautiful for your braids as well, the bold braids. But yeah, I love that collection.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Well, I used some of it. This is the palette collection that is releasing monthly, 10 new fabrics every month, and this month it's green, and this is the launch. I used some of those fabrics. Look, here's from the orange collection. There's the postage stamps in bold braids. This is the map of Liverpool from the same collection as well. But I've also used fabrics from, this is Worn Croc, which is one of his staple ranges. This is also from the orange or yellow palette collection. But then I've used some eclectic elements in here as well, and some alchemy and some abandoned. This is from Abandoned.
I know you're a big fan.
I'm a huge fan, and I featured a whole chapter of Tim Holt's fabric projects in my very first book, which has got to be like 12 years ago, something like that. I fell in love with his fabrics the minute they released.
Just so you know, 2/3 of the stock that we have gone. There are now less than 20 of the mega ones. It's the first time any of us have seen this.
Yeah. I did not know that he'd stopped designing. I am shooketh, and I'm a little bit horrified, but get Tim Holtz while you can, I guess.
I know. Well, he's been going a long, long time, hasn't he? He's a real sort of personality as well. If ever you've watched any of his lives, he does lots of demonstrations, and a lot of people fall in love with him as a person. He is so charismatic, such an amazing designer. And I'm sure, whenever somebody says, right, that's it, I am going to take a step back, they don't ever completely go away because he's so passionate about what he does. But it is a little bit of a warning, I know, for all of us who are collectors of Tim Holtz, to get what you can. There are less than 15 of these, in fact, less than 10 once they've sold out. I just remind you as well, when we do a brand new collection like this, it's lovely that we've offered 1/2 metre for free. So you're getting 5 metres, but you are paying for 4.5 metres, which is brilliant. All of the colours work really well together. I love this one as well. Look, with the old photographs. And
Now that print they're doing in every colourway, but every colourway is different.
Okay.
It's still the collage, it's still photographs, but they're different photographs in every fabric. So that's one you can build up. Same with the postage stamps. I think they're brilliant fabrics.
They're all free spirit as well, aren't they? So they're such lovely quality. If ever you've worked with, Cave or Tula, if you know your free spirit fabric, they are beautiful quality quilting weight cottons. But yes, so if you, like Stuart, are building up that collection and all the different colourways that are being released, this is fantastic. Once everyone's checked out, that's sold out. We have got them individually by the 1/2 metre underneath us. You're in fact actually working with a couple of, is this a similar print to what you've got there? Or
I've got them. I didn't end up cutting them out, and I've got these cut out, so I'll just show you this, but it illustrates the same point.
Now, is this with the bold braids?
Yes, I'm going to show you bold braids. So you just you cut out some rectangles, and again, I've put some variation as well, so you can make a smaller scale if you want to. But I got these fabrics. I love Kim DL fabrics, so I pulled a few of Kim DL's fabrics out. But then I thought, well, look, we haven't always got all the fabrics we need from one designer. What do we do then? So then I actually went to my stash of William Morris fabrics, because actually what I'm looking for are fabrics that have got navy and jade in them. And actually there's a lot of William Morris fabrics. I'd also found this fabric, which I think might be a Kim DL as well, I'm not sure. But this has got quite a bit of gold in it, which actually looks slightly incongruous against the others at the moment. There is a little bit of this gold here, but I'll show you what I do to make that work in a second. So I start off with my palette, and let me show you how you do your bold braid. So I'm going to start with a couple of fabrics. Now you do sew and then you trim. There's no Y seams, there's nothing funny going on here.
Brilliant.
Nothing funny going on here. Right, so all you're going to do, you're going to put it so it looks like a tick. Okay, and then you're going to flip that fabric back, line up the corner, okay, I'll stick a pin in, just to hold them, and I'm going to sew down there. Now I don't need, as long as I sew beyond this point, I'm fine. Now you could say, why don't you flip it over and sew from the other side? I could sew right from the top. It doesn't matter, so long as I sew right over that bit. So 1/4 inch seam allowance, and I'm just going to sew down.
Susie Duncan's watching. Good morning, Susie
Hi,
Duncan.
Susie.
She says, I'm loving this demo and all of the tips from Stuart. Thank you. As you know, I'm curating scraps, so great ideas, turning them into quilts, cushions and bags as well. Like you said,
yeah, for sure.
Don't just look at your instruction manual and think, right, I've now got to try and make 3 big quilts. No. Look at your stash. Use the blocks in different ways.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. You might even find that you've got sort of old blocks that you could turn into a scrap quilt. It's just getting into the idea and the habit of doing it. Right, so I sewed those fabrics together, 1/4 inch seam allowance, and now I'm just going to press this back and press my seam allowance. It doesn't matter which way, okay? So I've got those two. So I've gone left, right, left. This is my next side. So I'm going to lay this on top, right sides together. And again, I'm only interested in this bottom edge. I'm going to sew all the way down the whole rectangle. So I will just turn the whole thing and run that through. So I'm going to sew about 4 or 5 of these together and then show you how we get from that to the braid that appears in the quilt.
Very clever, isn't it?
It's a fun technique. And if you wanted to, you could use 3 distinct colourways of scraps. So you might have, for argument's sake, red, white and blue. So you could do very patriotic. And then basically what you would do is you would go red, white, blue, red, white, blue. And then the illusion will be of an actual plait. You will see that very clearly. You can do it subtle, you can do it bold. It's entirely up to you.
Because scrap quilting doesn't always need to be fabrics with patterns either. No. You can do solids.
It could be solids, it could be tonals. And actually, it's although I'm somebody who enjoys working with contrast in my quilts, I also like very soft, subtle variations of colour as well. So sometimes that's really nice and restful, so that you have to look really closely to see the pattern or the shapes, you know. So I've done left, right, so same again. And like I say, I'm not clever enough to be able to just stack these next to the sewing machine and keep going. I put them back into position every time, and then I don't make mistakes very often. I do make mistakes sometimes.
But it's crazy, isn't it, how even when you put it down from, 20 centimetres to the side of your sewing machine, you still take it over and go, hang on, this has done a full 360 and a loop-de-loop on the way. How is it that I've got it the wrong way?
It's true.
Just while you're rethreading, have you come a bit undone? Don't forget, let me show you the pattern. 1 second, I'm just going to grab it from you. We have got a brand new, I say pattern, it's not. It's so much more than that. There is over 100 of you who've got it in your basket. I remind you, this is the only way of getting it today. There's no digital download. So if you do want the first volume 1 edition of the Stuart Hillard's We Love Scrappy Quilting, look, it is a mini booklet, really. You've got so much, mini magazine. You've got so much information. I love the tips for anybody who is a bit daunted when they look in the carrier bags that they have under their bed or in their drawers of fabrics. And it's organising them. It's getting them looking from this to this. It's making them look more appealing that you can then start working with them. And Stuart guides you and helps you of how to start working with the stash you already have.
Well, that's right. All about falling in love.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it's so true, isn't it? When you look at this picture, this is probably what a lot of our carrier bags under the bed sort of look like.
100%.
And it's turning that into that, isn't
That's
it?
exactly right. Which pile would you want to work with? The one on the left or the one on the right?
So you've got all of these different tips, advice, working with colour schemes, lights and darks, monochromatics, complementaries, and then throw everything at it and start auditioning fabrics. You talk about this a lot when you've got your sort of main stash and you're thinking, right, is this going to work? Is this going to work?
That's
Is this going to work? You'll see. Talking about waddings as well, it isn't just your fabric scraps, it's your wadding scraps as well.
Yeah. I mean, you want to try as much as possible, if you are going to do a frankenbatting, to use wadding scraps that are the same composition.
Okay, you often use 80-20, don't you?
Yeah, so I've got lots of 80-20
Yeah.
wadding scraps.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend mixing 80-20 with, say, a polyester in a Franken batting.
that makes
But typically, a bit like fabrics, when we look, we actually go for the same things. You know,
aren't we?
we have our favourites. You know, we do.
The 3 patterns that are included in the booklet are the Sticks and Stones quilt, which is the only way of getting it, by the way, is in this magazine. So I know lots of you have collected Stuart's books over the years. This is actually one that doesn't feature in any of the books. These are brand new exclusive patterns for us. This is Bold Braids, which is the one that we're looking at now. Full instructions, tick chart along the way, and your Radiant Circles, which is the quilt that's behind Stuart. You've got all of those patterns for just $11.99. I think that is brilliant value for money. As always, Stuart's very, very generous with his time and his knowledge and sharing. I do think the crafting world is such a giving community, and it's proofs in the pudding with a pattern like this, how much knowledge and how much information.
And also as well, Vix, it makes me feel happier about getting older, because I think, well, it's valuable because I've got a lot of experience now. I made my first full patchwork quilt 34 years ago, and I've made thousands of quilts since then, and I've made lots of mistakes, I've made lots of lovely things, I've done lots of things right, I've learnt a lot over the time, and also as well, I'm not precious at all about, I mean, use whatever method works. If it's working for you, do it. But if it's not, then we need to talk, and because there are alternates. I don't use the same method for everything, and there are some things that I don't do, and I'll say that too. You know, accuracy is something that for most patchwork I won't compromise on, and nor should you. That's the way problems happen. You know, that's the only bit where, and I don't turn into the quilt police, you know, because, hey, if you're enjoying yourself, keep going. But some things I would never do, you know.
Even after 34 years, you're not slapdash, you still want to do it properly because you love it and you get the results.
So yeah.
So you've done your left, right, left.
Yeah, so I've sewn all of my braids together. You can see there.
So would you keep going and keep going and keep going?
You'd keep going, yeah, you would. You'd keep going like that. And then when you've done as much as you want to or need to, it's time to trim. And what you're going to do, what I'm going to recommend you do first of all, is that you get something like flatter or best press or even laundry starch is fine.
Have I got a lot of bias edges, or I will have?
You will have, and we're not going to panic about this. This isn't difficult, but it's just going to give you a slight advantage. If you spritz that with one of those starch or starch alternatives and give it an iron at this stage, it's just going to make the process a little easier.
Brilliant.
So what you're going to do then, once you've got that, is you need a 6.5-inch wide ruler, okay? If you haven't got a 6.5-inch wide ruler, then you can turn your ruler side on and you can cut one side and then cut the other. Okay. But if you haven't got a 6.5-inch ruler, I would say just get one, because
this one that you've got here is probably the one that I would recommend to buy first. The 24.5 by 6.5.
Yes.
Is such a useful size to have.
It really is. It really is. And what you're going to do is you're just going to lay your ruler down the middle, okay? And your sort of raw edges are just outside of that, okay? Now, I've tried to keep this as simple as possible, okay, by cutting here. So just basically in the middle. Now, if it's very slightly to one side or the other, it does not matter one bit, so long as all of your raw edges are outside your cutting lines. And then you're going to cut down from there, okay? And then you're going to turn your board, not your fabric. Always turn your board.
Haven't you got the rotating one there?
I have got the rotating one, Vix, but I've done what I always do, which is not unlock it. Because I think ahead, but not that far. All right. Okay. And then I will just straighten up the end. Make sure you do this with your ruler lined up. Okay. And obviously you would also do the other end. And now look.
That makes such a cool border
Yeah.
around your quilt.
Oh, I mean, absolutely.
Love
that
that.
is. I mean, actually, Vix, not being funny, but that would have been a beautiful border to go around this thing.
Love it.
What a good idea.
That is lovely.
So now look, all of these triangles that you've cut off are...
Right, these new scraps.
These are new scraps. These are new scraps, because anybody who's ever made a scrap quilt knows you start with 3 bags of scraps, and you end up with a quilt and 4 bags of scraps. How does that happen? But those are lovely, I'll keep those. And then I said I would show you what am I going to do to make this fabric, which is slightly odd, work. What am I going to do? Well, this quilt has strips of fabric sewn either side. So I'm going to use that as my accent fabric. When I sew my strips down either side to delineate my... I'm going to use that gold in those strips. And the thing is, be ready to sew these strips on when you trim. So if you want, make all your braids in advance, don't trim any of them. And then you're going to have a session where you're going to cut these strips ready, and then you're going to trim, and then you're going to sew this straight on. Because what you don't want to do is have these bias edges hanging about, all right? They're not going to deliberately stretch themselves to annoy you and spoil your day. But if you're wafting them around and putting them in and out of your project bag...
Isn't it you who says about doing a Morris dance?
Exactly. That won't help. So let's get both borders pinned on together, because that's going to protect the edges. I'll do that really quickly.
I've no idea where this hour has gone.
Now I'm going to sew them on.
Fabulous.
And again, 1/4 inch seam allowance. And once I've got them sewn on, that's it. The edges are completely protected. They're not going to stretch. The bias edge is controlled now. So we've dealt with that. So even if it was an issue, it won't be for very much longer.
Laura's listed all those Tim Holtz underneath us. You found them by the looks of things, as they're already selling. There's lots of these that are really, really limited individually. I mean, we could do a whole hour just talking about this collection. It's amazing. So definitely don't miss that. Also, Stuart mentioned flatter. There's flatter underneath us on the website. And I can't not sneak these into the hour just because there's so many of you who have checked out of them already. But Stuart and I, last time we launched the V&A collection. This is now a new V&A collection that we've got of Morris Muses. So if you do want to add some more William Morris fat quarters to your stash, then we've got the 2 different colourways to bring to you. These are 5-piece fat quarter packs, 4-piece, sorry, for $11.99. They are fantastic value for money. And I really, really, really love these soft colours. And just as Stuart was saying, these have got the lovely golds and peaches and blues. I think this would be perfect for the braids. Oh, look at that one. Big squares as well.
Lovely.
So if you do have lots of neutrals in your stash, maybe you are looking at lots of creams and, you know, plainer backgrounds, how lovely would these be to go with any of your scraps? So you're getting all 4 of the V&A. And this is that lovely... I'm not quite sure who's the designer of this, but I think it is the one that we looked at before as well, isn't it, Stuart? If I'm not mistaken. You know, when we launched the V&A blue and white collection?
Yes.
It feels the same to me.
Yeah, it will
Really
be.
lovely
Same
quality.
beautiful quality fabric.
Yeah.
I think those might be like...
100% organic cotton, it says.
William
It's
Morris's
lovely.
daughter, she designed a lot of the
Morris
fabrics.
May, yeah. Sorry,
May
Morris May. All these 4 for just $11.99. There's less than 15 remaining of these fat quarters, but we do also have another selection which are very similar, but complementing again, but different prints. So they're the 4 that you get in this one. I will very quickly show you, we're on single figures of pack I say pack A, that one's the colours that you're seeing here, and I will show you the other prints. You're getting all 4 fat quarters for your stash. You get honeysuckle in here as well. 100% quilting weight cotton. It's been an amazing hour. Thank you for staying with us.
I've just brought this over just to show you. I just finished this off. So I just want to show you how I've used here the selection of fabrics with all the greens, mixture of Kim DL and William Morris. I've got that gold down the side.
Nice.
Okay, and this could now fit in to my bold braids quilt.
It actually works with the croc, doesn't it?
It does, totally, totally. So this is why you mustn't ever think, oh no, that's Tim Holtz, and this is William Morris.
I would never put the two together.
This is modern, and this is traditional. They work, they work. I've spent so much time around really old quilts and seen wild leopard print and all sorts of kind of stuff, and you think,
how has that worked?
Right, okay, I'm never ever going to look at my fabrics and think, no, those don't go together, because they totally can.
Amazing. Oh, you've inspired us all once again, Stuart. We have absolutely loved this. So many of you have checked out on the pattern. This one is going to sell out as well. Just to remind you, they're your 4 William Morris fat quarters that you're getting in your V&A brand new fat quarter collection for just $11.99. They're underneath us on the web. All the other bits and bobs that we've been talking about, your waddings, your flatter, it's all there. And one final chance during the break. Over 700 of these have gone today. A massive congratulations. There's still over 100 in baskets.
Well, thank you, everybody.
You've inspired us all.
Have you got scraps? Come on, stop hoarding them, start using them.
Yeah, what's your jingle?
There's the challenge.
You got
it's stop hoarding and start using.
There you go.
Your scraps.
And $11.99. Look, this is a great way of actually, if you think, oh, I always need to buy fabric, have a look at what you've already got. And learn to love it again. And this booklet is going to help us do that. Well done, everybody. We're going to leave you with the customer service team over the break to be able to get that, or check out on the web and the app. And I've got lovely Janie from Janie Originals coming up next. So excited to work with Janie, because she's really, really loved and known over on her sister channel, Hobby Maker. And she started to print some of her amazing designs onto exclusive Sewing Street panels. So we've got a brand new collection that's never been seen on fabric before, all coming up. So don't go anywhere. Janie's going to be joining me. Stuart, you're back in an hour. And oh my gosh, the samples. There is a trolley stacked this high with samples. It's going to be brilliant. So stay where you are. Stuart, we'll see you in an hour.
Thank you, Vic.
Go and have a well-earned cup of tea, coffee. We'll see you in an hour. Don't go anywhere. Janie's going to be joining me after this.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with, because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern, cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this, So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately sub-cut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. Although, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages. We're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Happy bank holiday. Hope you're all having a lovely bank holiday weekend. It's so lovely to meet you, Janie.
Lovely to meet you too.
So lovely.
I like the fact that when I look on the screen, I look tall, but I am stood on a box.
I'm like 5'2". I'm only 5'2". It's such a pleasure to have you here with so many new goodies as well for us.
You're already excited for this, aren't
I
you?
am. Can you tell? I'm so excited. So tell us a little bit about your background, because it's the first time I've been on air with you.
Yes.
And I know that you also are one of the most popular guests over on our sister channel, Hubmaker. We all love you. Over in the paper craft world.
Yeah, so we do a lot of bookbinding.
Right.
But myself, so I'm trained as a fine art painter.
Wow.
But my work was always borderline textiles, very decorative. I love colours, as you can see, and textures. So, and I think that's where my love of bookbinding comes in, because we use fabrics, we use papers, we make dangles. I'm quite famous for my dangles. But it starts bringing everything in. So I do a lot of designing, and a lot of people said they would look really cool on fabrics. And we're like, let's do it. So we've partnered up with Sewing Street. They are exclusive to Sewing Street. I don't even sell them on my own website. So, and these are, we've seen these designs in papers before.
It's the first time you've seen it on fabric, though?
First time on fabric, yes.
Now, tell me about Gilded Age, because this is a collection that, as you say, you've done on papers before and it's been really, really popular. So you've chosen some of your bestsellers to put onto fabric as well.
Yeah, and the sort of things that the colourways really kind of lend themselves to fabrics, and if you want to accentuate them with a little bit of embroidery and things like that. Cool. So this is Gilded Age, as we said. So it's very much a nod to vintage, and I managed to buy myself, so I like flea markets, antiques and things like that, and I managed to get myself an original Victorian scrapbook.
Oh, wow.
So the inspiration was from there, piecing all these different elements and colours, and there could be butterflies and pictures of people, because in Victorian era is when scrapbooking started to become a thing, when they then be able to mass produce like die cut images, so people doing collections. So it's very much that as a theme.
Yeah, and this is a full project. So obviously, just to be able to have these fabrics printed, or the images printed onto fabric is exciting. But then now you've gone one further and said, actually, for anybody who wants to make a bag with this, that's why I've released these panels. So you've got here your bag front, your bag lining, your straps. You've even got extra applique.
Yes, so what I do apologise that I don't have samples here, but you might be able to hear in my voice I've not been very well. So it's kind of hindered me. But, so yeah, as you said, this is a full tote bag with pocket lining and extra piece as well. But if you look at the fabrics that I've done for the linings, which is the florals, I would personally put a plain fabric in for my lining and use this for a second bag.
So you could do 2 bags, really?
You could do more, because also if you didn't put a pocket, I mean, look at the 2 designs for the pocket.
They're lovely.
Inside and lining of a pocket. But you could easily make yourself like a little makeup bag with those.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
or a
although
little
it
cushion
says,
for a dressing room or something. That looks so
although it
pretty.
says tote bag and you've got the full instructions for the tote bag and it's all sized as such, there are loads of other different projects that you could make with this.
On the panel as well, you've got your full instructions. So anybody who's a fan, you know, and watches Janie Originals over on Hobby Maker, and maybe you want to have a go at sewing as well, this is a
relatively simple one.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm about, simple things. But the thing is, I'm not going to come and pretend I'm a quilter.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm a hobbyist sewer. I alter clothes and things like that. But that's, you know, I'm not going to pretend I'm an expert sewer. But also a lot of my customers who have followed me over from paper crafting, we don't want technical sewing projects. But again, the panels are big enough. You can use other patterns on these should you want to. But yeah, if you're just starting to get into sewing, this actually is an ideal project.
And I'm now thinking as well of, if you're just getting into sewing, brilliant, and you'll have a beautiful tote bag. I'm just going to lie down. It's massive, by the way.
Yeah,
it
is massive.
And like you said, with how much you're actually going to be able to do, if you use a bit of, even calico as your lining, you don't even actually need to line them if you don't want to. But if you wanted to line them, and if you wanted to use like your H640 or your 8020 wadding, you could make a really plush quilted bag. You could embroider on top of the birds as well. Go as far as you want to.
And what I've done before is the reason I put a couple of butterflies in there, if you do a bit of free motion or even a bit of hand embroidery, these are lovely. So I've done them before and I've put them onto a little ribbon so that they dangle on the handle. Or you can put them on a brooch back or just attach them almost like 3-dimensional on your bag. So start thinking around the project, what else can I do?
And I mean, like you say, you've then got your straps, and look at the detailing in the artwork. You must be thrilled with how it's been printed out.
And it's totally different to see my designs on fabric. I mean, it's lovely when we do the printing and we've got them on the nice quality papers, but when you see them on fabric, it's something else. It's
it's so special. You've then also got your facings here. You've got, like you said, that is supposed to be the pocket on the inside of the bag. And then that's the lining.
And pocket lining. Yes.
And they are beautiful. Like you said, makeup bag, that would be gorgeous. Or a smaller cushion, a smaller bag if you want to.
And this piece here is an additional piece of fabric anyway. So you don't even, if you were to make the tote bag as it is supposed to be, you would use those panels. But like we said, I would use like a plainer fabric for your lining, just to strengthen it. But this is an additional panel altogether. So for whatever you want to make with that.
It's a good sized bag as well. It's going to be a really lovely sized tote bag. £19.99, limited stock on the tote bag. I know that we don't have huge amounts of these exclusive panels. And just to remind you, it's the first time we've seen them on Sewing Street, and you can't actually get them anywhere else.
Not even on my own website, which I'm very sad about. But no, no, they are exclusive.
Brilliant, I love that. They are stunning. Now, we also have in the same prints an option of making a cushion today. There are also fat quarters, there's squares. Everybody's getting ahead on pre-order on those. This is TWJQ, did you say? SDJQ. Oh, this one, sorry, is our cushion. These would make beautiful. If you've got a like a conservatory or a garden room or just outside. Oh my word, this is brilliant.
Yes, isn't he fancy?
He's
He
so
almost
fancy.
looks like he's got a necklace on.
I'm going to shimmy it over so you'll be able to see the imagery we're talking about. Look at that.
But
Gorgeous.
yeah, so that is the front of your cushion panel. You've also got, because it's an envelope back, so what I've done is, if I shimmy that along, you've got a design to go on the top and a repeat pattern to go kind of underneath it.
Yeah.
But you've also got an additional panel as well.
Ah, so I could choose if I want
could
this one or this
choose
one.
which one you want for your envelope back.
Yeah.
Or again, you could make a plain envelope back for that, and then you've got 3 additional panels for another project,
Gosh, that's
or
a
for
lot of
smaller
money.
cushions. So yeah, I try and think around the designs. What would we use them for? Let's get the most out of this fabric panel that we can.
Yeah, I mean, that is a lot for your money, isn't it? Where that you've got, I mean, because that would make a really beautiful, even again, as I say, as a wall hanging,
Yeah.
that you could embroider onto
Yeah.
if you want to.
Or even if you stretch them over an old canvas or something, just staple them around the back, you've got a picture then. And then, like you said, if you pick out little bits to embroider as well, that would look really special.
Look, he appears again.
Yes, he does.
Look at him.
Yeah.
He's so cute. It's just camouflaged in all
Yeah.
of the flowers. And the colours on this one are stunning, aren't they? Multi-buy on this if I were you, because I would be making a couple of really lovely, very plush cushions with piping around the edge and all
Yes.
sorts. But like you said,
Yeah.
again, anybody who's brand new to sewing, probably the first project a lot of us will learn to do is a simple envelope cushion, and it works so
But
well.
let me show you another thing that we've done. Well, I say we, that's the royal we. My friend Chelsea made this last night in the hotel.
Oh, fantastic.
Because we come from bookmaking.
Yeah. Fantastic.
So
this is fabric, these are the papers.
No, this is fabric. So a couple of bits of board, which you could use. I mean, we've used grey board, again, royal we, but you could use board out of your cornflake packets, that sort of thing. You literally have to leave, say, a 2 centimetre spine gap, and then all you're doing is stitching. Obviously, people that are used to sewing, all that is a 3-hole stitch, and you can make yourself notebooks.
Wow.
Fabric covered. So, yeah, and obviously with things like this, if you're making a cushion, like I said, you've got an extra panel there as well.
Yeah.
So why not make other things that
Well,
go
you
with
would
it?
be able to make loads because there's
Yeah.
so many elements on here.
Yeah.
Just having
Yeah.
this as your front cover, I mean, it would be absolutely beautiful,
Yeah.
wouldn't it? There's so
Yeah.
many elements. So yeah, even though they are called cushion kits, tote
Yeah.
bag kits, think outside the box. I know a lot of
Exactly.
creative people
Yeah.
who watch Sewing Street that will be thinking of all sorts. I've seen people make little girls' dresses and all sorts
Yes.
out of panels like this.
Oh, if anyone does that, I would love to see photos. Anything on clothing.
Yeah.
I was thinking like a pair of dungarees with things like this on the pockets and things like that and little patches. That would look really cool.
Oh, well, you had just been watching with Stuart about scrap quilting, taking panels, making them into smaller cuts and making them into cushions or bags or, like you say, for clothing. Be brilliant. What was that? Sorry, Laura. Absolutely. We have got, let's have a look, this one, which is your squares. So these are these 5-inch squares? You get 25-inch squares as far as I'm aware. We can
I've
measure
only-
them.
Hang on.
But
Yeah, just over. So with a seam allowance.
yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
So they are perfect. They're like your charm squares, aren't they, really? And here you're getting so many different prints that are all complementing and
Yes, and they're all different. There aren't 2 of the same on there. So you can see what I've done is used repeat patterns kind of on a diagonal, and then in between those we've put kind of whole images. And I started, so like a faux quilt, basically.
Brilliant.
I basically put some wadding on the back.
Yeah.
Obviously this isn't finished. I would
Yeah.
then put another, calico or something on the back. Use sari ribbon to go around the edge, and literally all I've done is stitch in the grooves there. So again, I'm thinking if anyone is starting out, love quilts but don't know how to quilt, this is a very easy, simple way of getting that sort of effect, which probably doesn't come across on the screen. But
No, it does, because you haven't got any gaps between
No.
the images, so you can literally just simply cut 9 of them out if you want to do a cushion, or quilt the lot of it. Like you say, if you just want to keep that panel as is and quilt it. Have a practice of your free motion quilting with it. Have a practice of your straight line quilting, and you've used a beautiful variegated
I love
thread.
using a variegated thread. I do a lot of free motion embroidery.
Wow.
Variegated thread is my friend.
Yeah.
Especially when you're doing butterflies and things like that.
And this is a really nice size, actually, to have a bit of a practice on your domestic sewing machine at free motion. And you could have that as your sewing machine mat, couldn't you? Or,
you could.
have
Or
it.
I was thinking if you were to put kind of borders on, if you were to take 4 of the squares, you could make placemats and then have like a border of something else, depending on the size that you want it. But so that could make some nice placemats, coasters.
I love the idea of using the sari silk as well as the binding. That's lovely. Because there are also other complementing panels that we've got coming up in the show that you could do then, bigger borders, extra patchwork as well, if you want. The panel has got 20 of those different squares. You said every image is different.
Yes.
All in the lovely colours, and you've got different scales of prints. Look at the imagery. It is beautiful. Once again, taking the inspiration from a Victorian
scrapbook
that you found.
Yeah, so some of the images are actually from the scrapbook I've got, and others are complementing, from Victorian era or antiquarian images.
Beautiful. Love that. This is, again, brand new Gilded Age collection. You may have loved it. A lot of people who collect Janie's Originals papers that we've launched, you will have seen some paper. You've never seen it on fabric before. How unique is that? Love it. And if you do want to do patchwork with it, cut them out. You can absolutely cut them out, use them for applique, use them for all sorts. Now, this is a massive panel. The value for money on these is crazy, because when you see the size of this for under £20, you're not going to believe it. Now, they are fat quarters, but because of the way that we print our panels...
Don't fall off me box.
Yeah, please be careful, don't fall off.
Hang on.
But we've both got to hold this up because they're absolutely huge. They are fatter fat quarters. They are massive fat quarters. I think the size of them is actually, does it say at the top there? 27.5 by 19.5 inches.
70 by 50 centimetres.
Big.
So when I came to collect the samples for approval, I was like, whoa, they're bigger than I thought. I love them.
I love it that even when you're like scaling up, scaling down the print, you haven't lost any of the imagery.
No.
It's just beautiful. Now, this is where you really can get creative.
Yes.
You know, when you were talking about dressmaking as well, you could make an amazing, patchwork jacket.
Yes.
Something like this. I know you're wearing your beautiful sort of kimono style dress. This would be really nice. You know, if you've got the Alison Marion Bog jacket, you could do it with these. 4 massive fat quarters. He's on here again. I love it. Majestic bird with his gold. It almost looks metallic gold, doesn't it, there? 2 of the floral prints and then 2 of the massive fat quarters. £19.99. He's amazing, isn't he? He really is. That's fabulous.
He does look very proud of himself, I must say.
He is very proud of it. He's a star. He is a star. 4 huge fat quarters. Now, we all have fat quarter books as well. There are loads you can do with a fat quarter.
Yeah.
Remember, these are bigger because it's printed on wider fabric, so it's actually 140 centimetres wide. Normally, your quilting weight fabric's 118, so having that extra width is giving you even more bang for your buck. Loads of fabric there for £19.99. Love this. That's one of my favourites. And then there's one other panel. Thank you. And it's your multi-squares.
That one.
So all this collection ties in together. A lot of people are coming back in it for all sorts. So if you're getting one of the squares panel, why not get the fat quarters as well? These squares have already got coordinating borders as well.
Yes. Because I thought, well, I don't know. I don't tend to work in inches. I tend to work in centimetres. But I thought, depending on what size people wanted, if you want them bigger than that, you've got a coordinating colour, which is already, a slight border for you. But again, multi-squares, there's no dictated kind of project with this. Whatever you want to do, whatever you could, patching them together, using them separately for smaller projects, or as a whole strip, like that as a runner for a table, with a bit of quilting,
That'd be beautiful. I'm thinking these are all blocks on quilts that you're then going to use your squares to do patchwork around and all sorts. This is such a gorgeous colourway. Maybe you're a bit inspired by the class. But the class I feel like we were all learning, weren't we, with Stuart in the last hour. This would be brilliant if you're looking at your colour palette in your stash thinking, I've got lots of really soft blush pinks or really lovely lavenders and greens in there, and you want to get a panel that means that you're going to be able to use all your scraps up. This would be brilliant, and such an affordable way of doing it as well at $14.99. So how many squares do you get on here, Janie?
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the large squares. And let me see, I've only got centimetres on this ruler. They are 25.5 centimetres, not including the border.
Right.
So whatever that is, it's inches. I've only got. Hang on a minute. 10 inches.
10-inch squares.
Give or take,
brilliant.
yeah. And then the smaller ones are
8 inches?
8.
Yes. See, these are great sizes for quilt blocks, aren't they? You've got your 10-inch squares, your 8-inch squares there. And are they all different
All
images?
different, yeah.
So you've got 5 of the larger ones and then 6 of the 8-inch squares. And every single one has got a different print. Loads of people coming
And they coordinate as well, because you can see with these, we've gone with kind of like the bird and butterfly theme, whereas some of the others, we've got the ladies on there, you know, like the squared panels, the 20 squares. So yeah, these all coordinate. But I think like when you were saying about the pastel colours, this sort of thing, you could get away with putting pastels or brights with, I think.
Yeah.
Either or. It depends what you want to pick out.
Yeah, because you could pick out some of these lovely bright oranges, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Or some of the really bright sort of fuchsia pinks in there. Or if you're, depending on your stash, as I say, if you've got more of the muted, if you've got more of the brights, this really does lend itself to all kinds of colourways and designs as well.
Yeah.
I do love the lovely blues and the oranges in there.
I should probably take my pink mat away from underneath that, because it's making it look very pink and it's not. There we go.
I am thinking as well, bag makers, like you said, think about how many lovely little drawstring bags or makeup bags, little zips on you're going to be able to do. Bag fronts, they are brilliant. £14.99. Now, all of the Gilded Age panels that we've launched are underneath us on the web. So don't forget, there's the bag, there's the cushion, there's the squares, the 20 squares, the multi-squares, and you've also got the massive fat quarters. All of them are now underneath us and great value. So if you want to start mixing and matching, go for it. Now, what I'm really drawn to in this hour as well is some things that we don't normally see here on Sewing Street. And we've got coming up the most beautiful, beautiful ribbons. Now, these are your sari, they're not, are they sari silks as well? Are these like what you use in your binding?
Yes.
But we've got the brights and we've got the patterned ones. They're already selling on pre-order. We're going to come to those in a little bit. But can we do a little bit of transferring?
Yes.
Because I have never seen this. So you've got your papers, calico. What's in here?
Transfer medium.
Okay.
So this is like a sample bottle. So this is like, try your hand at doing some transferring.
Right.
We should have on the show as well the full-size transfer medium as well. But if I just show you what you have in the kit. So you've got 1 metre by 30 centimetres of calico, just to get you started. You can transfer onto pretty much any fabric. The finer the weave, the better the image you get. Obviously, if you've got texture to it, there's less for it to adhere to. You get a synthetic brush as well to put your medium on with. Just make sure that you're rinsing that out in between because this is quite strong stuff and it will stay on your brush. You get a sample bottle, so this is 30 mils, I think it is, of your transfer medium. And then you have a variety of prints as well.
And now these are all the images that, you know, again, we've just seen with it Gilded Age.
So if you wanted to transfer these and do a bit of stitch into them, they can go alongside your panels, but they're also standalone as well.
Oh, did you get all of these?
You get all of these. So you've got lots to pick through. And you can see, obviously, we've got the ladies here. So yeah, those are the images. Anything that has writing on it, we've flipped. Well, actually, all of these we've flipped because when you transfer, it comes out in mirror image.
Right. Okay.
So if you want it to go alongside anything, we've already flip this before we've had it printed.
Right.
So then it will come out looking the same as on your panels if you're using it to go alongside.
Are you able to show us how this
Yes.
works? Because this is really clever.
You have your basic instructions in there as well.
Brilliant.
So, I will show you. So something kind of non-stick underneath is ideal. So I've just ripped down a little bit of the calico. This looks really nice if you do it on muslin as well. If you're layering something that you want that real kind of age look, you can do it onto muslin.
So you say you just want something that's got a looser weave, really. So something that's, if it looks like it's fraying on the side, then it's probably a good one to use. Maybe. Because we're always thinking, oh, how do I get? What am I going to use this fabric for? It's really fraying.
But the funny thing with this is you can, and I'll show you on one that I've pre-prepared, you can use this to stop fraying the edge, or you can purposely fray the edge. So, you know, if you want to cut a motif to do some embroidery and you think, oh, the edge is fraying, by doing this it will stop it, but you can purposely fray it should you want to. So I've just roughly cut down my image. You can cut it nice and close if you want to. So I'm literally just putting on some of the medium, spreading out with the brush. Now, there's no need for me to go all over this white area because there's nothing to transfer. I don't need to kind of do that.
And we've got to do this quite quickly.
Yeah, you don't want to let this dry.
Yeah.
Also, there's a couple other ways of doing it. So the thicker you put the medium on, so that's like the minimum amount of medium that I would put on. If you wanted to do extra, it will basically thicken it up when it transfer, and the only thing I can liken to it would become a little bit more like an oilcloth sort of thing. Right. So the more medium, the thicker it will become. So I'm not going over the edges just because I don't want to waste medium and I don't need to attach plain paper, basically. So you're putting it on the printed side, which feels wrong because people think it's glue. It's not glue, and our brain tells us glue goes on the back of things. So I'm popping it face down. And then an important thing to do is you want to burnish it down now.
Okay.
Because you want it to adhere completely to that fabric. So make sure you've got no air bubbles. You may, when it starts to dry, you may see a little bit of wrinkling. That's fine, as long as you've spread it out like this to start with.
Now, you've got a sort of silicone burnisher there, is that?
Yeah, I mean, anything that will...
Could I use like a seam roller? Do you know, like those Clover rollers? Could I use something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
All you're basically doing is making sure that you're pushing air out and making sure it's fully adhered. So it will seep through a little bit, which is why I've got a non-stick mat underneath.
So it's not stuck it down necessarily,
but it is sticking it down. You need to make sure it's fully dry before you go on to the next stage.
So now, do I leave that overnight?
If you're doing something small like this, I'm very impatient. So what I would do is get a heat gun on it.
Yeah. Now, not a
hairdryer.
hairdryer. I've been told by Hobby Baker, a hairdryer. No.
Yeah.
And don't dry your hair with a heat.
No, don't dry your hair with that. No. But what you need to make sure, so you'll be able to feel when you put your hand on that, although the surface of this is dry because it's not seeped through, you can feel there's moisture in there.
Right.
You can feel the coolness of it. If it's not fully dry,
yeah.
it won't work. So, yeah, if you're impatient like me, you can use like a heat tool on it.
If you don't just leave it.
If you were doing something larger, so say one of those you've decided to transfer the whole sheet in one, so something like that.
Yeah.
If you decided, for example, right, I want that whole sheet as it is, and you were covering the whole thing, I would allow that to dry overnight.
Okay.
Just put it to one side and let it dry.
Can I just remind you, look, all these different images that you have, has it been printed on something, you know?
Yeah, so
specific?
this is printed on quite a thin printer paper. So when we do print packs, we print on 90 GSM, but for this, we want a thinner paper because we're going to take the paper away. We just want the image left.
But look, you're getting all of these images, getting all the butterflies, all of the birds. So this, I don't need to download anything. It's all going to be sent to me.
It's all sent to you as a package,
You get the calico, you get your brush, your transfer medium, and you do also get your instructions. Just so you know, we're massively oversubscribed. There's literally only 8 packs left to check out. Yes. Very busy today. You've got one to reveal.
Yes. So this is one that's dry. Now, basically the paper, we don't need the paper anymore. It was just there to carry the image, basically. So you can either go straight on with water to start taking it away, but I've started using a little bit of packing tape just to remove some of the paper before I get water on it.
Okay.
So that's kind of teetering on there.
Laura, have you seen this before? It's gone, by the way. It has sold out. If you do want, by the way, the transfer medium on its own, we have got availability of this. So if I want to print my own designs out, do I need like a specialist ink or something?
It needs to be printed by laser.
Yeah.
So most office printers are laser or photocopiers. What I say to people, basically, when it comes out the printer, if your image is hot, it's laser print and that will work.
Right.
We sell print packs on the Hobbymaker site on our own website. If you were to purchase and you specifically want it for image transfer, let us know because we'll print it on a slightly thinner paper, and if there's any writing, we'll flip it.
Right, I see.
Because obviously you don't want it coming out back to front. Yeah.
But if you want to get yourself your transfer medium, have a go at this at home, or if you've got any of Janie's papers. Have we got more in the next hour?
There's a different sort, yeah. And I might be able to bump the stock up a little bit if this goes.
Yes, there you go. So if you do want your medium as well, that's £7.50, and that's loads. You'll be able to do lots of transfer.
Loads and loads with that, yeah.
So right, you've put your sellotape.
Yeah, I've put just like a clear tape. I've got some packing tape just because it's wider. Again, burnish it down just so that it's got full adhesion to it. And then when you pull it back, you can see it starts to take off some of the paper.
Yeah.
So we'll do that a little bit more. So it's basically just to help take it away.
Okay.
So then what you want to do is saturate the back just with water.
Okay.
If you've got warm water, this has gone cold now, if you've got warm water, it will just help it along a little bit. So you can see that starts to soak in, and then all you're doing then, I hold it down with one hand, and then with the other hand in a circular motion, and just taking away the paper.
I'm not going to rub the image though at all because it's dry completely.
It's dry completely, yeah.
This is so clever!
It's like magic, isn't it?
I've been so excited to see this, and I've purposely said I want to see this live, on show, so I see it for the first time because I couldn't work out how this would work.
Yeah. So I have seen other mediums that you're supposed to be able to do it with, and I've never had any luck. I've very rarely had a failure with this. If you get any areas that doesn't quite come through, it probably means that you either didn't burnish it down properly or you didn't use quite enough medium.
Okay.
So that's another reason why we've got lots of little prints in there. Give it a go, try it with different amounts of medium to see what you like. Now, the paper is off of there now, but what I want to show you is, I'm just going to put the heat gun on it a second.
I just love the idea that if you've got calico or if you've got scraps of fabric, once again, scraps, using your scraps, that's been the running theme of today, that you can then start designing your own sort of fabrics, putting these together and making that sort of collage.
They aren't washable, so they are for decoration, so you can't put them through the washing machine.
But can I sew
they're
through
lovely
this
to...
still?
Yes,
Still treat this like
perfect to sew
fabric?
through, I'm just going to dry this down to show you because it looks like we've taken away all the paper now. So just to dry it down slightly.
If you do want the transfer medium, once again, that looks like it's going to sell out. I think we're going to... The problem is us up in quantities. It's bank holiday, isn't it? I was going to say you need to speak to our team, see if we can get some more.
So you'll see, this is what I call peach fuzz, okay? So when you take the first layer off, it looks lovely and clear. You think you've got it all. And then you might come back to it and go, well, hang on a minute, what's gone on? It's just because there's still a little bit of paper left on there.
Right.
That's the only reason.
So do I go back in with the water?
Yeah, so you just go back in with the water. And then I'm going to get you to do this. If you just gently, with the tip of your finger, go in a circular motion, you should feel it under your finger, just kind of pilling up a little bit.
Yeah, I can.
So it should take just one more kind of go over that, and then all the paper will be off. But that's why I kind of start off now with the tape, to remove a bit of the paper first, and it's less work for you at this point.
And then do you just leave this to dry once again?
Yeah, let me just wipe that off like that. So yeah, you just kind of keep doing it. You want to do it gently. You don't want to over rub it because you don't want to risk. Also, if you've put like a thin layer of medium on, you don't want to risk kind of rubbing it away. Also, make sure it's nice and flat underneath, because if you've got, say I've already done it and I've got a bit of that underneath, then it's likely to damage the image. But yeah, then I would just let that dry. And then I feel like I'm on Blue Peter. Here's one I made earlier. So let me just get rid of that one. So this is what you'll be left with. So obviously the people at home can't, but if you feel that, you'll feel it's like it's got a
It's
slight
like an all
coating
club,
on
like
it
you say,
now.
yes.
Yeah. So the thicker the medium you put on, the thicker that will appear.
Yeah, that's
And
nice,
then
isn't it?
what I'm going to do is just trim round this. So, you know, I said it will stop the fray. So if the medium's gone right up to the edge, when you cut it, there will be no fray.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay, but, oh, I don't know what I did with it. I did have an image that was, I don't want to do it on that one because I don't want to damage it. But say you've got an image like the rectangles there, and you want this nice frayed edge on there, you can still, so when that's on the fabric, if you just snip and rip, you will still get a fray because it will kind of force it to fray.
You want it to have that antique-y sort of...
Yeah, so that's what I mean by you can use it to fray or you can use it to stop the fray, depending on what you like.
Yeah, the transfer media is now sold out. I think we're all going to have lots of fun with this. Do you know, I was talking to you before the show, and it is amazing how many, you know, people who watch Sewing Street, we all are very sort of creative that like to do different things, and I think it is nice sometimes to try something different, isn't it? And then I was going to say, so what's your favourite sort of things to do with the pieces that you transfer?
I like to just pick out little bits, again, with very simple embroidery. Now, if you're established and you love your embroidery, the things that you could do with this are amazing. But we're kind of dipping into this. Again, it's a crossover of crafts. So if you're not used to stitching, all I've done in here is a little bit of straight stitch and some French knots. So you can see it's a bit messy from the back, but that would hang on the wall. It doesn't matter. But it means you can start to piece up your own image. Now, you could transfer several images on this in one go. So you could place down the lady, you could place down the roses and something or other else to create a full image, but then I like the idea of then creating the three-dimensional effect.
I suppose because you've got a little bit more sort of stability with these now, they are slightly firmer. It does hold its shape a bit better.
Yes.
That looks so cool.
Also, this sort of thing, exactly as you said, it will start to hold its shape. You could then put in a little felted body. You could then put in some little antenna. So you can really start working on a 3D piece. So then what I would do on here is then kind of attach that. But again, I could cut into this. Let's do that. I could cut into this if I want to. It doesn't have to be one piece because, like I said, it's not going to fray. It's going to...
You're very, very good at fussy cutting. Those scissors are huge.
Yes, but I find it easier with big scissors.
Do you?
Yeah, it becomes a bit of a joke when I'm like, let me get my fussy cutting scissors and I bring these out. These I use for everything though. But yeah, so again, that image now can split into two. You could layer it over itself. You can like have it coming out from here, you know, whatever you want. So you're in charge now. So although they're designs that I've made, you can now change it up.
And I love the fact that no matter, you know, if you've got the pack, I'm talking about this like there's still availability and there's not, but if you were lucky enough to get the pack, then yeah, they all do work together, don't they? So do you want a drink?
I am just going to grab a drink. Yes.
So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little 30-second break just to reassess and have a look at our stock levels and see if there's anything we can do, because there's a lot of people who are still coming through. So if you haven't checked out of anything in your basket yet, this is your chance to do it. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with more amazing demo right after this.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
I've been talking to the powers that be upstairs. I say upstairs because it's bank holiday. So we are doing our best to see if we can get any more for you. So bear with us. But yeah, we're loving this technique. Now, so yeah, you can carry on building up your designs, embroidering onto it as well, and incorporating as well your different sari ribbons. Now, these are absolutely beautiful.
I love them. I'm slightly obsessed with these now. You should see it in my studio because I've got them all hanging up so that when we put packs together, I can pick all the colours and it's like I'm in heaven.
No, I said to you, now what can we use these for? So, and you were literally right, what can't you use them for? And seeing them as binding as well, just on the quilt that you made, this would be beautiful.
Yeah, and what I've done before as well.
Should we do the brights, Laura?
Yeah, let's.
Already half the stock of both have gone, by the way. Just be aware, it's really busy today. There's your brights. They're only £6.99, Janie.
I know.
That's such fabulous value for money. Are these, what are these made from?
So they will all vary. So these are recycling from the sari industry. So they will vary. The thickness of them may vary. And it does say in the description there may be, let me see if I can find some. There may be stitched joins or even knotted joins. It's more likely that they'll be stitched just because it is a recycled product and they're putting them together into lengths. So each individual strip is cut to approximately 1 metre long. You get a variety of colours. So you'll get this variety, but the shades may vary slightly. So like this one, you can see there's a bit of a stripe in it, but your pink might be a solid pink. But what I've done before as well is taken a backing fabric, just like a calico, just a plain calico, put like some Bonder web on it, and then start attaching this so you're making your own fabric. You could weave it. I love to make kind of tassels or what I call dangles with them. If you are making like the cushions, it always gets a giggle when I talk
love
about
that,
the
you dangles.
You could make like little tassels to go on the corners of your cushions. All sorts of things. Crochet with it, weave with it, put it in, you know, any kind of soft
jewellery
crafting.
makers use it as well as almost like shibori techniques as well. Bracelets.
Oh, that's what these bracelets are made with.
Is that what you've used to make these bracelets?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
See, this is what's lovely about having a bit of a stash, isn't it? We were talking about it with Stuart. We've all got a stash, but it's also so lovely to have because you could also subcut these down, stitch them and use them for applique, use them as part of your embroidery designs as well.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you were to go into this, you could then start making some little kind of bunched flowers to go in there, or even, again, going back to tassels, if you wanted to have a hanger on here with a tassel at the bottom, you know, anything like that.
Gosh, at £6.99, I'm making just little fairy ones for my girls. Do you know what I mean? You could make festival sort of ones, or at £6.99, put them onto a headband or hair ribbons. They're absolutely beautiful.
But the colours, I just love the colours. And we've said in shows before, like when you're looking at Indian fabrics and sari silks, and all colours go.
Yeah, they do.
They just work together, like the jewel colours and
Amazing. Now you're getting, remember, 10 metres of sari ribbons there. We're over allocated on the brights. We have the printed available. There's less than 30 available on the mixed colour. The printed, these are beautiful too.
Yeah, so these are slightly different. So a lot of these are a lighter weight fabric.
Yeah.
So you will have some which are almost like a tie-dye.
Wow, yeah. They
in
are
various colours.
Nice.
But then you'll get some which are lighter fabrics. Again, these are from sari fabrics, recycled.
These are like the ones that you've used actually on. Have you made these bracelets?
Yeah. So these just had some like bootlaces inside, or some piping.
Yeah.
Wrap them, and then I've put I've had a few beads fall off of this one, but yeah, it's just a nice way of using them, and it doesn't take up much. But yeah, so you'll get a complete variety of colours. Like I said, you'll get tie-dyes, you'll get prints in there, but yeah, these are more delicate. They are a lot lighter weight, so probably not so suitable for if you were doing binding and that sort of thing with it. But yeah, just adding little accents.
That's it, absolutely. This is what I love, is using them to be creative, to add texture to your embroidery designs, to your applique projects. Lovely for accessories on brooches.
Actually, you holding that up to that, I thought, oh, if you were to, again, a little bit of Bonder web on the back, cut these out into little leaf designs.
Yeah.
How cool would that look?
Stunning. Yeah, because you could Bonder web on the back of these, couldn't you? No problem. They're lovely, even as just little straps on. You know, when we were talking about making smaller cushions or makeup bags, just little straps that you could hang them up. Beautiful hanging loops.
Plait them together, you know, crochet them, whatever. But yeah, look at the colour on that one.
All of these are going to sell out, whether you're getting the brights or whether you're getting... Are these again metre length?
Approximately a metre length each, and they will have some stitched areas. So yeah, just bear that in mind. Again, it is a recycled product, and they will all vary.
Well done, everybody who's got something yourself. For anybody who was wondering whether we were able to get any more of the transfer sheets, you're very, very lucky today that we've got Laura producing, because Laura actually has access all areas to systems galore. And I've never heard another producer say, don't worry, Hayley, because Hayley says, I'm out, it's bank holiday, I'm not near a computer. And Laura just says, I know how to do it. I have access. So Hayley's put the trust in the producer, Laura, to add more quantity, which is so exciting. So bear with us. She says, I've just done it, I've done it, I've done it. Now, if you do want these lovely lighter weight sari ribbons, then they are just £6.99. We're over allocated on both packs. Get them both if you can. I love them. Now, before we come back to the transfer sheets, can I show you something else which is brand new to us? And if they don't all go today, I will happily take everything else, because I've been looking for fabrics like this for so long, and we've never sold anything like this on Sewing Street.
Well, I was saying the Cantha panels that I've had before were silk panels. These are different, and they are larger as well. So it will be a pick and mix of colours.
Fabulous. So are they this size? Are they going to be cut to order?
So they're roughly 33 by 23 inches.
Right, already pre-cut, brilliant.
Yes, pre-cut. You may have the beige back, you may have green, you may have black.
Okay.
And the colours will vary. So just so that you know, it is a total pick and mix
And
of
are these all
colours.
different selections?
These are all different selections.
I'll show
just
you
to
some.
give you an idea of what you could get.
So you could get this, a similar look. You know that it's going to have all this beautiful hand
So there's no wadding inside it, but it does have that Cantha stitch all the way through.
Fabulous. It's just gorgeous. I'm thinking big floor cushions, just to be able to have on the back of a chair. They look lovely, don't they?
And when I get time, I want to make myself some form of jacket with these, because I think it look really cool.
Great idea. Anybody who's got Alison Marion's bog jacket pattern, I've mentioned it twice this hour because I think these all lend themselves so well to that. You could get different colours. It's a complete sort of random selection, but they all have that same feel. You're not going to get something completely different to what you're seeing here. Some of them, as you say, have got the beige background. This one's got a lovely green in the background, and you can see it's all been hand stitched. That Cantha stitch. Oh, they are fabulous, aren't they?
So yeah, but it's quite large panels. Anyone that might have had the Cantha panel from me before, like I said, this is different. This is like a cotton mix, whereas the other ones were silk. The squares, I would say, are slightly larger, and these are larger panels as well.
They are brilliant, aren't they? To be able to make huge floor cushions, because you can still use this like as fabric. It hasn't got wadding, like you said. So if you did want to make this into a bigger quilt or a quilted jacket, this is perfect.
Yeah. And also, I think a bag would look lovely in this. With some of the sari ribbons, again, as tassels.
Yes. Oh, if you love going, it's really festival, boho vibe, isn't it?
You tell I like the whole kind of boho sort of
love
thing.
It. I absolutely love everything about your style. It's just brilliant, isn't it? And I think everybody else is going to love it too. These are great for bag makers. And because you've got such fabulous size on these panels, you can obviously subcut them smaller, but even if you want to make some really simple tote bags, get yourself a couple of those and you've got some really unique fabrics in there. All fabrics that we've never sourced before or ever been able to bring to you.
And again, you've got a complete mix of colours and patterns, but they work.
Yeah.
They
all
just
work together.
Yeah, and also you could take, like, if you've got some of the Gilded Age panels as well, you could take some of the squares and then add those in there with a little bit of stitching as well.
£18.50, I think that is fantastic value for money. I've been talking to Janie about it this morning, and they are absolutely beautiful. Everything that we have available today is on screen. Look, even some of them have got sequin detail on there. I mean, you're going to have so much fun looking through your pick and mix, especially if you buy a couple of them, seeing all of the different
I was
prints.
half thinking, right, she's not going to get to talking about these Cantha panels because she wants them all for herself.
No, I promise I'll share with everyone. Ooh, I do love them. I absolutely love them. This is exactly what I've been looking for through. In my garden, I want some really lovely big outside cushions.
Oh, yeah, nice.
They'd be lovely,
Nice.
wouldn't they? Just so you know, these will sell out. Once everybody checks out, we're in single figures. Lots of people multi-buying today. It's been such a busy show all morning, and it is fabulous to have your company, and it's so lovely to have Janie with us. Now, are we ready? Because we've got about 5 minutes to bring you back these. Now, we had over 40 of you missing out. We've got, fingers crossed, enough to be able to go around. Thank you ever so much for
You're welcome.
allowing us to do this. Will it all go out in the same sort of order, or will it be slightly
we'll try and get it all out
Yeah,
together.
as soon as
Obviously, we've
possible.
got bank holiday in the way now anyway,
course.
so that will extend us by an extra day
Yeah,
anyway. But
yeah.
we do these in-house.
Brilliant.
So
Yeah,
just
be aware.
Yeah, if you are ordering at the later end, just maybe allow an extra day or so just in case. My husband will be watching this going, oh. Because he does all the packing.
Remind us what it is that we're getting.
I'm like, yeah, have some more.
What's
and he's
his
like,
name?
Martin.
Martin,
Mr.
I'm
B.
sorry, you're going to be busy. Enjoy the rest of your bank holiday. You're going to be busy. Yeah, because look, these are going to sell out as well. Remind us what we're getting in the transfer.
So you get 1 metre by 30 centimetres of your calico, which is just a lovely base to start with.
great to
really.
get you started, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can get loads on there. You've got 30 mils of your transfer medium. So again, it's an ideal size to get you started to see if you enjoy this, which I think most people do get addicted to this. And then you've got a brush as well to use. Again, make sure that you rinse that out between uses because you don't want it to dry on your brush. But it is a synthetic brush, so it's easier to wash through.
And then the images that we're getting are from the Gilded Age, which ties all together. So if you have got some of the panels and you're making cushions or are you wanting to make little accessories, I'm now thinking, when you cover a tape measure or making little pin cushions and things like that, I think this would be ideal.
Yeah, or even, again, if we've got customers that are more used to, like, my bookmaking and things, and they love the idea of a bit of fabric, but they don't really sew.
Yeah.
This is, again, a nice
gateway into the soft craft world, isn't it?
So, we've got rectangular images, so you can do that as a whole. What I forgot to say earlier as well, if you want to give this, so when you transfer this, if you think, I want a real kind of aged look to this, concentrate your medium in the centre of the image, and then the thinner the medium on the outside, the less it will transfer. So you almost get, I kind of call it like a grazed image, like that peeling kind of paint. So you'll get your solid image in the middle, so you won't be losing her, but then it will kind of taper out in the edges, and that looks really nice and vintage. You've got your birds, you can see that the wording has been flipped here. So once you transfer it, the wording is the correct way. Some large butterflies. These are perfect to then embroider into. Like you saw when like this one, they will hold their shape. You can embroider into them. I would do some free motion embroidery. So before cutting that out, I would go onto the machine, do some free motion embroidery, snip it down and then back it with felt and make a brooch.
Wow, that'd be lovely.
You can tell that's the sort of thing I love to do. Again, you've got like these little kind of jeweler cards. Again, they're nice to put on. I made this one very roughly with one of the panels.
Really nice.
And then I was going to put one of these on here, almost like a little maker's label. Yeah.
That's a good idea, doing storage tubs as well.
Yeah, but I did this very quickly, so I wasn't going to show it because I didn't stitch it very well.
No, it looks
I thought people will judge me. But yeah, it was from a pattern from Carroll Living in Loveliness.
Oh, lovely.
And I kind of simplified it a little bit, But I thought, that's ideal. Well, I've actually got my hand sanitizer and my transfer medium in there,
you're getting all of these designs
Yes.
included, just
Yeah.
£9.99. We're over allocated. There's only 7 packs left remaining of our
dear.
second edition. If you want different designs as well and you're loving this technique, stay tuned until the next hour because we've got more to bring you as well. People are asking, do you know what Odour Coat is? It's like a waterproof
I think it was
medium.
Stuart that said to me about it. I've got some, but I haven't had a chance to use it.
I wonder whether you could use it. I'm guessing you will be able to because you can use it on any sort of fabric and you're not needing to wash it or anything. So once it's completely dry, I'm presuming you just treat this like you would, fabric. Would I be able to
I
put
don't
another
see
coat
why
on
you
it?
couldn't. Obviously, it would then be thicker again to a normal fabric because we've already thickened it up a little bit.
Yeah.
I haven't tried it, so I
Yeah.
can't say for definite.
Because I know you've said that it isn't. Then you're not going to put it on something that you're going to want to keep washing because it won't. It's
But if
more
anyone
decorative.
tries it, if
Try
anyone's
let us
got
know.
some at home and you try it and it works, let us know. I haven't had a chance
Right,
to try it myself, so I could guess that it would, but I can't say for definite.
Fabulous. Thank you all so much. So what are we doing in the next hour with you, Janie?
So we've got entomology.
Ooh,
So
lovely.
fabric panels again.
Yeah.
We do have another transfer pack as well, but we're moving on to entomology. So I do a lot of research in museums, and that's where all of that comes from.
Fantastic. Excited. Really looking forward to it. Thank you ever so much for your patience as well in that last hour. Hopefully everybody who missed out, we were sending Laura messages saying they missed out. Hopefully you've all managed to get what you're after. There's so many of you have come back through. We'll see you in an hour.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Don't go anywhere because Stuart's here and oh my word, the desks are packed with samples, books, projects, kits galore. There's already lots selling. So if you want to shop ahead, you can have a look underneath us on the web. I'm back with Janie in an hour. Stuart's joining me right after this.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's Designer Block Competition.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know. Apparently, what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages. We're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Hello, welcome back. Stuart's back.
Oh, hi.
Stuart.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hello,
Are you ready
hello.
to go home, by the way? Because you haven't
No.
been home for
Well, I am.
11
If Charlie's
days. No.
watching, I can't wait to get... No, honestly, I can't wait because it's been 10 days and 10 nights, but I have had an absolute blast.
You've been working every day, doing something different, haven't you?
Yeah, but thank you
Lovely.
everyone who's
What a
been
trooper.
sending in lovely messages and online, here, on it's been absolutely wonderful. I've had such a good time that I sort of don't want it to end. But yeah, I do want to get home as well.
You're going to have a nice roast dinner this afternoon.
Roast chicken dinner, apple crumble, custard,
Oh.
soak in the bath.
Lovely.
Heaven.
Lovely. Bank holiday weekend.
Exactly. Exactly.
Lovely.
But I have just had a Mintero, probably the first one I've had in about 30 years.
Fantastic.
What a revelation.
Love it. So we're all energised, ready, because
We
you're going to need
are.
some energy,
We
because I've
are.
seen the piles of samples that you've managed to put together for us. Now, before we start our Best of Stuart Hillard hour, we have to start with newness. Now, earlier on, if you were not, maybe you missed the hour, or maybe you are one of those people that have realised, oh, it's still in my basket and I've forgotten to check out. I just want to remind you, as there's over 100 people who've got it in their basket, this is the brand new edition, We Love Scrappy Quilting.
Yes.
Now, can we just do a pit stop, a quick overview of why you've designed this, who this is for, and what we're going to get in here?
So this is the start of a series now, and I've called it We Love Quilting. And I've started with my favourite thing to do, which is We Love Scrap Quilting. And in these sort of, if you like, mini magazines, they're not just patterns. You're going to get pages and pages and pages of advice, hacks, tips, tricks, you know, all the info you need, the background, first of all, about that subject. So in this one, I talk about how to organise your scraps, how to fall back in love with them, how to sort them, how to trim them, how to work with colour, different colour schemes to make your scraps work. Also things like how to piece your batting together, so you can even use batting scraps, or piece your backing for your quilts as well. So you can use the fabric you've already got, and that's key.
Yeah.
And then I've designed 3 new scrap quilting patterns. Sticks and Stones, which is total beginner level, easy, fun, easy to resize as well. And I've given you advice on how to resize it too. Then as an intermediate, kind of starting to move into slightly more, you know, confident beginner level, bold braids. Okay, totally different style of quilt.
Love that.
Scrappy, really fun to make. And then your third full quilt pattern, fully patterned,
Yeah, you've got
fully photographed, is the one behind me, which is called Radiant Circles.
Wow.
And this is more of an advanced beginner or just getting into intermediate. And that's only because you're going to use a couple of very simple templates to create one of your units. The rest is really easy, basic stuff. But a quilt pattern that you'll come back to again and again and again.
Absolutely, you really, really will. With all of your different colourways, great way of thinking about the fabrics that you already have in your collection. Any templates that you need are included in your booklet or in your mini magazine, we're calling it. But I do think the value for money at $11.99 is, again, the reason why now over 800 of you have already got hold of the instructions this morning. It's definitely one of my favourite designs that Stuart's put together, because I think that we're really going to grow as a beginner quilter, as somebody who's looking at their stash and saying, right, I want to know how to make the most of this. I want to know how to organise it. It's a bit daunting. It's all a bit chaos. It's all under the bed or it's in tubs. I just want to spend a day organising. And it's important to do that. And we looked at this picture and said, right, look at the right-hand picture and look at the left-hand. Which one gives you more inspiration? Which one is more appealing to sew with?
And it's so easy to do, Vix, and also it's really, really fun and appealing. As you iron and spritz with maybe flatter or best press, you know, favourite tunes on the radio or on Spotify, iron them, trim the rough edges off, fold them nicely. You rediscover, you fall back in love. It's like having date night and you think, I see the person I fell in love with 20 years ago. You see the fabric and you think, oh, hello, old friend. I've fallen in love with you. I can't wait to use that. I didn't even realise I'd got that, you know. And all that stuff is there, this resource that we've got, just sitting there. It's like having money in the bank or food in the freezer.
It is ultimately as well going to, I think, save you money, because quite a lot of the time you've
course it is.
forgotten all of the creams, all of the neutrals
Yeah,
that you've got.
totally.
The jelly roll that's been hidden at the bottom of a bag somewhere. And you think, actually, I can use that.
You've just been waiting for the right pattern, the right inspiration.
I love the background of the quilt behind you.
Oh, it's my favourite thing to do.
If you look at it there, you'd probably think, oh, it's used a cream background. No, no, no. If you look up close, every single one of those fabrics are different.
Yeah.
You can see that you have used loads of different shades of cream. They're not all the same shade.
No.
But look at that. How clever.
Thank you. Well, I mean, some of them, I've probably used about 40 or 50, but some of them, it was a charm square that I had left, or I had an offcut of jelly roll, or a bit of binding that was left over that I had to iron the crease out of, another reason for best press, and then I could cut it up and make some 4 patches out of it. So some of those fabrics only appear once or twice, others there's a bit more. It doesn't matter if you have to buy a bit of fabric. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no shame in it. If it makes most of your scraps work better, then do that. Sometimes I'll buy half a metre or a metre of new fabric, and then I go to my scraps with that fabric and I pull everything that I've got that's even vaguely that colour. I create a palette. The original fabric may never end up in the quilt. It may just be the inspiration. I might make a bag out of it. But there's so many ways you can do scrap quilting. It's totally addictive.
Oh, and like we said earlier on, watch the first hour back because we're not going to be talking about this all hour, but I just want to reiterate, this isn't just for people who want to make big quilts.
No.
You can use the inspiration within your mini magazine. You can use the blocks and the techniques you're learning within that to be able to do bags, to be able to do cushions, to do this as a border around the Radiant Circles quilt, to use this as a border around a flimsy that you've already got. If you've already done a quilt top and you're thinking, it just needs something more. Do yourself a new border around.
Yep, exactly.
You're just going to look at your fabric so different, and I love the fact that, look, at $11.99, that is brilliant for one pattern.
Honestly, Vix, I had a number of people give me a serious talking to, okay, and good advice, well-meaning advice, saying to me, Stuart, you're doing all this work for one pattern. This should be 3 separate patterns. For $9.99 a piece. And I said, no, I'm starting this series. It is We Love Quilting, and it's going to be 3 fabulous patterns, all in one for $11.99. And that's what I want to do. You know, well, it's more that I just, it's a learning curve. I want to get everyone into scrap quilting. With these 3, excuse me, these 3 patterns.
You are going to get everybody quilting. We're looking forward to volume 2 as well, which is going to be completely different. Throughout here, remember, you have got, I just think as a knowledge, as you know, just the first half of it, all of the advice is brilliant. But then to have 3 patterns as well, your price per project is fantastic. You're spoilt rotten. You are spoilt rotten. And you're going to be spoilt rotten even more so this hour because we've got loads to bring you. And I urge everybody to have a look on our website, on the pre-order section, to start shopping ahead. Because we've got the likes of New Mexico, we've got loads of your books, we've got Sierra Nevada as well, which is, I think, where we're going to be starting.
Yes.
So we've got 2 colourways.
One colourway, other side.
Thank
That's
you.
it. Yes. So I thought next we could look at Sierra Nevada.
Remind me, was this for your birthday that we launched this?
This was my birthday this year, and I wanted to do a follow-up to New Mexico.
Yes.
I wanted to do something that was all in solids, and that had a kind of New Mexico, kind of South American or Native American kind of feel to it. And I wanted to make this one row by row, okay? Different look, totally different look. Really fun. But also as well, those of you with eagle eyes and creative minds will doubtless be looking at that thinking, Stuart, that centre strip is just crying out to be a table runner in Christmas colours.
Yes.
Yeah? Or those blocks above it, I'm going to do those in my favourite French General fabrics as cushions on my sofa. Or a table runner, or or, you know, actually any of the strips could be turned vertically and then interspersed with plain columns to make a strippy quilt of their own. So you've got loads and loads of different quilts within one pattern, if you like.
That's it. Once again, so you can see you have got your instructions, and you've also got 9.5 meters of fabric. 9.5 meters of fabric. Can I show you, Bruce, the amount of fabric that you're getting in the kit? 9.5 meters. It's a lot of fabric. And is that to make that full size quilt?
Full quilt, and you'll also have leftovers. Now, the other thing as well with the kit, if I just show you on the quilt.
How big is it? Do you know?
Don't off the top of my head, it's about maybe 55 by 70,
Brilliant.
something like that.
Love
If
it.
I just show you on the quilt, you get loads of navy and cream.
Yeah, you get 1.5 meters of navy and, I believe, 1.5 meters of cream.
Now, you can switch the position of the navy and cream if you want, but those are the only two fabrics that you really need to use for kind of where they are in the quilt.
Okay.
The rest of the fabrics, you get 0.5 metre of each. So, for example, where I've highlighted this sort of like desert landscape colourway in the centre, you could actually have the greens and the duck egg blues and navy, and those maybe the tans in the centre. It doesn't have to be this in the centre. You don't have to use these fabrics in these blocks. You only have to put the navy and the cream where I've put it, or do a direct switch between the two, and you get 2 colouring sheets included in your pattern.
Because you're going to make this again, let's face it, like you said, Christmas fabrics, all of your different themes, your different colourways. Now, I must just say, our warehouse team aren't the biggest fan of Stuart asking to put these on the
Stuart
shows.
Hillard, no.
Full stop. Because it takes a lot of time
Yes, it does.
to put together these kits for you. These are already pre-cut in our warehouse, ready to go. So there is only 50 today. There's only 50. Now, I say that because this is 4 times sell-out quilts, and we cannot have as many as we normally have. We've got 50 kits, and that is it. It sounds a lot, it's not. Because we've also honoured your birthday price.
Oh, amazing.
$74.90.
Brilliant. So you get the pattern for free.
Amazing.
Yes, $74.99, and that is for, is it 9.5 metres?
Yes. Yes. That's what's brilliant about solids, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
You can get this really striking look. You're getting 1.5 meters in vanilla, 1.5 meters in navy, all of your other colours, and the palette works so well together, doesn't
Thank you.
it? But there's a lot of these that are more limited in stock sometimes, and therefore we can't always put this bundle together. So if this is a quilt that's been on your wish list, now is the time to get it. You get your pattern for free. And as always, with Stuart's patterns, just take a look through. You have got thorough instructions. This has not been available on your screens for 2 months.
Wow, is it that long?
We have been waiting a long time to be able to get all of your solids back to be able to get it.
Yeah.
And it's sold out 4 times over.
Because I don't want, I'm not doing any substitutions colour-wise.
No.
The kit you get is the kit that I made, okay? And also as well, just in terms of the level of skill, we're talking confident beginner, all right? You're doing strips, squares, triangles. That's it. There's no foundation piecing. There's no templates. There's no awkward piecing. It's very straightforward. Also, what I've put into every row is a little hack. If your strip comes out a bit too long or a bit too short, what do? I've given you advice at every step of what you can do, and none of it involves unpicking.
Right, okay, brilliant.
Because actually it's easy to get them all the right length.
Yeah, brilliant. $74.99, you're getting your pattern for free. Now, there is an option, I believe, of pattern on its own. Is that right? You do get colouring sheets in here. Spend a bit of time again, with your stash, and have a bit of a play. At £9.99, you can get your pattern. Now, I would suggest if you can afford to do it and you love the colour palette that Stuart's done, he spent a lot of time designing the colours that it all works really well. But what other colour palettes would work well with Sierra Nevada, Stuart?
Well, let me give you a little spoiler. Well, first of all, pastels.
Oh, nice.
Pastels would be glorious, okay, really soft and gentle. I also think a neutral version that used all creams, tans, browns, or like grey, different shades of grey and putty and taupe.
I love low volume quilts at the minute. I can't stop. I think I'm really drawn to it. You know, when you feel like everything, the algorithms, the AI, it like knows what you're thinking.
The planets align.
I've seen them everywhere. These low volume quilts, really lovely neutral colours.
That would be gorgeous.
It look completely different.
But the other thing that I'm planning, Vix, probably for the autumn, is a dual colourway. So dual tones with either a black or a charcoal grey, or maybe a very, very deep navy background to really make it pop and intense, almost like kind of jewels in a night sky.
You've got your colouring sheets in here. Have a play. Have a bit of a play. And this central block, it is, as you can see, rectangles. So it is all in the colours that you choose to build up that design.
Totally. And you could actually completely change that. You could have diagonal lines going across. It doesn't have to be, you know, you could have X's going out from the centre, almost like, you know, a beaded bracelet. You know, things like that. You can get inspiration from all sorts. So photocopy your colouring sheets and have a play with them.
Could you mix and match and put a bit of your bold braids?
Of course you could. What a great idea. You're on fire today, Vicki
Carroll.
I'm
inspired.
I'm going to go home and design a new quilt thanks to you.
Love it. So that's your Sierra Nevada. If you do want your kit, there are limited availability on your 9.5 metre kit. If you want pattern on its own, it's there at £9.99. Right, so New Mexico.
New Mexico is next.
Is this still a Sewing Street all-time bestseller, I wonder?
It might be.
It still is the top of the charts. It's still our favourites. Now, I've got 3 kits today.
So let's start with the original, which you've got right there.
This is the original.
Yep.
So we've got here, let me talk you through 2.5 metres of your background fabric. Then you're getting, am I right, Stuart, 1/2 metre of all of your solids.
Exactly. So same again. Your background fabric needs to go where your background fabric goes. Okay. But everything else is up to you.
This is gorgeous.
Follow my lead if you want. Totally ignore me if you like. It's fine.
You've got the original colourway.
I've got the original colourway here.
In front of you there.
Yeah.
And I think this is what's so exciting for all of us. It's just $64.99. Now you're getting 2.5 metres, say, in the cream, and then all of the rest are all 1/2 metres.
Yes.
And they are all the colours that were in the original with no substitutes. It's another one that is sold out time and time again. You've got a little bit of foundation paper piecing in here for your borders, haven't you?
You've got a bit of foundation piecing.
You do,
yeah, the triangle's a foundation piece. It's probably the easiest foundation piecing you will ever do. Okay, it's simplicity itself. And then everything else is simple, straightforward, basic level piecing. What I would say is, I always advise make 1 block first, and don't even use your kit, use your scraps, make 1 block. You can make it up into a cushion. You'll also have enough fabric in your kit to make a cushion, but I actually advise, even before you cut into your kit, use some scraps. It's another great use for scraps, to make 1 block, just to work through the technique and understand it. And then it will help you to decide what fabrics go where. What do you need to consider when you're placing your fabrics, if you're going away from my original colour story. But it is an absolute delight to piece. I have seen many, many versions now of New Mexico. Thank you, everyone that sends me pictures of their makes. It's just wonderful.
Just so you know, if you do want that original, the OG colourway, there are now 8 kits remaining. So very, very limited. We are oversubscribed in baskets, but as you can see here, you've got enough to be able to make the quilt, and you've got your cushion as well. Your pattern starts with that cushion, so make that block at first, make yourself a lovely cushion. check that you're happy with your block and your accuracy as always. So you've got your step-by-step instructions. You do also get a colouring diagram, because you're not then going to, you know, get rid of the pattern once you've made it. You will make it again in different colourways.
Well, you might make a scrappy version. I mean, I haven't made a version with patterned fabric yet, but as long as there's good contrast between your fabrics, there's no reason why you can't. I've just brought this one out. We haven't got the kit for the Santorini colourway, but just to show you how it can look in a totally different colourway, you know? I think the antique's sold out, hasn't it?
Do you know, it has. So that's
the antique.
I will show it to you just because it's sold out already on pre-order. We did have it available, but there's people who have bought it. So just in case you want to see what it is that you're getting, you get your pattern. Now, in the antique, you get 2.5 metres of your natural seeded cotton, and then you're getting all of these lovely, deeper tones. I don't think I've seen that solid before. This is lovely.
It's a great colour, isn't it?
That's really nice.
We've got some beautiful solid colours. You know, if you're just buying the pattern, just buy 2.5 metres of your background. Because this is another one that would work amazing with a black background and dual bright and saturated pastel solids. Would be amazing.
Speaking of which, actually, there is, by the looks of things, a sort of, it was called Mirage.
Yes.
Colourway. This is giving you lovely bright colours.
Yes, absolutely.
I've not seen this one made up, Stuart.
No, neither have I.
Oh!
This was a colourway that producer Ben, put together.
Right, well, I trust Ben with his colour
I
palettes.
trust Ben because Ben actually put together the original colourway of New Mexico.
He's very good,
He is very
talented
good.
with his colours.
He is. And I said to him, it was a couple of years ago, and I said to him, could you put a colourway together for me for a quilt? Just put together a nice little colourway, and then I'll design a quilt around your colourway. And he said, sure. And he did the colourway, and then I expanded it.
Oh,
But you see, look, that's lovely, isn't it?
Do you know what? This will be really nice, actually.
It's stunning.
Love the mints, the turquoise. Orange, you'd be thinking, oh, is that too bright? But it's not at all.
No way.
It's those jewels. It blends together beautifully.
Yeah.
And personally, if I'm honest, I would use the expertise of Stuart, of our producer Ben, who are here, who literally are physically putting at the warehouse, putting fabrics together for you. Because I must say, I do find it difficult if I'm looking at little thumbnails and pictures on a website. It can be quite daunting, and you're thinking, is that going to go? Is that going to go? Whereas, you know, when you're buying a kit, it all works well together. You can see it on here. Now, once again, you're getting 2.5 metres of your. Is it a white or an ivory? I think it's just an off-white.
Yeah, I think it's ivory.
Ivory. And then you're getting, again, a huge selection of your 1/2 metre pre-cuts already. Our team have done... Oh, it is white. You get 2.5 metres of white. Now, if you love it, grab it, because I don't know if we're going to be able to put together the Mirage colourway again. There's only 6 remaining in stock. And it is a big ask for our warehouse to put together and cut all of these for you when you have a big show like this. Yeah, when they come back off back holiday, it's going to be busy, busy, busy. Now, this is the New Mexico instruction set on its own. I know there are a lot of you, in the thousands, in fact, that already own this pattern. If you don't, why not? This is definitely one to go for if you want one of the best-selling patterns we've ever had at Sewing Street. It's only £9.99. It comes, obviously, with your pattern instructions, step-by-step instructions to make your blocks. You've also got your colouring chart, your layout diagram, and your templates for your paper piecing as well, your FPP. They're all included in your kit in your instructions for just £9.99. Right, as I said, we're already halfway through the hour, so we've got loads that we want to try and show you. This is gorgeous.
Okay, so next up we've got Tangled.
Fabulous.
So Tangled has been a very popular pattern of mine. So this started because I wanted to do, I love Celtic knots. And very often they're appliqued. using bias strips of fabric, and I wanted to do a pieced version. I wanted to kind of knot two different fabrics together, and I knew what I wanted to do, and I thought it would be easy. Well, it wasn't easy at all. It took lots of head scratching to work out. I've done all that now. The actual making it is really easy. Once you know how, it's easy. I mean, that's true of a lot of things in life. Now you've got two options here in the pattern. The main pattern is written for regular piecing.
Okay.
There are no templates.
Right.
There are no awkward seams. It is all squares and rectangles.
Really?
And the method is stitch and flip. So you know, like we do those flippy corners? Well, that is the method throughout for the entire block, okay? So it's, again, beginner level.
Brilliant.
Confident
And it
beginner.
looks so fancy, doesn't it? I love that when you've got a beginner quilt that people will look at and say, no, you didn't make that. But it's
exactly.
all in the design. Which,
Well, a big shout out to Sue Bennett in Bridlington, because she's made about 4 of these quilts now, I think. I think she's made more of this than I have.
This is another one that will look fabulous in different colourways as well. You've got a real dark background there.
Yeah.
Are they batiks?
But let me show you. Look, no, they're not batiks. They're digital prints.
Oh, nice.
They're Dan Morris digital prints, but they look like batiks.
Yeah.
Batiks would be brilliant for this. So there's that version. But then, look, I did this version as well, using my hajime fabrics.
This is very coastal.
Very coastal. Very calm, very
Love
gentle.
it.
Now, Sue actually made 2 of these quilts for her daughters for their wedding anniversaries.
Oh, they're gorgeous.
Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, Sue, I'd love to see the pictures. We've only got the option of instructions available for Tangled. No kid. So once again, if you've got Stuart Hillard's brand new volume 1 of your scrap quilting, it's once again just understanding what you've got already in your stash and how to use it.
This is fat quarter friendly.
Brilliant.
So I recommend fat quarters for this pattern. Now, the other thing is that after I'd made the quilt and designed the pattern, I suddenly had this light bulb moment, and I thought, you could actually foundation paper piece this block. And so what I did then was I drew the foundations, the paper foundations, and I have included them in the pattern as well. Now, there is no instruction on how to foundation piece, because that was not the point of the pattern. But if you know how to paper piece, and all you got to do is watch Jenny Jackson, or I've got a video on how to do paper.
You've got a great video on YouTube.
Yeah.
You must have had millions of views, because I keep plugging it like there's no tomorrow. You need to go on Stuart Hillard Foundation Paper Piecing. It's a few years old, couple of years.
And the rest.
Couple of years old, but it's brilliant for learning how. So look, in your kit, in your instruction pack, you do get those papers.
Yeah, there's an A and a B. There's 2 different foundations, and you need 2 of each per block.
Those brilliant.
Yeah. Well, I just thought, some people that'll be their preferred method. And if you foundation piece it, you can just about get away with using a jelly roll to create the Celtic knots.
Nice.
And then you use back, but you'd have to be really careful how you place your fabric.
But this option is the stitch and flip, which is
anyone can do. Anyone can do.
Fantastic. £9.99. I wonder which method Sue uses then.
She uses foundation piecing.
Right.
So I actually taught it as a workshop at Deanie's Fabrics in Bridlington, and she always comes along. She actually has a B&B in Bridlington, so I stay with her. It's fab. It's ace. And her daughter, Beth, also comes to the classes as well. And yeah, she foundation pieces them. Oh, yeah. But you can stitch and flip, and that's how I made these quilts, stitch and flip.
Love that. Right, so that's Tangled. I'm excited to see your colourways, just showing you there how different they look with really vibrant colours with a dark background. And then you can see the difference with the light white background and the lovely soft blues, completely different. Now, as I say, there are loads of you who've got that in your basket. We have demoed this before. Laura, could you give me the dates as well as we're going through of when it's been on, because then you can watch back in your own time the shows that we've done. So we're going to do some bag making next. We've got the Bloomsbury bag and the Bedford Pearl.
Yes, so you get 2 patterns in one, because I can't just do one thing.
This is brilliant. I loved those little vents down the side of the bag.
Yes, yes. These here. I demoed this in March. I think it was the 24th.
Brilliant. Gosh, good memory, Stuart.
Thank you. So this is one. Now I made this because we've got some gorgeous William Morris tapestry fabric. And I couldn't resist, and I thought I'm going to design a bag for that. So this is the Bloomsbury bag. This, once you've got the hang of it, take you about 2 hours.
Great.
Start to finish. But if you do it like this, okay? So you've got some lovely pleats, some lovely shaping, same on front and back, like that. You've also then got, as you say, these vented sides. And the reason for that is magnetic snap. When you open it, you've actually got proper access. If that seam went right up there, you've got this little to try and get into, all right? But this way, you can really get full access.
Yeah.
The lining has also got those pleats, so it's as voluminous inside as it is outside, and it sits really nicely on a table, even though it's got a rounded bottom.
Wow.
I've designed it so that when you put it down, it sits flat. Okay, so that's it done. That's the Bloomsbury. But I had a bit of fabric left over from my half metre, and I thought, well, why stop with one? So I made the Bedford purse. So this is a similar principle. You've got the pleated bottom and the curve, slightly different curved shape this time. You've got the top band, but no side vents. You've got a zip instead. So you've got this lovely purse to go with. Now, you could add some little D-rings, put it on a little shoulder strap as an evening bag. This could be your money purse. If you're really loaded, you've got loads of money. This could also be a little pouch that you keep things like makeup, toiletries, or even your rotary cutter and scissors in.
Brilliant. You get all of your templates that are needed.
Yep, full-size templates.
Templates within your instructions here for both the bag and the bonus purse as well.
Yep.
It was a full demo back on the 24th of March if you want to watch the show back with myself and Stuart. And it was great because it gives, a lot of us have got tapestries in our stash that we're not quite sure what to do with.
Well, that's right. And they're very, very enticing and gorgeous.
They look
but they're lovely.
Yeah.
Now, funny story. I was on the following day presenting, and I think maybe we'd had a kit that hadn't come in or something like that. Something happened.
Yeah.
And we had, or maybe a guest couldn't come, and we had to do a different show. It happens. So Hayley had said to me, well, what could you do? And I said, you know what? I think the bag would look really nice in faux leather.
Right.
If we can get some faux leather, I'll make another version. So the afternoon I came off air, I made a faux leather version, and I fell in love with it all over again. So this is black faux leather.
Oh, so it doesn't just stop with tapestry?
No, not at all. So I did that and then did a lovely cotton lining, which is really cool.
So this was on the 25th of March.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
day after, did that. All right. And then, of course, the deputy got involved, and she now, has made more bags than you can shake a stick at. Look at all these lovely versions. I mean, she bought a remnant from a shop.
Love it.
I think that was about £1 or something for the remnant. Isn't it cool?
Fantastic.
She made all these lovely versions. And she and I together have just made, well, mostly her, a patchwork version, which I think Bruce has got a picture of. This is using the new Tilda wallflower range, which comes out soon.
Okay.
And so what we did was, Joan pieced together some patchwork, just squares on point. I quilted it, and then she turned it into a bag.
You can always tell somebody likes a bag design because they come in with lots of samples. So Joan's obviously loved doing this, and Stuart's obviously loved doing this.
Oh, there were more than this.
Really?
I cherry picked.
You want to see the size of the trolley there. There's so many samples to bring. So you've actually been quite selective with what you're bringing in. But if you've got a green machine, you can put eyelets and straps.
Yeah.
You can put different fastenings as well.
That's right.
But yeah, that lovely Tilda range, which is a little bit of a sneak peek to show you, but you've already been making the Bloomsbury bag with this lovely Tilda collection.
Yeah, so this is the new Tilda, look. So the bottom of the bag is just made by squares, patchwork squares sewn together on point, and then a band at the top. Isn't that range gorgeous?
Yes. Oh, and I love that you've used the pre-made straps that you then hand stitch on as well.
Faux leather handles, and that little flange, that
Yeah.
little folded flange in between.
Picking out that lovely blue, the collection is gorgeous, as always with Tilda. But just
Gorgeous.
showing you, Yes, tapestry, faux leather, your PUs, your patchwork as well. If you've done the patchwork, even in, do you know earlier on, our bold braids, you've made your blocks and then you want to cut it into bags. This is what we were talking about earlier. It doesn't need to just be for quilts. Yeah. You then have a pattern like this with your templates and you can make the Bloomsbury bag with your blocks that you've done.
Exactly.
This is a great pattern. We are going to move on because we've only got 20 minutes, but there's so many of you, over 50 of you have now got this in your basket. I'm so thrilled that you all love that. Keep checking out, but don't miss it. It's a really great pattern. I love that.
So,
do another quilt?
Yeah, let's do another quilt. So next up, I thought we could do cobblestone cabin.
Cobblestone cabin.
Now, this is a big quilt, but as always in my quilt patterns, you get loads and loads of options.
Okay.
So what I've done with this quilt pattern, and I wonder if, can we see the full quilt, please?
It's absolutely huge, isn't it?
It is a big quilt.
Now, this is one of the OGs, actually, because this one you actually launched back in 2023.
Did I?
Yeah.
Gosh.
26th of June, 2023.
Ah.
I mean, it's absolutely massive, isn't it? I don't even know whether from the picture you will see the scale of this. It's huge.
Oh, it's lovely though.
I love it.
It's
now, are
proper
these
big
all
bed
log
quilt.
cabins?
Well, it's a log cabin style, but it's a cobblestone cabin. And if I show you on the actual block, you'll be able to see why it's a bit different. So it is made like a log cabin or similar to a log cabin.
Yeah.
But you've got this diagonal line of cobblestones. So you've got the cabin, dark and light, but you've also got the cobblestones. And what those cobblestones do is they add even more va-va-voom to that diagonal. You get that diagonal from log cabin, but with the cobblestones added in, you get this definition. Imagine, I mean, I've done this in a black print. Totally scrap friendly, totally. You know, you could do, that could be a punch of bright pink.
Yeah. Be cafe.
In a different, it could be cafe, exactly. You could use this in so many different ways. Now, here's the thing, in the pattern, you've actually got two different sizes of block. So you've got the big block, which I would recommend for a big quilt or a bigger I know, we'll get to that.
Hang on, I've just seen something that I will highlight in a minute. So where are you? You're at a big block.
So big block, so you've got your big block, but then you've got a block which is a quarter of that size. So again, I patterned the whole block at a quarter of the size. 4 of those blocks sewn together makes one of the big blocks.
There you go, so like that. Is that right?
Yeah, and if you look on the very back of the pattern, you'll see that there's a cushion that I made using 4 quarter blocks sewn together. Now, that you could equally do any of the quilt patterns using the smaller blocks. So you can actually do 2 different sizes of every quilt. And Vix, show them the quilt.
Because for £9.99, you're going to learn how to do that cobblestone block.
2
which
sizes.
Then, depending on how you orientate your fabrics, you can make the lightning, the streak of lightning. This is a whole quilt layout diagram.
Exactly.
So you've got that one, Bruce. Then you've also got all of these different variations. So this is the original one that we were just looking at.
Yes.
And then here you've got your zigzag, your straight set, you've got sunshine and shadow, fields and furrows, and you've got your pinwheels here as well. All of these different ideas. That is, again, another amazing.
Thank you. And the one on the top right, I decided I wanted to do that and really mix it up. So within the light half of the block, we've actually got light, dark to mix it. And then I've also put sashing between the blocks as well. So there are other ways that you can mix this up.
Yes.
But the original big quilt, actually, it's only 16 blocks. If you look back at the original quilt, it's only 16 blocks plus a board around the outside edge. So actually, each of those blocks might take you, well, let's be really conservative and say it takes you 3 hours. Yeah? 16 times 3, 48 hours. I'm not suggesting anybody pulls 2 all-nighters. but that's the equivalent amount of time. So even a big quilt doesn't have to take forever. These are achievable, and you get a lot of impact.
This is gorgeous. Do you know, I'm imagining this as well in your new Indian summer collection. This
That'd
would
be
be
lovely.
Beautiful
Yeah,
in
that
those
would be really
colours.
lovely.
And then because you've got all of, I would try and build up a bit of a stash of your neutrals because I love those low volumes in the background. Your scrappy sort of versions that you've done in the background there. It's not all just one solid cream in the background.
No, it isn't. And then you see
Really
actually in the centre of the quilt, these cobblestone cabin blocks still have the cobblestones, but they don't have the sunshine and shadows. It's all dark, both sides. And that's what creates the centre of my star.
Yeah.
So, you know, I only did that on this one quilt, but if you start mixing it up and switching it around, my goodness me, the world's your lobster.
£9.99. Right, we're moving on, but that's your cobblestone cabin quilt. It was back on, I'll remind you, so that June, the 26th of June, 2023. If you want to watch that show back, we do demos, we talk more through the pattern. As I say, though, this is a real fly-through for you to be able to get some of the best sellers. Now, Stuart, what have you got there?
Let's do Scrappy Stars next.
As you said, Scrappy is your thing.
It is.
You
It is
love
my thing.
Scrappy quilts. Right, now this isn't just a quilt, it's a runner as well.
Yes, it is. And again, it's two different sizes of blocks and completely different layout. You get colouring sheets as well. So to start with, here's one of the table runners that I made. Now, this one was coloured for Christmas.
I remember us doing this, and it was in the summer again. It was back in June because I remember it was the launch of the Tilda collection.
That's
but
right.
you were saying, look how different it will be when you're wanting to make it Christmas time.
Exactly. So
Love
you
it.
get the pattern for the table runner.
Yes.
And this is a totally different scale to the quilt pattern that you get. So although it's using the same pattern, it's not the same size and it's not the same layout, so it's really quite different. So you've got your Christmas reds and greens there for this table runner. Then I also did, Joan and I together, a little bit of a jazzy background, wouldn't normally go for that for this, but we did a spring. So Joan pieced it and I quilted it. We did the spring. This is the spring pastels version. Very, very different looking. Absolutely delicious. Now you could do that scale, but the quilt. Dainty, pretty. This is another one that is a scrappy classic. It's just crying out to be made scrappy. So if you've got these quilt patterns in your stash, you will use the fabric that you've already got and those lovely new collections that you see.
Can I ask you, how do you store your quilts? Where do you keep them?
Everywhere.
Are they all around your house?
All around the house, but then I've also got my studio.
Yeah.
And then also Charlie's office and...
Do you have some sort of system of
Not
knowing
really.
where they are?
Oh, no.
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 You need like some sort of filing system.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Because this is, like, I can't believe it. Yeah, look, Stuart's literally like, and this one, I mean, you must have hundreds of quilts.
I recognise them though. They're like my children.
Yeah.
I still recognise them. So then this is the quilt, and you can see,
love
look,
it.
totally different scale.
Different scale of print.
So a different set of instructions, and then you get this lovely quilt. Now, would you believe, again, this is squares, this is triangles, this is flying geese. It ain't what you do, it's the way that you do it.
It's fantastic, doesn't it?
Well, and so this
So
is...
these are all manageable, achievable
Very
for, you know,
achievable.
confident beginners, aren't they?
Yeah, but you could also make that quilt, but using the smaller scale blocks and units, and then it would be smaller, daintier, more suited to a more eclectic mix of scraps.
You've got your full instructions for the 68-inch square quilt, and then you've also got your 57-inch table runner with step-by-step instructions for both. So it's not like saying, oh, use this block and make a table runner. It's a completely different design. As you can see, there are different scale of print for your table runner, all the photographs included. And then, as always, Stuart likes to give, who gives you extra?
Stuart.
You've got here autumn colourway, summer blues, Christmas reds and greens.
Yep.
All of your different colour options. But if you're thinking, well, actually, I am going to take your inspiration this morning and I'm going to root into my stash and I'm going to have a look and pull out some of my favourites, and then I'm going to colour in and see what works on my colour layout diagrams. You've got those included there. So that was your Scrappy Stars quilt. Now, a fabulous bag pattern that we launched again.
One of my favourites.
This was part 2 of your trio of bags.
Yes, this is Trio of Bags Part 2. You do not need to have bought or made Trio of Bags 1.
Okay.
But this is 3 gorgeous, very achievable bag patterns. You've got the maxi, the midi and the mini.
This is like the edition that we launched this morning for bag makers. The value for money in these patterns.
It is actually, and I thought of the name after, otherwise I would have called this We Love Bag Making.
Yeah.
There probably will be some We Love Bag Making with three more patterns, because I like a trio.
It's just $11.99, and they're 3 completely different patterns once
Yeah,
again, with all
totally.
different techniques.
Yeah,
as
they
well.
are. And I've used different interfacings and waddings inside as well, different closures, so you learn different skills too. So this is the largest bag, and you've got a magnetic snap flap on the front. You've got divided pockets on the front and the back, gusseted. You've got faux leather straps, shoulder straps. I've also put on a full shoulder strap as well. You can buy these. They're a lovely addition. You can make your own if you prefer. So I've used Tilda throughout for these because it's pretty. And then this is the midi, which is the medium-sized bag. And again, you've got those faux leather handles. You can wear that on your shoulder or carry it at your side. You've also got a strap that you can put cross-body if you prefer. Now on this one, you've got what I call kangaroo pockets. So you've got these gorgeous, and you've got access from both sides. You could divide it up, but I haven't got long, thin fingers. So I think one big space there, same on the other side. Now this one, you've got a concealed magnetic snap there, and then a slip pocket inside. So different skills, totally different bag, and lovely sort of shaping on the front.
Lovely.
And then the mini is a purse or just a grab and go bag.
Yeah.
So this one,
I like that as a little travel wallet.
little travel wallet would be great. You've got a poppered pocket on the front, okay, with nice smart little folded flanges for a little bit of an accent there. On the other side of it, you've got a zip. Okay, you've got a zippered pocket. So you've got another pocket in there. And then, of course, you've got the full cavity. So this could be your travel wallet, very much your travel wallet.
What have you got in there?
Blue roll.
Oh.
Blue roll. That's how exciting I am. And then, I mean, you could put nothing on there. You could just have it as a purse, okay? But I just put a little tab and a D-ring, and then I put a wristlet, so that you can carry it like so if you want to. This could be really nice as a little evening bag as well. So lots and lots. So you get all 3 patterns, the maxi, the midi and the mini. Loads of different skills.
Full instructions. Are these templates as well, or are they measurements?
No, it's all measurements.
Oh, fab.
It's just rotary cut.
Brilliant. So you're getting all 3 patterns in there for £11.99. And in different fabrics, they're going to look gorgeous as well. But I do like having them all in part of the same collection, because that gives you like a little bit of a luggage set.
Oh, it's the luggage set for sure. I mean, imagine this in faux leather.
Yeah.
And quilted faux leather.
Yeah.
Very Chanel. Very Chanel.
Love that. Absolutely love it. All 3 sizes available. The maxi, the midi and the midi, all for just £11.99. I have no idea where this hour is going. We've got just less than 10 minutes left. We still have time that we can fit in some more.
Okay.
But definitely watch these shows back on our YouTube channel. They stay there forever, so don't worry.
Let's do Garden Maze quilt next.
Got it here. Garden Maze.
Garden Maze. 1 easy block, so many possibilities.
Well, it says here you can make 1 block as a cushion or 36 blocks as a king-size bed.
Yeah, and if you have a look in the back, Vix, I've actually done the layouts and the number of blocks and different ways to lay out.
Brilliant. This was the 16th of November 22.
So this is, oh my goodness, Joan and I, between us, have made so many versions of this quilt because it always works. Look at this one.
Yeah, that looks lovely.
That's a tilde.
That's really nice to fussy cut some of your favourite little elements as well. If you just
Totally.
watched our show with Janie Originals and we did the transfers,
Yeah.
you could have that as your main focal part of the square, couldn't you?
That would be so lovely. But then I did this. Now, this was Royal Horticultural Society fabric.
Wow.
With gorgeous roses, very Chelsea flower show.
So that's the same block?
Same block, same pattern. You've got the layout for that as well with your pattern. And those blocks, I've made them on air, start to finish. They probably take 20, 25 minutes per block. So you could make the blocks for a quilt in a weekend.
Love that.
Yeah.
And look, can you see here, just using one of those garden maze blocks, you fussy cut the ladies on the Tilda fabric there, but that would look lovely as a cushion. But then that same block here, cushion, 4 times round, you've got a lovely 4-block quilt which is 37 inches. You can do it this way round, different orientations. Look so different, don't they?
Yeah, they
That's what I
do.
love about a really good quilt pattern. A lot of bang for your buck. You're going to get lots more uses. Like you said, you and Joan, you don't always, go for a new pattern. Look at what you've got.
Yes.
When you've got good patterns like this, you'll come back to them and come back to them and come back to them.
I think that's very true. I think that's very true. Right, next up, let's do Bright Hopes. Because this pattern, you get 4 different quilt patterns in one.
Which one's this, sorry?
Bright Hopes, that's the one right there. Bright Hopes. So, I started off actually with the blue and yellow quilt. I don't have that with me. That's gone AWOL, who knows? But it's on the front cover. But once I'd made that, and there was just going to be that one quilt, so it's got stars and then surrounded by the Bright Hopes pieced blocks. So you get this kind of swirling, almost whirligig around the stars. So you've got big block, star centre, gorgeous. Second option is this one. Now this is layer cake friendly, and I did this with some lovely Janet Clare to the Sea fabrics.
Nice.
That looks woven. That looks like basket
It does,
weave.
yeah.
And that's about placing your darks and your mediums consistently, and you get this woven look.
Is this made using strip sets, basically? Or,
Yeah.
nice strips.
So
and
it's
then,
quick and easy.
and you've got stars in the middle of these blocks.
So yeah, so the main quilt pattern has the stars.
Yeah.
And then I took that one block with the star in the centre, set it on point, added setting triangles and borders, and you've got your 1-block wall hanging, great for seasonal make. So there's a Christmas version. Inside I've done a Halloween version with Tim Holtz fabrics. And then last of all, you've got a pattern for a cushion. And now that is actually using up the leftovers and the offcuts from making the quilt. So you get a bonus 4th project there.
Fantastic. 4 projects. Once again, brilliant price point there.
But that's $9.99, isn't it?
Yeah, for 4.
For 4 projects.
Wild.
I know. Why not?
We are running through loads of instructions, by the way. So even if we don't get around to them all this hour, which we won't, you will still be able to find them all. And they all have full instructions, so don't panic. The things like, I'm just going to show you, Galleria quilt, one of your best sellers, without a doubt.
Yes.
The Floating Stars quilt. We have the Trio of Bags Part 1 available. We have the Stepping Out quilt. We have the In Love with Quilting available as well, all as instructions on their own. We have a few kits available on the show, and we also have your best-selling books as well. So we've got Quilts from the Country, there's Bags for Life there.
Well, yeah, we haven't even mentioned
I
them
know,
yet.
there's so much, so much. We need like a 2-hour special.
Can I just very quickly mention Indian Summer? Now, this pattern only released last week. Now, I need to say first and foremost, a very eagle-eyed viewer has spotted a small mistake, okay, in the pattern.
Right.
In step 14, I say trim to 2 inches, and then in step 16, I say trim to 2.5 inches.
Okay.
Same thing, okay? And that is because, again, you have 2 sizes.
Right.
So you've got the quilt size.
Yeah.
And then you have the cushion size. And in the process of editing and moving things around, both bits have gone into one set of instructions.
Okay.
So I will correct that for these patterns going forward.
Brilliant.
If you've already bought the pattern, I'm going to ask customer services if they can send out an email. Okay, but basically in steps, when you make your half square triangles for your main quilt, you trim to 2.5 inches.
Okay.
I'm going to put it on my socials
Yeah.
as well. These things happen.
Yeah.
I apologise. I know it's annoying. It's very frustrating, but you know.
Oh, thank you for clearing that up.
No,
because, yes,
but it's a
sometimes
small
it
thing,
happens,
but it
you
would be
know.
important if you did. This is why I always say, make one block in your scrap fabrics before you start making your quilt, because everybody makes errors sometimes. It's not always you, sometimes it's me.
Rarely
Often.
wrong, Stuart Hillard. Can I just show you the 3 colourways that we have with this gorgeous Indian summer collection, which is your fabric range?
Yes.
This is Stuart's
Yes.
fabric range, which launched literally last week. It's Lewis and Irene and Stuart Hillard's collab, and there were 3 fabulous colourways. This is the pink and green. You get your instructions to be able to make the quilt and the cushion. Literally only launched last week. It's absolutely stunning, hot off the press on the 19th with myself and Stuart. And you do get your free instructions with your kits. Aren't they gorgeous? Stuart Hillard's latest range, where you've got this beautiful big hero print, you've got a stripe in there, and we also added in some really lovely macawas which matched perfectly the linen textures as well. 87.85, 3 colourways to just quickly show you. That was the pinks. We also have we called, what we called golden hour.
Yes.
Golden hour.
Golden hour.
Enough fabric to be able to make the whole quilt and the cushion.
And the cushion, you'd probably have to piece your backing
Right.
for your cushion. But yes, you'd have enough leftovers to make your cushion as well.
And you're getting 7.5 metres. You're getting loads of your 3 metres, in fact, of your white for your background, and that stunning brand new collection from Stuart Hillard, collab with Lewis and Irene to bring you stunning quilting weight. Quality cotton, as you can see. You have got also some of your macawa linen textures in there. And if I remember rightly, actually, if you're making the quilt, you've got a few bonus ones in there as well. You've got a bit extra fabric. So yeah, you'll have plenty of fabric anyway.
Yeah.
And then we have the blue colourway, which is your blue and pinks. And this is a really lovely, soft,
Yes, like a madder red and a soft denim blue.
Yeah.
It's the one I made the original quilt in that's photographed over my friend Mike's truck.
Oh, fabulous.
On the front cover.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love that. There you go. There's Mike's truck.
Yeah, Mike's truck is gorgeous. Every year he goes off and gets a Christmas tree and brings it home in the back of the... I know, it's lovely.
Oh,
it's
that's
lovely.
so cool.
Yeah,
Love
yeah.
it. 3 metres of your background fabric, all of your lovely solids. Have a look underneath us on the website, because you might find some of these still available. Lots of them sold out, I know, on the launch show. But if you do want to get yourself that huge quilt kit and your free instructions, it's $87.85. As I said, we needed a 2-hour special, really. I knew we had a lot to get through, but thank you, Stuart, for jam-packing it.
It's been fun.
What we've done is we've now listed all of the things that we didn't get round to underneath us. So during the next few minutes over the break, please have a look underneath us, and you should be able to find everything you're looking for.
And don't forget the new pattern. The new pattern, in love with scrap quilting.
When are we going to see the next edition?
Probably maybe 2 months.
Okay. Oh, so get it now.
Maybe 2 months.
Oh my gosh, look at how many we've got left, Stuart. Sorry to shout at you, but I've just seen the update.
Vex, that was a proper squeal.
Sorry. They're going to be thinking of next door. They're going to say,
No,
who's
it's
next door?
lovely.
Look at how many are left.
Wow.
Bearing in mind, you know how many we started with.
know.
And how many have we got in baskets, Laura?
Thank you so much, everybody.
We're in double digits, by the way, and we had thousands of these. It's been, without a doubt, one of the most popular patterns I've ever launched, and it's brilliant.
Thank you.
At the moment, once everybody's checked out, I think there's going to be 70 people disappointed, because there's going to be 70 people that miss out on this. So please, 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 if you haven't already, this is your final cue to call. This is your final call, everybody, at the airport. Final call. And if you do want the pattern, it's brilliant. It's not just a pattern. It's like a...
It's a way of life.
It's a way of life.
I'm thinking about bringing it out as a dance routine.
Well, I was
What do you
going to say,
think?
you're now going to be like Stacey Solomon. Do you know
Oh,
when
yeah.
Stacey Solomon
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
Sort
yeah.
Your Life Out? This
Yeah.
is you, Sort Your Stash Out.
Sort your stash. It's true that we've all got scraps and they are holding us back, but actually they're one of the greatest resources we have. You've just got to reframe it. You've got to get them smartened up, neatened up, fall back in love with them, and then it's like having access to this amazing result. You've got it. It's there in your home.
This should be my life mantra. You'd be a life coach.
Sort your life out, Vic. Sort your life out.
Go and have a bath.
Yeah.
Have a roast
All right,
dinner.
all right.
That was what you were saying you wanted to do for your
Yes.
bank holidays. Have a bath.
Drive home
And do
first.
some cooking.
Straight in the bath, cooking.
Enjoy your bank
Yeah,
holiday.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
you,
Right, don't go there because Janie's eagerly awaiting in the wings. We've got more transfer sheets, different designs to what we had in the last hour, more brand new panels as well. Stay exactly where you are. We're back with lovely Janie right after this.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. Although, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages. We're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Chain piecing is a method where you can sew lots of pieces of fabric together all in one go. It saves time and it saves fabric and is a little bit more accurate too. So when you want to sew chain piecing, I'm going to sew 2 squares of fabric together. They're only little, so I'm not pinning them. So just put the foot down and I'm going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end of the first one and pop the next set underneath. I like to leave a little gap because it makes it easier to cut. Stop just a couple of stitches before the end and then pop the next ones underneath. If you leave a couple of stitches, those stitches will then stitch almost into the air and you can cut them off. But it means that you're not stopping and starting, you're not wasting thread, and you can have a nice accurate group of patches. Also, if you're doing this like a production line, it means that you've got them all joined together. So once it's finished, all of your pieces are now joined together into one long line, which you then just cut apart and you've joined them all. Now, if you're wanting to sew at an angle, maybe you're sewing half square triangles and you need to sew either side of a drawn line. So I'm going to position my foot, so I've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can do the same thing. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch outside. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end and then you can pop the next one in. I'm going to line up those lines and then stitch across and you can stitch the next one in. So it's really easy. Just carry on stitching all the way along. You could stitch along the line or you can stitch either side, depending on what you're doing. But it does mean that they're all joined together in one nice long line in exactly the same way. And it's quicker and easier too.
Hello, welcome back. Sorry that we're slightly late into the hour, but it looks like everyone's been shopping anyway.
It does, yes.
We're all just so busy in this hour, which is brilliant. And I've just been chatting to lovely Nigel May in the office there, and he said, Janie is so lovely. I was like, yeah, I know. I'm loving coming
I paid him to say that.
Now, we've got another brand new collection, which we've never seen on fabric before.
We do.
How do I say this?
Entomology.
Entomology, which is, am I right in saying it's the study of
insects, basically, yeah. So a lot of anyone that has already followed me knows that I love vintage and antique. I love museums, entomology, that sort of thing. And I've been lucky enough to do several archive visits to the Natural History Museum in Oxford.
Okay.
They've also allowed me to go into their archives of a lot of their books and original drawings and things like that.
That's so cool.
In these designs, the lettering, the wording that you see in here is all from original documents. And so like when the entomologists used to go out and they would write to someone about what they had found, and they would write on anything they could find because paper was, a real commodity, so all of the writing within these and the sketches is from that.
That's so cool. How do you design them then? How does it work? Do you then put them onto a computer and then you're sort of working
so
around?
it is digital design.
Yeah.
So although I do my own drawing, this is digital design. So the labels and things like that would either be from photographs I've taken in the archives, or the documents. Oxford Museum lovingly gave me scans of the originals and allowed me to use them copyright free, which was lovely of them. So then, I go on and digitally manipulate everything, layer them up. There are so many layers in lots of these designs. And I love it.
And that comes across in fabric, doesn't it? It really comes across in fabric. I love that the squares on this are subtle. We were talking with Stuart about low volume quilts using your neutrals, and this is such a lovely neutral palette. And yes, you can practice your free motion quilting. You can stitch in the ditch. You can stitch on these lines and make it look like you've done patchwork, but they're all very subtly different. They are all different. You are getting 20 different squares that are just over 5 inches. So if you do want to cut them out and use them with your seam allowance, you know, you've got plenty of fabric there for your patchwork. But if you did just want to quilt this as it is, or use this as one fabric, there's a lot that you can do.
Yeah.
I love the different designs as well. Every single one is different. There's no repeats.
No repeats, no. And I just think to see this sort of design on fabric is really quite different. I've not seen it anywhere.
I'm trying to think of another fabric collection I've ever done, and with the insects, and I don't think we have ever done it.
I'm not sure. I think the most likely would be is if anything's been done by Tim Holtz
or Seth Apter.
But I've not seen any.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing.
On
But
Sewing Street, I don't know
it's
if I
like
have,
we were
but
saying
it
on the previous show. My designs are designed for paper and paper crafts and bookmaking, but they're just so lovely on fabric.
Bag makers, quilters, home furnishing, brooches, jewellery. I think this is going to be gorgeous for bag makers, actually. I think bag makers are going to love this. Half the stock was checked out on pre-order. We're at just $12.99. If you got Stuart Hillard's trio of bag patterns just then, imagine doing your purse, your midi and your maxi bag.
I might have to get that.
Are you a bag
I might
maker
have
as well
to.
then? Well, this is beginner friendly as well.
Yes. Yeah, I might have to invest in that. Yeah.
Because this would be lovely for bag making. I'm imagining if you've got any nice buttons or hardware, embellishing this with beads and lace as well.
Yeah. Oh, lace, yeah. Especially if you've got any vintage lace or vintage style lace. That would look amazing with this.
Brilliant. So we have got also, which one, sorry? WM, a massive panel. So we have got a couple of project panels, but these are the ones where we're just saying, look, get creative. What do you want to make? I love the colours. See, a lot of, if we have done...
we can't even hold this up because it's kind of in portraits and neither of us are tall enough.
No, we're not. It's a lot of fabric.
That's a better idea.
For $19.99. Now, these are massive fat quarters. There is direction to these, isn't there?
Yes.
They are directional prints. So if you want to use them for bags or for cushions or for blocks on your quilt, or just fussy cut them, use them for applique.
But do you know what I would do for a bag, a simple bag, like this one, for example? I would cut it in half, seam it at the bottom so they're both facing the right way. So there's no right side or wrong side to your bag. But I said on the earlier show, like I designed them, and when I came to get the samples, like, these are huge. I love them.
But none of the details lost.
No.
Even if, you've seen these on smaller paper pads, papers, you've got that absolute detail in your printing. And you could see the layers that have been built up in the design.
Lots and lots of layers. Yeah.
I think that this is quite, when you mentioned other collections out there that may have, insects and things, they can be. I feel like this is a lovely combination with the florals though as well. It's still really sort of feminine and fresh. Yeah. You could go either way with it, couldn't you?
And also, if you look at the design here, this is from the back of a cabinet card, a Victorian cabinet card. So, when they had their photos, you would have the print on the back of the photographer that did it as a cabinet card. And that's what that is from one of my original Victorian cabinet cards, scanned in, layered up into this. So it's got all sorts of things in there.
Yeah, I love that. I love that I mean, Janie's obviously a wealth of knowledge on, I've got to learn how to say this, entomology. Entomology. And to have so much detail in your fabrics and meaningful detail, everything is thought out.
Yeah.
They are lovely, aren't they? I remind you, these are fatter fat quarters, aren't they? They're large. They're bigger than if you were to cut.
Yeah, they're huge.
For anyone who normally watches Hobby Maker and watches Janie on Hobby Maker, you may not know, but fat quarter is half of a half metre. So traditionally, your quilting weight cotton's 112 wide, and a fat quarter would be cut in half. Whereas because this is 140, you're actually getting, instead of 112, this is actually massive fat quarters.
Yeah, they work out 50 by 70.
50 by 70.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant. They are lovely. But once again, even if you are just using that as a quilt top and you want to then, you then can free motion quilt it, do whatever you want. This is brilliant.
It would be lovely if you just took a few of these and did a bit of embroidery, maybe with a bit of metallic.
Yeah.
just to make those pop. You wouldn't need to do it all out. I mean, you could. That would be amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to take out a few little details. Would
Fabulous.
look really cool.
Oh, you're going to love it. Now, we do also have the multi-squares. This one has got coordinating colour borders as well. So we have, remind me, 5 squares that are 10 inch? 6?
Oh, I need to count them. I don't remember.
5 of the 10 inch squares and 6 of the 8 inch finished squares. Now, these again are all completely different. Each one, each design is different. We don't do anything like this. I love it. I mean, look at these insects. These are amazing.
Yes, yeah, there are some really cool ones in as well. And beetles get a bit of a bad rap as well. I never put spiders in because I know a lot of people don't like spiders. But when it comes to beetles, if you start putting some beading and some just simple stitching into those, beetles are amazing, and they have some amazing colours. Yes, yeah, totally, yeah.
And are these all sort of true to life colours that you see on insects as well?
Yeah, the only things that I've changed would be butterflies like this, because I've kind of put an effect on them to make them kind of semi-transparent and that sort of thing. Other to that, yeah, they are true.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Everybody's loving this collection. Everybody's loving this collection. Anybody who has already got these, by the way, because I believe majority of them have already sold out on Paradia. Yeah, they all sold out. But this pastels colour pack of the sari ribbons worked really nice.
Yes. Yeah.
Really nice. Well, you've
nice
obviously thought about
Might have thought about it a little bit.
But they all work really, really well together. And actually, across both shows, they all work really, really well. Bag makers, these would make, again, great panels on the front of a bag. These would be brilliant for little cushions or makeup bags. I am thinking storage tubs as well. You're making storage tubs. They're really lovely sizes. But to be able to have completely different detailing.
And they've got very subtle colour borders as well. So this probably on screen looks white, but it isn't. It has a very subtle colour, and you can see that is almost the same as what's in the background of that. Again, almost like it's thought about. But yeah, I just thought rather than being straight on white, if you want to make them a little bit bigger, depending on what craft you're doing, you already have a slight colour on the border there.
Fantastic, £14.99. These are going to sell out, by the way. The multi-squares, really, really popular. There's less than 10 of those. Once everyone's checked out, in fact, they're sold out. If you do multi-buy on them, they come, as you see here, all pre-cut into the panels. But I'm not surprised that there are a lot of people who are multi-buying between the whole collection. It's brand new in today. It's the first time we've seen them. And it's the first time we've actually seen anything quite like this. And I do think there is room in your stash to have something a little bit different. I love that there are still florals, the butterflies, but having these beetles and different insects, really cool, isn't it?
These would work alongside a lot of fabrics you might already have.
Yeah.
Imagine these next to some Liberty or even some William Morris. Yeah. Although it's kind of completely different, it goes. Yeah. I don't know why, but it goes. It works.
Absolutely. Great idea. They look lovely with William Morris. Now, we also have, I'll show you this. This is UGJQ74.
That wasn't made easy, was it?
It's honestly, I am so bad at reading out numbers and letters. I look at it like, concentrate.
I'm dyslexic, so it's difficult for me when it's a mix-up of letters and numbers. Yeah.
Absolutely, I completely can relate to that. Now, you've got really clever cushion panels where you've given us a little bit of a mix and match option here. So you've got your cushion front. Once again, doesn't have to be a cushion. We've seen what people have made out of these panels, and they are brilliant creative ideas. But this is essentially your cushion front.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you do have envelope backs, but like we said earlier, if you saw the earlier show, I would back that with a plain fabric. Give yourself more of the patterns here for smaller cushions or other projects that kind of go with it.
When did you start learning about entomology?
Ooh, I don't know. I think it kind of crept up on me because I just love museums, and then and also I grew up on a farm come nature reserve.
Oh wow!
So in the wild, I love butterflies, and then my love of museums and things, so it just kind of worked together. And it's the old-fashioned kind of... So when I went to Oxford, they're starting to switch over all of their entomology boxes to new ones, and I was like, I don't want to see the new ones, I want to see the old ones with the old labels and the ageing. I don't know why, I just love it. And I've told this story before as well, but I'm still excited about the fact that I have held in my hand samples that were labelled and found by Charles Darwin. I've literally had them in my fingertips.
Gosh, wow, that is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, so I've been very lucky.
Yeah, very lucky. That's amazing. I've actually never been to the Naturalist Museum in Oxford before. I really want to take Maisie because I have heard about it. Do they have the big dinosaur there?
Yeah, they've got loads of things in the opening area that you go in, and then you go upstairs. But also there's another museum at the back, which is called the Pitt Rivers Museum, and that is level after level of all sorts of everything. Cool. Not natural history, but all sorts of everything. So, yeah, it's a good place to go.
Love it. Now, this panel, £14.99. There are less than 20 of those remaining as well. All really popular. And then, if you want a project with instructions, maybe anybody who's newer to sewing, or if you want another huge panel, then this is your tote bag panel. Different imagery, again, compared to the other ones. So you've got different combinations, still with your beetles, your butterflies, your lovely foliage, and the backgrounds aren't solid. I don't know whether you can see on screen, but there is so much depth and
you've got the text in there. And anything I do, I tend to do in layers. Even if I'm painting, drawing, making books, everything is done in layers. So you can see that in the, prints just as they are without even any embellishment. But should you want to. Again, you've got the butterflies at the top, which are ideal if you want to do some free motion embroidery, have them three-dimensional. Oh, I've got a little entomologist.
Oh, a little money spider, you can crawl on me. A little entomology to come to say hello. So here we've got your bag front. They're all labelled, by the way, so you don't need to remember this. It says bag front here, bag back, but we did say earlier on, if you want to use your own backing, a natural seeded cotton or even a calico or whatever fabrics you've got in your stash, pick out one of the colours, use that as the back. Yeah. You've then got two bags.
And your lining as well. Oh, I mean, really, it's a shame to have these in lining. So that's where I would possibly put a plain fabric and use these for something else.
And then is this all lace?
Yes. So that actually is hand-drawn by myself.
Oh, wow.
So, and that lace there, that's hand-drawn. So I do have some stamp sets which do have the lace in there. So I thought, why not use the drawings and put those in there? So it's got a little touch of my hand-drawn imagery in there as well.
That's amazing. So you've got the front, back, as I say, we've got your linings included, the straps. Even your strap detailing is beautiful. And it's all symmetrical. So this is the top of your strap, and you can see at the base, you're going to have all these beautiful flowers.
Yeah, because I thought I needed to kind of twist it, because otherwise part of your strap would be going up and part of it would be going down. So, yeah, you've got your florals at the base of each. So, yeah.
Brilliant. So you've got your straps, you've got your facings with that lovely lace, and then you've also got your pocket, which we were saying, again, yes, if you want to make the most plush tote bag in the world, put beautiful pockets and pocket linings. Or if you're thinking savvy, like me, I'd be thinking, that's another project.
Yeah.
That is a zippy bag.
Yeah, a little bag, yeah.
Add your own lining. That could be a really lovely,
especially for the pocket lining.
Yeah.
You know, even if you want to be a bit bougie and have that as your pocket, but the pocket lining, I would definitely use that for something else.
And it's coordinating fabric, which you could fussy cut these and use them as a plique. You could have this as a strip on the back of a cushion or on a bag.
But I saw this, so doing the imagery down like that, I saw that as like a little wall hanging with a bit of embellishment in there, again, some metallic threads, that sort of thing. Just with a little bit of bamboo top and bottom, that would look really nice.
Yeah, great idea. So many creative ideas. And once again, to say that that's under £20, you've got a lot for your money, a lot of design, a lot of artwork. Plus, you've got your full instructions of how to construct the tote bag. If it is your first time making a simple tote bag, you've got instructions. Right, now, are they all of our panels that we have today. Yes, all the panels are now underneath us on the website if you do want to continue to go through. There are so many of you who have been asking about the different transfer sheets. We managed to get a few more in the first show, and I believe that we have already been in talks with Janie of trying to get more of these. Now, we're trying to max out as many as we can, as it's been really, 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 really busy. The original set, there are 10 left. These will sell out though because we've got over 40 of you who've got them in baskets. Could we see the designs that we're getting?
Yes. So again, we've got some that are just solid rectangular designs that you can transfer to your fabric just as they are. But then what I've done is we've got lots of the individual little creatures, because in my mind, these will be transferred, a bit of embroidery in them or not. But as we showed in the earlier hour, it does thicken the fabric up slightly when you do these. So you don't get the fray, you can cut them out and they kind of hold their own weight. So you can make like little three-dimensional elements.
Yeah.
So any of these will go with the panels, or again stand alone. And I decided to put like some tags in here, because I thought if you're doing you know, not necessarily your sewing, but your, I've lost the words, what is it called, kind of like mixed media pieces, these would look really cool. So I've got one that I've transferred actually.
I'm even thinking you can make your own sort of quilt labels though. Stitch that then onto a quilt or a project you've made if you give it to someone.
Yeah, the idea was that then you can kind of layer this up and make it look like something you may find in a museum, but in fabric form. So that was the idea behind those.
So
and
many
again, they've been flipped as well. So any writing in here, because obviously you'll get mirror image when you transfer, they've already been flipped for you.
Fantastic.
Bugs, again, these look amazing once you start embellishing them. But again, they're small, so is it like tiny little bits of scrap fabrics that you can put them on. Again, more bugs, and then we've got some, again, it's hard to see because obviously these have already been flipped, but to make like kind of little specimens, and also here. So these are labels from the Natural History Museum in Oxford.
Wow.
As are these. You can see that they've got Oxford written on them, and I've put some details down there. And then these are ones that I typed up on an old-fashioned typewriter. And put them on some like some old paper. So again, you can start making it look like a museum piece if you want to. Very tactile.
The first set of transfer packs that Janie put together have completely sold out. It's been really, really busy. But during the break, we did say if there's any more that we can do, we've managed to add an extra few for anybody who does want them. Now, just be aware, it might take a few days longer. Of course, it's bank holiday anyway, so just be patient with your orders. It won't take weeks, but it might just take an extra day or two. Now, you don't just get the sheets. In your kit, you're also getting calico.
Yes, so you've got your basic instructions to guide you through it. You've got calico, which is 1 metre by 30 centimetres. And again, because a lot of the elements are small, you'll be able to get loads on there. You've got 30 mil of your transfer medium. And I forgot to say earlier, when you unscrew it, you need to push down and unscrew, because it's got like a little safety cap on it. And then you've got a synthetic brush as well. Just make sure you rinse it through when you finish your project. Yeah, just with water. Warm water is always better. If you've left it a little bit too long and it's started to dry out, a little bit of soapy water.
Fabulous. A full kit, and that's just £9.99. It's worth having a go, isn't it? Get a bit creative.
Yeah.
So many different ideas now. Buzzing. Yeah. Buzzing around in my mind, thinking, because you could do lovely brooches, put the batten with felt. You could do sort of like wall hangings and all sorts, couldn't you? So I know that anybody who wants a little bit of a demo on that, watch back the first hour, because we did show you how to do that, didn't we, in the first hour. This is literally about to sell out, but next time we see you, you've got to bring more.
I might need to bring some more, yes.
Definitely. We've also managed to get a few more of the sari ribbons in the pastel colourway. Did the bright and the lighter weight ones, the patterned ones, completely sell out in the first hour? Yeah, they've sold out as well. It's been a busy day. This has been the running theme of the day, Janie. It's been so good. we're on single figures. We've added a few more. You're getting a whole metre there or thereabouts in length, and these are all recycled.
Yeah, recycled
sewing
from the
sticks,
sari industry. Yeah, so they come over from Jaipur. So we've given a selection of your pastels. What we've done before is given basically a mixed selection, but I thought actually with the sort of panels that we've got, it'd be nice to have your pastels. Earlier we had the brights, as you said. You've got one in here which has kind of got a little bit of kind of splattering of colour.
Would I get that one, or it's
yes.
not necessarily? Yeah, you'll get one of those.
Yeah, the colour may vary very slightly.
Okay.
As with these, they will be of the same colour range. They may vary just very slightly, but that's the only one that isn't a solid colour in this grouping. So yeah, you've got your lovely pastel greens, kind of aqua, golds. So again, we were saying you can make tassels with these. You can, you know, fix them down to fabrics and start making your own fabrics, weave them, all sorts of things.
So much you can do with them. Get creative. They've now also sold out. It's been a very, very, very busy show. Shall we have a look at some more panels? Now, these have been really, really popular in Janie's shows previously. We've got all sorts. Tell me about this collection, because this still sort of ties in with the transfer sheets that we've looked at. This is VIJQ18, Laura.
Yeah, so this is from the Animal Antics collection.
Love
so
it.
very bright. So if you've got the sari ribbons from the earlier hour, which are brights, these would be perfect with this. So
I'll go with the pastels as well, actually.
They would, yeah, because you've got all of those, all of those colours in there. We've called this a multi-project panel. Obviously, it can be used for whatever you want. When I originally designed it, my thought was outside and inside of a fabric journal.
Yeah.
Because you can fit your A5 paper inside, so fold it down to A5. You can then put a spine cover on it. That will go down through the centre as a spine cover.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got some other sizes as well, but then you've got these kind of elements, which again are kind of like little windows that can be added on there. Put little bits of embroidery, layer them up with some lace. This guy here, if you start embroidering him, he's going to look amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was my idea. Obviously, you can use it for whatever project you want. This would make a lovely zip-top bag, but I see it as a fabric journal.
Yeah. Well, I know you are fave for your books.
A bookmaker, yeah.
These would be lovely for covering or making your own books. But I again see wall hangings. You could then add applique elements to it as well, couldn't you? And build it up even more so. £9.99. That's for your Animal Antics fabric panel. Do we have more from the Animal Antics collection as well? There's only 10 of those now remaining. I've got GKJQ84. This is the same collection, this time with the 12 squares. They all complement each other. This is so much fun, Janie.
Yes.
I love this. This is a bit of thing.
I had a lot of fun designing these.
Again, we never ever get fabrics like this. And this is really, I don't like to talk about fabrics and trends because I think that fabric doesn't go out of fashion, but you are seeing everywhere. You know, if you go into like Oliver Bonus or any of the really lovely vibrant home stores, they've got lovely cushions with animals on, with flowers. This is so cool, isn't it?
Yeah, see, I try and stay away from looking at other people's designs because I don't want, I don't like things that are on trend. I just like them to be whimsical.
That's it.
Because if you start looking at things like this, you've got little cheeky monkeys that kind of pop out from behind the ferns and things like that. I mean, he's got his own little, he's got a butterfly on his nose, for one. Little floral headdress. And then this little guy here, he's very proud of his little carrot.
Oh, wow. So have we seen all this with your paper collections as well?
Yes. Yeah. So if you are kind of a crossover crafter, there are paper packs available on the Hobbymaker website that are, the same, this is what this comes from.
They are absolutely gorgeous on fabric though, aren't they? I am thinking, like you say,
I love them.
makeup bags, storage tubs, just to brighten up your workroom. If you've got a crafting room, how lovely are these?
And he's got a little snail as a hat.
Oh my gosh, that's
There's
so
a little
cool.
monkey popping out again. He appears quite
You've
a lot.
had so much fun designing these.
Yeah, and I love the sort of thing that you search around and think, oh, actually, yeah, there's a little lizard in there that you might not have seen the first time, you know. So yeah, just a little bit quirky. And like we said, any of the fabric panels are only available through Sewing Street.
Fabulous.
So it's the only place that you can get them. And the Angel policy, make whatever you want and you can sell them.
Really?
Obviously, it's not, you know, and you're not going to see too many people with these designs. They're pretty unique.
Oh, so if you do lovely little craft fairs, or if you make for charities, or make for your friends, your loved ones, then absolutely fill your boots. Love the elephants and the symmetry on this one is really cool.
Because I mean, who hasn't seen that in the wild, you know? This is like welcome to my brain kind of thing, you know.
That's actually now sold out. Do we have anything else in this collection? I've got it. And it's a project one. It's a tote bag. Oh,
yeah.
Love this one. Okay, if you have not yet already got involved in this collection and you're thinking of a different project in mind, don't panic. You've just got a lot of fabric on here. You do have instructions to make the tote bag, but make whatever you want, because this is where you get in those lovely elephants. I'm turning
Which way round we going?
To meet you. Should we lie it down?
Okay.
Let's lie it down. This is huge. For £20, you're getting so much for your money. Once again, your linings are amazing.
Yes, yeah. And then you've got the smaller repeat pattern as your straps as well.
Brilliant.
So, yeah, obviously all coordinating. And we don't need to say again, you know, use a plain fabric inside, use this for something else. But look at him. Look at this little guy.
And look at his hat. His snail hat. So cool. And I love that even your background is not a solid background at all. I mean, you've got layers of flowers in the background. Then you've got the elephants. It's all textured. And even the detailing on the elephants.
Yes. Yeah, it looks really cool, doesn't it? Yeah.
So cool.
If I do say so myself.
Oh, they are.
But it's just
really
seeing them on fabrics, like we said earlier, it's different.
Yeah.
It kind of hits differently when it's on fabric to when it's on paper.
And I do like the idea that you can carry it around with you on a tote bag.
Looks really cool.
So many people are going to ask you about this.
Yeah.
It is really, where else are you going to see fabric like this? You also have your straps, your facing, your pockets and pocket lining. I'm saying loosely because there's so many ideas that we're going to use this for. And then this is a strip of coordinating fabric. So you can use that as you wish, along with the two elements here. These would be great little pin cushions, tops on, or on a bag. You could put a magnetic snap sandwich between these to put on your bag, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Full instructions included as well for anybody who is new to sewing. They're really straightforward construction, really straightforward. You don't need to be measuring anything or cutting, you know, intricate sizes. You literally cut the pieces out and you can sew them together. You can add wadding if you wish and quilt it, or you can keep it really, really straightforward and make a very simple tote bag. It's all about the artwork. It's all about the design, isn't it?
Ian did say to me, if you've got samples, bring them in. Yeah, I've used them. I've got stuff in my bag.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does look like a really cool bag.
You will love it. Send in pictures if you've made them as well. We'd love to see. We would love to see. Now, that's everything from the Animal Antics collection. Well done if you've managed to get anything. If you do want the tote bag, there's still a few of those remaining. The next two, I believe, are from Vintage Scrapbook. This is XRJQ79. Oh, this is beautiful.
This is William's Attic.
Oh, sorry, have I got the wrong one? William's Attic. XRJQ79. We'll check we've got the right one. We'll check we got the right one. Which one does yours say? No, it's definitely William's Attic, this one. Okay, let's go. Should we do a different one that we know we're in sync with so you don't get the wrong one sent to you? Because I think we've had a little bit of a mix-up of the codes there. I think that might be a system error. Right, which one have you got? HNJQ31. This looks a massive panel. It's a tote bag, and this is William's Attic. Right. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect. We're in sync again.
Here we go.
Just so you can see. Oh, do I need to? Oh no, we're not upside down, are we? Look at the hydrangeas.
So William's Attic is.
Who's William?
Who's William? So you'll see there are elements of William Morris in the backgrounds. So what I did was I took some of his designs, I've kind of layered them, added extra elements. Not that William Morris really needs improving on, but it's just that Janie touch, you know. But yeah, again, full tote bag, but use the panels for whatever you want.
Oh, they are gorgeous, aren't they? And the colour palette, again, is beautiful. So if you did get, in fact, a lot of your collections will sort of tie together. The palettes are really lovely.
And that is like with anyone's collections, you have kind of like a style. I was talking to my friend Chelsea, and she was like, I could recognise one of your designs. It's like, really? Because a couple of people have said that. But obviously when it's one designer doing it, we tend to dip into the colours that we're familiar with, the things that we like. And so it just means that everything ties in from one collection to another, really.
So you're getting your bag front, bag back, bag linings, the straps as well. You're getting the pocket there, you can see, which is beautiful. Extra fabric, full instructions, applique extras as well. All for $19.99. Only way of getting it is here at Sewing Street. You can't even get this on Janie's website. So yes, absolutely make the most of these whilst they're available. Because I suppose you've got great archives of prints that you've designed, that you're always developing different ones that you're wanting to put onto fabric. So unless we are sitting begging people, saying, please, you need to bring more back, we don't generally then print more. We're moving on to the next shows and looking at different designs. So if you do love this, we've got, I think, 26 remaining, and that is it. So I quite like that, though. I do quite like that it's a bit limited edition. If you got it at that time during the show, then if you're carrying a bag, you're not going to see anybody else with it.
It's like the same as we do with our book kits or whatever. We are a small business. It's just myself and my husband. Occasionally get a niece to help out here and there. But yeah, we kind of normally, obviously Sewing Street are printing these, but everything else we design, we manufacture in-house. There aren't massive quantities of things. And then, like you said, we'll have to move on to the next lot of designs, because I've got too many ideas in my head.
Oh, no, I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Just to warn you, though, if you're thinking, oh, well, I might get this next time round. Oh, we'll be doing something different. We will be doing something different. Now, we've got, this one next, please. Now, this is the tote bag called New Beginnings.
So, New Beginnings was one of the first design ranges I brought when I joined Hobbymaker.
Oh, fabulous. How long have you been part of Hobbymaker?
Just over a year now. Yeah. So, it's all kind of springtime, fresh ideas. You're going to see a lot of snails and frogs and things like that in my designs as well. I've even started having them tattooed on myself.
Brilliant, I love that.
I've got a new tattoo on my leg, and my nephew saw it and he was like, is that a snail wearing a bow tie? I was like, yes, it is. Why not?
Brilliant.
But yeah, they're just very pretty and fresh, you know. And I do also see these, like I said, if you're looking for other ideas other than a tote bag, just stretch this over a canvas on your wall. Because there's no one else going to have a canvas with that on.
No, that's so true. If you're wanting some really lovely artwork to freshen up a spare bedroom or your living room, your landing, they'll look absolutely beautiful. And again, your background. You can tell, obviously, you've got your fine art background because the detailing, every single...
So this watercolour is actually from a watercolour background that I did and scanned in to layer. And then you can see, like, you've got florals that are kind of behind that watercolour layer. So they look like they're in the distance, which then brings these forward a lot more prominent.
That is gorgeous. Now, this is a collection that was launched with us a couple of months ago. So it's the last to stop now. I'm going to see something. Excuse me. Oh, I've been holding that.
Bless you.
Sorry. Full instructions as well to be able to make your New Beginnings tote bag. The detailing in every part of the strap, the pocket. I love the strap. I'd be using my own strap and keeping this for something else. Because look at all of your fussy cutting that you can do. Look at all of the individual elements that you're going to be able to use for all sorts.
And then you've got this one, which even if you're making the tote bag, this is coordinating fabric. So again, I see that as a slim wall hanging. And then start picking out, if you do a little bit of hand embroidery, like the dandelion seed heads. start picking that out with some metallic thread.
Threads,
things.
beads.
Yeah.
Yes, I know a lot of people who love embroidery. That would be gorgeous to embellish. But even if you're not doing any embellishing, plenty of detail in there if you're just making a simple bag. That one's about to sell out. We've got less than 10 of those. Oh, my word.
Apron.
Apron. Is this the only apron panel that we have? Yes.
Yes.
There we go. Yes. I've answered your question. There we go. So we've got the most beautiful. I'm thinking of a gardener, someone who's a gardener.
And we were saying earlier about the Odie coat.
Yes.
So if you were to put that on there, so you do need to add a fabric for a lining for this. I would suggest just adding, again, a calico, you know, whatever fabric you've got to go on the back of this to line it. But yeah, if you put on something like an Odie coat to make it waterproof as well, yeah, use it for whatever, like you said, if you're gardening.
Gardening, crafting, you always need an apron on because you're covered in threads, aren't you?
Yeah.
I think that's a really beautiful one to have. Or as a gift for somebody, you can't go wrong. You can see in the background again your watercolour, stunning.
The watercolour. And then lots of dandelions as well. I love dandelions.
Beautiful. Very nostalgic, isn't it? Going for walks, having a look at all of the different wildflowers that you get. You're going to have a big pocket on the front as well.
Yeah, so this is your pocket outer. That's what that's what I've suggested goes on there. And that's your pocket inner. But why waste that for a lining of a pocket? Use that for something else. You may not even want a pocket on there. Again, I just see this with a zip on the top.
Beautiful makeup
Lovely
bag.
little bit, yeah.
Toiletry bag, yes.
And then you've got your straps just here as well, your ties.
You've got your neck ties, your side ties, and real straightforward construction. But look at the imagery. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Full instructions how to make it. My first ever sewing project was an apron, and I really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So anybody who's never done sewing before, if you're looking for a first project, I always recommend getting yourself a panel. This is a really lovely quality cotton fabric as well. So it is going to be all right to put in the wash. It's good to be able to sew, to work with, and you don't need to work out too many different sizes of measurements. You're literally just cutting out your seam allowances all included.
And I was going to say, especially for a beginner as well, you haven't got to faff around with laying a pattern down on fabric. You just cut out what's there for you. It's all size for you with seam allowance and everything.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Fantastic. $19.99. We have one more in this range, which is a cushion project.
We started off folding them up.
I know. Then now it's like 5 minutes. I'm like, we haven't got time for folding. No, I will fold it. I'll get into trouble. I guess you can do folding now. So this is your cushion. Is this a different collection?
This is New Beginnings.
New Beginnings,
but it's just slightly different colourway.
Yeah, I love the
see
fact
that
that
there's
they're all
kind of
different.
greens, pinks, blues, but it's all very fresh again.
Still ties
very
in with all
spring-like.
the dandelions.
Yes, yeah. So again, they all go together if you've got other panels in a slightly different colour, but they're all going to go together of, you know, New Beginnings.
Oh, this is like a lovely long cushion, almost like a bolster.
Yes, so a rectangular one.
Quilt.
And then you've got florals for your back.
Envelope
back.
Real straightforward envelope back. Look at how beautiful the colours are. I think this will go in. Somebody who's got a new home, just adding a bit of colour into your decor.
And again, a bit different because you're not going to go into, I won't name any stores, but you're not going to go into like a high street store and, you know, or go into a friend's house, and it's very unlikely you're going to see this cushion there.
Absolutely.
So it's quite unique.
Really unique. Rectangular cushion, it's really lovely shape as well. I'm thinking if you want to put in some nice piping or binding, but it's a simple construction of envelope back as well. £14.99 for that lovely, gorgeous cushion. And you can see once again, you've got the background's all watercolour painted.
Yes. And again, you'll see that you've got your layers. So these are kind of faded out, the florals here, which makes the front kind of stand proud a little bit more.
That's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Just £14.99. Well, I say instructions. You don't need really instructions for this. For anybody who's made a cushion before, you would literally just stitch right sides together and turn it through the envelope back. You don't need add a zip or anything, do you?
No, not much to it at all, really.
And look at the extra fabric, the background fabric that you're getting. It is absolutely beautiful with these ferns as well.
Yeah, so again, it will pick out a lot of the florals that are within the designs. You've got your butterflies in there as well. It's just very, very pretty, isn't it? It's very kind of cottage, you know. Yeah.
Love it. Thank you so, so much, Janie. I can't believe where the time's gone. All the other panels, I think there was a couple of mix-up between what Laura's got on her system and what we've got here.
Okay.
So I don't want to show them just in case you'll get something different. But anything that we have shown has been really, really popular. Just so that you're aware, there might be a couple of the panels that we had in the first hour still available if you want to make that. No, they've gone.
Oh, okay.
Actually, there are a couple left. There are 8 left. There are 8 left, but there are 28 in baskets. You could get it's a bit of a, I say a pick and mix. They're all the same sort of feel. They're all the same sort of size, but they're different fabrics.
Yeah, a variety in colours and the backings as well. You might have a green backing. It might be black. It might be orange. It might be beige. So yeah, it is a bit of a. Oh, did we have a little? We got a little image transfer in there. Look.
There you go.
So yeah, it is a bit of a lucky dip as to what you get, but they're all beautiful.
They are, the Cantha panels. These are your cotton mix. They're absolutely beautiful. And just to let you know that they are also available, but about to sell out, £18.50. Now, tomorrow's show, thank you, looks a little bit like this. You've got lovely Bex Reed joining you tomorrow for your bank holiday Monday. And we've got licensed Mickey Mouse and Winnie the Pooh fabrics. Are you kidding? I need to watch that show. I need to be getting some of those. 8 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, we've got Elephant Festival fabric launch with Sarah Payne at 9 o'clock. I love Sarah Payne. She's so lovely. I've been following her on Instagram and she's an amazing designer. At 10 o'clock, you've got Sewing Room Tools. Ticks Over Tiles with Sarah at 11 o'clock. Got to be careful how I say that. And then at 12 o'clock, Quilt Kits You Will Love. It's been a fabulous day today. It's been a really, really busy day. When are you back with us? Is there a day in the diary?
I do have one booked. I'm thinking it might be 7th or 8th of July, but don't hold me to it. It's around that.
Fab.
It's around that.
Thank you so much. It was so lovely to meet you.
And
Thank
you too.
I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
to your husband because you're going to be busy packing lots of
I'm not sorry, Mr. B. I'm not.
Busy, busy, busy. Well done, everybody who's managed to get something today. It's been a fabulous show. Stay exactly where you are for more crafty. We've got Sharon Curtis eagerly awaiting in the wings with Sizzix on Hobby Maker. Stay where you are. Beck's going to be joining you tomorrow morning, bright and early, for your Bank Holiday Monday show. I will see you next. I'm off on my holidays. I'm off to Portugal.
Oh, nice.
So I'll see you. Yeah, I'll see you when I get back. But yes, enjoy the rest of your Bank Holiday weekend. And Bex is with you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.